All right, Jace, got to get out of here. Make room for Bridget.
She needs a lot of room. She's
You
got a
bet.
lot to do today, which obviously WDAY Radio Farm Show today. It's brought to you by Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, and Peterson Farms Seed. Our very own Bridget Rita will get you through the entire day talking all topics ag-related. It's going to be a great show.
That is straight ahead.
Passenger extricated. The passenger told
Well, for those who normally hear that theme that would have played just over an hour ago, that would indicate that it was time to talk about ag for just a little bit with Bonnie and Friends. But now you're going to get ag all day long. Welcome to the WDAY Radio Farm Show for spring 2026. Excited to have you here. Thank you to almost lost my chair there for a sec. Thank you to our sponsors for today. We are thrilled to have this show brought to us in part by Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farms Seed, as well as Dynamic Cropping Systems. Thank you so much for them participating in our day, as well as all of you. It is a day of nothing but agriculture left and right. I think you're going to find lots of exciting moments as well as learning moments, as we might tell our kids. We're going to get a lot out of this entire day. I am joined today by our assistant ag directors who are brought to us by Cass County Farm Bureau, and that is Dawson Malkowski and Haley McLeod. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having us. It's awesome. This is an amazing opportunity to get away from school in this blistery morning.
You say amazing until the chaos at about noon is just eyeball deep, and you're like, oh, God, what did we sign up for, right?
We're excited for the chaos.
I'm glad to hear it. Okay, so you guys, this is not your first stint on radio with me.
No, I have come back. This is my third time coming back as the assistant ag director. I loved every time, and I'm excited to be here for a full day this time.
All right, excellent. Dawson?
Yeah, this is my second time coming as an assistant ag director, and then I kind of got my own debut as a state officer a year ago.
Yeah. So really, radio isn't painful. It's a lot of fun. And when I tell folks that we also live stream, they're usually just met with this amazed look of, you what? I thought it was radio.
I also thought that the first time when you told me that there would also be a live stream. I was like, but it's the radio. How does that work? But then it makes sense now that we live stream as well.
And I think the fun is for so many of our listeners, it becomes a little bit like watching their own version of RFD TV locally, right? There's something fun here. Often our guests bring us extra pictures, video footage, and so much more that's a part of our day. So speaking of being a part of the day, for those who are watching on our live stream, that live stream is normally brought to us for Weather and Ag in Focus by Lighthouse Commodities. And today, as we look at the live stream on YouTube and Facebook, as well as Acres TV, you will see that the studio is all decorated up, ready to roll. A couple of us here brought in our favorite farm toys, and I brought my couch pillows. They're actually seed corn bags that are stuffed into pillows.
Nice.
I've been told they have to come back home. But nonetheless, we wanted to make sure this was a lot of fun for the people who are watching and joining us for the day. They should know who you are.
Yes, absolutely. I'm Haley McLeod. I'm a freshman studying agricultural education here at NDSU. I come from a large family farm right next to Enderlin. We grew corn, soybeans, wheat, and some other small grains, as well as raising cattle, sheep, pigs, and I even had my own chicken flock throughout high school. So agriculture has been a major part of my life, and I'm excited to be on the radio today and be able to speak with all the guests that are coming in and view every aspect of agriculture today.
By the end of the day, I'm going to ask all of you, or both of you, to be like recapping. What did you learn? What did you hear? So feel free to diligently take notes.
Absolutely.
Of course. My name is Dawson Malkowski. I am originally from Fairfield, North Dakota, in the rural west side of North Dakota, where we like to say we're from the desert. I'm from...
Pull that mic right up and close to you, pal. You can grab the whole stand. There you go. I don't want you to reach for it or to be stretching. You pull that up. Nice.
I'm also currently studying agriculture education at NDSU. I'm a sophomore, and keep myself busy with ROTC, different kind of clubs on campus, and I'm really, really excited to diversify my knowledge of instead of being under the little rock that I live under in western North Dakota, and diversify my knowledge a little bit.
Well, what I think is kind of fun is that all three of us, ag education.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
So I was on campus on Tuesday night for Sigma Alpha's etiquette dinner. I got an opportunity to be their speaker that night. And one of the things that another student came up to me, and she's also an ag education major. We all know who that is. And she said, I'm not sure I'm going to teach because I've been told that what I come out of school with in this major, it makes me so much more well-rounded. What about you guys? Are you thinking you're going to go to the classroom? Is it too soon to tell? Do you think industry might intrigue you?
I mean, I'm definitely interested in the industry, and having a family farm that I can go back to definitely makes me question my options and where I want to go. But I do believe that spending some time in the classroom will also give me such a great perspective of where agriculture is and where it's going to go and seeing the future of it. So I want to spend some time in the classroom. I don't know if that's 5 years, 10 years, or maybe even longer or shorter, but I definitely want to spend some time in the classroom giving education to the future of agriculture.
Dawson, how about you?
Yeah, the biggest reason why I want to be in agriculture education is to impact students, and I think that the best opportunity to do that is in high school education, where where students are developing their own leadership qualities and all of these things that make them the future, right? And if I can have any sort of impact on those high school students, that would make my day and just fulfill my purpose, I think.
So some of the things that you're doing right now are impacting younger students all along. As we were getting ready for this morning, I heard you making notes about things coming up or that you've recently done with, say, S&S, Saddle and Sirloin Club at NDSU. So what were some of those notes you guys were making, things that have been going on and what you're doing to impact others in ag?
Absolutely. It's Ag Week on campus at NDSU.
It's Ag Week everywhere. That's why we're here.
Yes. We started off with a free egg breakfast. I think Dave Portnoy visited us with all the egg ambassadors from NDSU. We had trivia. We had potato sack races thrown on by the Egg Ed Society. We had a job fair yesterday. We had an animal meet and greet with all the S&S animals for Kitty Days.
So this week, the Saddle and Sirloin Club has been inviting kindergarten and preschool or daycare kids to campus to come to Shepherd Arena and see different animals. I know a lot of kids have enjoyed it. I helped out. I was helping out show the baby chicks off. And oh my goodness, kids learned to be gentle and they loved it. They really, some of them had never seen chickens before, which honestly shocked me, but
wow.
I mean, I guess if you're only 4 years old, there's a lot you haven't seen in agriculture, but chickens really shocked me.
Okay, this is probably the point where people hear me get on my soapbox every so often on the air. Please put the chickens down. They should not be wandering aimlessly through your kitchen, etc. So I'm glad you're teaching kids to set them down, be gentle. Don't take them home and run them around the dining room.
Yes, exactly.
And then to finish off the week, we still have Horticulture Club is putting on a crafts, and then the Bison Pullers is putting on some food. So it's a full week at NDSU when it's Ag Week.
When you say Bison Pullers, they're not talking about pulled pork, right?
No. So Bison Pullers is constructed up of a whole bunch of agriculture engineering students, and I'm sure they invite everyone on campus, but they remake or they build their own tractors and pull with them, so just like a tractor pull, but they build their own tractor.
Outstanding. Okay, because you know what, those guys in what we used to call ag mechanics, now ag engineering, they have great ideas and they just got to bring them forward, and that's what they're doing, hands on.
Exactly. Yeah, innovation is at its peak at NDSU. It's really cool. I'm currently in the farmhouse fraternity at NDSU, and we have a few agriculture engineers in the house, and they are crazy. They're fun to get to be around and be exposed to some of the. We have a little bit of different classes.
Right.
I think their class is a little harder, just a little different skill set, right?
In the old farmhouse, I mean, the ag engineers were the guys that built all the crazy bunking systems in the rooms, right? You had different bunk beds that they had to try to devise.
Yes, you should see it now.
Gravity defying. Well, when we continue, first of all, a little bit more about National Ag Week. We want to make sure to talk about that before we get into our first hour of guests starting at the top at 9 o'clock. For those who don't realize that National Ag Week started in 1973. Gosh, we're the same age. And it was began by the Agricultural Council of America. They created this special day to increase public awareness on the vital role of farmers. And it's really become a whole week-long celebration, just like you guys were talking about. And there's so much more to come for us to share. And we will do that right after this. Well, we're getting close to Friday night, just like the song says as we start out today. Thank you for joining me, Bridget Riedel. I'm Ag Director here at WDAY, and today is the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I am joined in studio by our Assistant Ag Directors for the day. We've got Haley and Dawson, and they are brought to us by Cass County Farm Bureau. We thank them for their sponsorship, as well as the show is brought to us in part by Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farm Seed, as well as Dynamic Cropping Systems. We're going to hear from all of those people today. And Haley, Dawson, as we look at our list of who we're going to be talking to, Dawson, which is the hour segment that you're looking forward to the most?
I might be a little biased, but I'm really excited for the livestock segment. I'm really excited to talk to the owner of Allsauger Meats and see what kind of entrepreneurship got him where he is today, and just kind of how that business kind of sprung up. The big hot topic in livestock production today, or like recently, is direct-to-consumer operations, and I'm really eager to see, because it kind of sounds like he has a similar operation. So
yeah, absolutely. I think that hour is going to be a lot of fun. That was one that we did not explore very heavily back in November, so we have the opportunity to bring in something new. Haley, what are you looking towards?
I'm excited for the livestock hour as well, but I'm also very excited for the farm panel to be able to get our farmers in here and hearing what they have to say and their experiences on the farm, or maybe a different insight they want to share going into the spring planting season. Although it's cold and rainy out now, I know everybody's looking forward to getting into the field.
So I gave you guys kind of the list of things we're going to be talking about today, right? Questions and so forth in the background. And I think probably when it comes to that farmer panel, the first and foremost is it as bad as we think it is? Because every day I can find doom and gloom for the economics of especially row crop farming. But what's actually happening on their operations? What are they looking for that are their bright spots? What's changing and getting better? That's the excitement that I think is going to show the most.
Exactly. It'll be interesting, especially that we've got numerous farmers coming on to see different aspects of where they come from and how their operations differ and are various from each other.
This is going to be like a zoom in on the local co-op, like
what's
putting
happening?
it on the air and seeing the circle of knowledge that comes from that.
I feel like in the agronomy hour, I might have to put bleachers in here. It's going to get full.
There's a couple people coming in.
Just a few.
We are going to have Peterson Farm Seed, Mosaic Company is joining us, Gowan USA, GK Technology. There's a lot of years of experience and wisdom that'll walk in the door that we're going to talk about getting ready for plant 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a packed house, but I think we're going to learn a lot, and we're going to see a lot from their perspectives.
This studio doesn't often see 5 microphones in need at one time, and if it gets any fuller, some of us are just going to have to start trading off on the same microphone at the rate that we're going. But I think that's part of the day that makes it a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Bringing in everyone and having the opportunity to switch through different pathways in agriculture each hour is definitely really exciting.
Well, I think you guys will find this interesting. Since the start and inception of National Ag Day and Ag Week back in 1973, we've had a massive jump in bushels per acre. And so often you listen to farmers, they want to measure everything in bushels, right? We're probably seeing a little bit more of a change to measuring in dollars per acre and ROI. But since that first National Ag Day, corn yields in the U.S. have nearly doubled from 91 bushels an acre to what we're forecasting at 181. Now, that's on average.
That's crazy.
There's no doubt. Yeah, we've got folks that are pushing that 300 bushel limit. I'm not saying every field, certainly parts of it.
Definitely not the west side of North Dakota.
Yeah, you guys have a little bit different setup out there.
Just a little bit.
Well, your climate.
Yeah, of
course.
course.
Rainfall, shorter hybrids, all of those things make a difference.
Oh, of course.
But we've doubled those bushels. And soybeans as well. They've gone from 27 bushels to about 52 on average. And this will be curious. 1 acre of land can now grow what could include either 50,000 pounds of strawberries or 2,784 bushels of wheat. That's an average of, or that's about 46 bushels of wheat. So think about that production and how we've changed. So I do think that this is a week to celebrate, right? All the things that have improved for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, agriculture is especially my way of life, but it's the way that we feed people. And now that there's only 2% of our population feeding the 100% of our population it's kind of a scary fact, but honestly, that's what I think keeps driving some farmers is they know that they're fueling our nation and feeding our families.
It's a legacy. Right? You guys come from family operations.
Yes.
Yeah.
You want this to continue for the next generations, and you want to be a part of that because you grew up with it too.
Exactly. Yeah. Myself, I'll be a 5th generation farmer when I return back to the family farm. So continuing that on is definitely a passion of mine and something I see in my future.
Yeah, my brother is currently kind of following up my dad on our, I believe we're a 4th generation cattle ranch on the west side of North Dakota, just north of Belfield. Yeah, we raise black Angus cattle with a little bit of Hereford in there, and
sure,
we have a decent size operation, and we actually are in a private contract with 44 Farms and Prime Pursuits, and we get to kind of take in the yield of the technological advances that they are going through with that, with EID tags, and that's really cool to see on the ag ed side of things and how that can relate and how we can talk about advances in precision agriculture, not just in agronomy, but in livestock too.
I think, but here's the deal. If you are non-farming, today is your day to listen and learn, right? This is about education.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I want every consumer out there to feel like they can stand up for agriculture in this region. Then additionally, if you farm, first of all, we're not in the field. It's a rather blustery day out there. I'm not really sure I want to be outside doing a whole lot of work today.
Yeah, I'm glad to be in here and not out on campus.
Yes.
So this is a great day for, as far as our farmers are concerned, to learn some things that are going on. We're going to, drones have been in the highlighted news for agriculture for pushing 10 years now, but they are ever changing. So even as we get into our first hour here after 9 o'clock, we're going to talk about drones, but then 3D printers. And I'm very excited because when you think about a 3D printer, you never consider that that's probably one of the fastest growing tools in a farm shop today.
Not something I would consider. Last week I had the opportunity to go out to Portland, Oregon with the National Young Farmers and Ranchers Conference through Farm Bureau.
Yes.
And we toured a CNC machinery shop, and the things that they could make, I know it's not exactly 3D printing, but the things that they could make and the customization that they had was quite interesting and very cool to see that that's how the future of our parts and our agriculture could be.
So you were just in Portland, but Dawson was just in Brazil.
Yes.
And so we've got less than a minute, but just touch on that if you can, just a little bit.
Yes, we went on a precision agriculture trip around the area of Piracicaba, Brazil, and we got to go to, we got toured by we went to different agriculture education places. We went to a farm or different soybean farms. That was kind of fun to bring my friends around that are actual farmers in North Dakota. We got to see an organic dairy farm and just get to learn from different universities and how different their legislation is down there in agriculture and how much they are starting to emphasize and learn from other places as they develop their own agriculture economy. Oh,
it's going to be fantastic to be able to put those perspectives into what we're talking about today. We encourage everyone listening to call us with questions. You can reach us at 701-293-9000. You can watch us on the live stream, which I just realized when I sit down this far in my chair, you actually can't see me over the screens in front of me. And so you can watch on our live stream and send us comments there on Facebook, YouTube, and Acres TV. We're watching for them. And my email box is open, ag@flagfamily.com. So we'll be back shortly to start off the day for the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I did not realize what this was.
Yeah, it took you a second. You looked at me like I was crazy, but you gave me this list.
I did give you this list, but I thought I was going to start with a big old "I Did It My Way" from Frank Sinatra, not the slow intro.
We wouldn't have been able to hear over the little liner that plays.
Oh, all right. Well, I appreciate the fact that you followed my instructions as poor as they were. Addison is our fantastic sound engineer here for the WDAY Radio Farm Show. He keeps things running even when shrapnel flies at him. Yesterday we had a fan explosion in the production room where he's at.
Went off like a shrapnel grenade.
He's okay.
I'm okay.
He survived.
She brought me a metal fan now, so if things go wrong, now we're really in trouble.
And I also put a first aid kit under your desk. Okay. So I am joined in the studio today by our Assistant Ag Director, Haley McLeod. Haley, if people want to watch today on the live stream, where can they find us?
Yes, absolutely. They can find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Acres TV. We're live streamed there, and we'll be there all day.
We are excited to have people follow along. Plus, they can send us questions and comments. Haley's watching those for me. If you would like to call in with your questions, you can do so. 701-293-9000. We're happy to take your calls right here during the WDAY Radio Farm Show. This hour, I named it Farming Entrepreneurs. And maybe that's a little bit of a misnomer, except for the fact that everybody's got something a little different on farms, right? Used to be that all of our farms were comprised of a couple of hogs, a flock of chickens, a couple of cows, and we made some hay. But now we do all these very different things on our farms. And so we are joined by one of our presenting sponsors today, Dynamic Cropping Systems. The others are Landmark Company, Mosaic Company, and Peterson Farm Seeds. And Zach Morberg is with Dynamic Cropping Systems. So we're going to introduce you first and get that microphone right up to you, pal. Tell me more as far as what's your business look like? What are the things that you have going on over there?
So we're a seed, chemical, and fertilizer dealership based out of Perham, Minnesota. We were founded in 2014 by...
Okay, keep talking.
Yeah, so we were founded in 2014 by my dad, Jerry Morberg. He wanted to do something by himself. He's been in ag all of his life. We started off selling Peterson Farms seed. And then in the following year, we picked up chemical and liquid fertilizer. And within the past few years, we have picked up a distribution side that I'll let Greg talk about here later on. And then we've also picked up spray drones.
So you wanted to hit every aspect of it.
Yep.
Now, that's not so far different from our other guests today, and those are the folks representing Hall Precision Machines. So, all right, Dean, what are the aspects of your operation?
Well, we're a farm down in Milner, North Dakota that we expanded out into manufacturing. We do anything from high precision machine work, and now recently we've gotten into 3D printing. We also got spray tech line. BW Fusion is new for us this year. We sell air compressors and then bulk fasteners. Just kind of a roundabout big gamut of stuff.
Well, okay, so, and Scott is with you today.
Yep.
Okay, so Scott, as the farmer, okay?
Yep, I'm the farmer, Dean's the machinist.
All right, so as all of this stuff came to fruition for you, I mean, you started farming, but you kept adding little things on. How was that progression? What did that look like?
Well, Dean came to the farm in 2019, and he came from a machining background, and I just saw kind of an opportunity a few years ago to maybe diversify the farm a little bit, to add a little bit of income to the farm side of it by adding into the machining, and things kind of snowballed from there, going from machining to we picked up the spray tech line, knew the territory guy. Actually, I met the spray tech rep in Watertown, South Dakota, to try for the first time ourselves on the farm 2 years ago, and my agronomist had recommended it, and so all of a sudden we're like, hey, things kind of just snowballed from there, and we picked up that line, and we've just kind of been adding a few things as time goes to just help out with the farm, and you know, you, in this farm economy, you got to be a little bit diversified from just straight grain farming.
Well, you absolutely do for your operation, not only if you're farming, but then like Zach, for you guys, the diversification, you started out with seed and chemistry, like you said, but you saw a need and a niche when it came to the drones.
Yep.
With those drones, and this is a question I want to get to before we go to a break, and that is, when we think about drones today, they're not necessarily new, but how long have you been flying them and what has changed in that timeline?
Well, I don't know the exact year that we started flying drones, but we started with, I believe it was a Phantom 2, a DJI Phantom 2. We did a lot of NDVI work with it. Then in 2023 or 2024, we picked up a DJI T40. That's where we started our spray drones with. And then from there, the same year, we ended up picking up so much work, we got a DJI T50. And just last year, when we signed on with AgriSpray to be a dealership, we started selling the EA Vision lineup of drones. In that timeline, we've gone from drones with a 10 to 12 gallon tank that only fly at 20 miles an hour to drones that have LiDAR for their terrain following, 20 gallon tanks, 37 miles an hour, 70 acres an hour. It's crazy just how much they've changed in 3 years.
There is one aspect of them that I do want to touch on, and that is the fact that you said you started out with the DJI drones. But now, national security, when you listen to the Department of Justice, et cetera, they're outlawing those Chinese-made drones here in the United States. With the drones that you're currently using, are they a U.S. manufactured drone?
So EA Vision is a China-based company.
Okay.
However, they still have factories in India and Brazil.
Okay.
We are still affected by the FCC ban. The J150, J70, those are good. They're not going anywhere. It's just all new Chinese drones aren't allowed.
Okay, so are you still allowed to get parts that you might need for your particular model, et cetera, if should be?
Yep.
And then as we continue on, I know I've had the question from listeners, what's the difference between one that's been built in the U.S. versus, the Chinese drones, et cetera? And it's probably just everybody's are getting better overall.
Yeah, there's not a terribly big difference between them.
Okay. All right. When we return, we want to keep talking about the drones. We want to talk about everybody's different product lines. I have a lot of questions about 3D printers on the farm. You guys laugh, but that is an up and coming area where if you're looking for a new piece of farm equipment tools for your shop, 3D printers probably pretty popular.
We brought some with.
I see that. I have a few little new things to look at over here. So we will be back. We will continue talking with our guests. We are visiting with Hall Precision Machine, but also Dynamic Cropping Systems. This is the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Every day, every farm has got to take care of business. So this seems very fitting with our farmer entrepreneurs today to use Bachman Turner Overdrive.
Immediately after Frank Sinatra as well, I'd like to point out.
You know, I should probably pay more attention when I'm making these ideas happen.
Well, you know what? Sometimes a little tonal whiplash to really wake you up for the day.
You should just wait and see what comes the rest of the day.
You know what? There might have been someone out there who cranked their radio when they heard Frank Sinatra, and they were like, oh, they're coming back from break. I better turn it up again.
Yeah, and now they're really having a good time on the highway.
Dangerous times.
Yeah, but the good time that's really happening is right here at the studio for the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I'm Ag Director Bridget Riedel. We are joined today in studio by Haley McLeod. She is brought to us by
Cass County Farm Bureau.
Thanks for being an Assistant Ag Director again.
Yes, absolutely. I enjoy it every time, and I'm excited to be here all day for the Spring Farm Show.
You're a 3-timer. Not everybody gets that.
Yes.
You must have done well.
Yes, I hope so. I've had a lot of fun.
One of our presenting sponsors is Landmark Companies. We also have Mosaic Company, Peterson Farm Seeds, and Dynamic Cropping Systems. Zach Morberg is joining us in the studio with Dynamic Cropping Systems as our Hall Precision machine. All right, we've been visiting a little bit about drones. We're coming back. We've also need to talk about more of your product lineup. But Hall Precision, Dean, when you reached out to me, and one of the things we started talking about was 3D printers. I first saw them shown at Big Iron 2 or 3 years ago when they were talking about how this could be impactful on the farm. So what are you making for people? Why are farmers interested in having you do the work or buying 3D printers?
It's just kind of the sky's the limit when it comes to this.
Okay.
A lot of the time, Scott, he'll come up with something that, I can't find this, I can't buy it, can we make something to fit in here? Just like this here.
Okay, so we're holding this up on the live stream. What do we got?
It's a funnel that's going to be used for changing oil in tractors. It gives you full visibility to get through, to get all your bolts out, to take caps off.
Off the bogey wheels.
Off the bogey wheels. Okay, so what we're doing is we're putting that up there so that we aren't losing everything below it, whether it's on the concrete floor or in the dirt where you're working.
Correct. So it doesn't just, because there's like about 5 bolts that hold the cap on, and you got to take those 5 bolts out. And when you pop that cap off, there's no ring behind it, and so then all the oil just comes out.
Yeah, gushing.
And then it'll just be down into the bogey wheel or runs onto the ground. Versus here, you can just slide this in there and drain it into a catch tank of some kind, the old hog pan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So. Okay, when you're printing, that's one item. Show us the other ones, and then I have questions about like the time to print, etc. Hold them up high so the camera gets them.
Yep. So this is actually a machine part out of aluminum that's anodized black, and this is a mount for an R-Series Bobcat. Just goes right up underneath the informational center. Nice rigid mount. It's not going to move around, fall off like a suction cup.
So it holds your phone up there.
Yep.
Did you say it's aluminum?
This piece, yes. This is machined aluminum.
Okay, so
and this is the piece that we're making.
Oh, I see. So we've got 2 different parts on there because I was going to say, how are you 3D printing aluminum? Now I want to know more, but hold on. That's another show.
It is possible.
Yeah. It's possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
The technology's come quite a long way. Stainless steel is kind of the most common to be printed or sintered. But yeah, that's kind of the technologies, the things the way we're going, and price points are kind of coming down on that stuff, but there's a lot more involved in that process than, say, a standard 3D printer.
It's no longer just plastic.
No.
Okay. Because that was the question one of the morning hosts asked me today was, well, okay, you can only 3D print in plastic, and you could be replacing parts. Like for Zach, for drones, right? He could be using a 3D printer for the work that he does in his custom spraying business.
Correct. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with the 3D printer, but one of the I think misconceptions that people don't understand about a 3D printer is you have to have some design knowledge, some capabilities of drawing on CAD to tell the printer
precise measurements.
Correct. To be able to make that part. Mm-hmm. There's lots of parts that are on the software that comes with the printer that are just generic pieces that you can make, that Haley can make, that he can make, that those are the things that you can make on the general public can make. If you don't have any drawing background in CAD, You're like, for me, I can't just go to the printer and say, hey,
do this.
I want this made. That does not work.
So I am a tremendous rough carpenter. I also break a lot of things. So if I bring parts to you, can you literally take the measurements off of my broken pieces and build something that I need?
Absolutely. I mean, that's something a machinist has done for centuries.
Right.
Turning back to blacksmithing, always it's somebody's got something broken, you need to come up with a solution to it. So yes, if you give me 2 pieces of a broken shaft or a valve block or something, I can definitely take that, or a piece of trim off your car.
Sure.
Take that, we can measure everything out, and
this is durable.
yes. Well, there's so many different varieties when you come into plastics.
Okay.
I mean, there's some materials that have the same qualities and strengths as steel. So the technology and all of this stuff, it's still evolving, but it's just amazing what you can do with this.
All you classic car nuts out there and classic tractors who need little things made, this is another fit for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you drop something by and we'll redesign or reverse engineer and bring it back to life.
For you, you have the 3D printers. Are you a sales and distribution point for 3D printers for other people as well, or you want them to bring the pieces and parts to you to do the work?
We'd prefer that the parts come to us to have hands-on with it.
Yeah, because you've got the experience, you have the know-how to do that.
Yes.
Okay, so that's just one thing when we talk about 3D printers on the farm, because I think they are fascinating and a change up. When we talk about drones, to many that's still very new as well. That's like a new fabulous piece of technology. I heard Zach saying that we have improved so much. We're looking at now we've got drones that can have a 20-gallon payload. They're flying with LiDAR. We can cover 70 acres per hour. When you're doing that, how many people do you need to run an operation on your custom business so you can get to that 70 acres an hour?
All depends on how much you want to get done in a day, is what I'd say. We got a lot of guys now that are only running one person per trailer, and we also sell skids for the bed of a truck. So you can just lift your drone up in there, go around, do some puddle jumping.
Okay.
We've got guys that are running 3 to 4 guy crews on over $100,000 trailer setups that are getting thousands of acres done in a day.
Oh, that's excellent. And those, if you are you using the swarm approach where you're using multiple drones yet at that point?
So we aren't able to swarm with EA Vision drones. We're not able to swarm 2-3 drones on one controller, but we do fly 2 off of our setup.
Okay. And you can, when you're flying those 2, you're flying the same field so nobody gets confused about what's going on with tank mixing, et cetera.
We have to split the field between the 2 controllers, but yeah, we are. Then the drones will read us how many acres we have left, how many gallons we need to finish the field. So it's all really simple for our chemical guys.
Coming into this in a background of agronomy and et cetera, I'm a pretty big stickler about nozzles and spray coverage. And so what are you covering when you're doing your custom work? What do you have for nozzles on there? And are they the atomizers? Are you looking at what we do on a traditional ground rig where we're using flat fans or AIXRs or anything like that?
So we use rotary atomizers.
Okay.
All it is, on the J150, it's a little disc about, a third of an inch thick. It has 2 layers to it. There's just a bunch of little holes on the outside of it, and then on the inside there's a bunch of little knives almost. They spin at anywhere from like 2,000 RPM up to like 36,000 RPM. So with that, we're able to achieve up to a 500 micron droplet, all the way down to a 10 micron droplet.
How do you feel about coverage? Because there's that long time argument, who does better, ground versus aerial? I feel like drones fit right in between that. What have you had any concerns, especially in like a fungicide market, where folks have asked about the coverage options and how well it's doing?
If you know how to set your specs right, coverage is great.
Okay.
With the drone not having a fixed boom width, we have to play our variables. The 2 biggest players in that are our height and our speed. With the J150, I typically run about 35 feet wide at 30 miles an hour on fungicides. We've seen great results with that. For herbicides, I might knock it down a little bit just to make sure it's perfect. But you have to, height, speed are your 2 biggest variables. And with that, the LiDAR really helps out.
Where's your area of most of focus? Are you looking at insecticides, fungicide, weed control with herbicides?
We've done all of it. Last year was a lot of fungicides. Around us, we're starting to see a little bit of tar spot and southern rust. If you go south of where we're at, they were starting to see it pretty regularly. The year before that, it was a lot of herbicides, being it was so wet out at the beginning of the year. We did a lot of rescue work, especially in the heavier ground.
And I like coming in if I'm going to do a later season fungicide application where I'm not going to be trampling crop. That makes a big difference versus being able to do ground rigs. And as you said, even when it's wet, you can still get some coverage out there. You don't have to wait for the ground to dry out like we've had to do in traditional systems. So I see this as a good fit where everybody's complementary to each other from between ground, aerial, as well as the drone applications. When we return, we have more conversations to have with our groups in the studio today. Again, we are joined by the gentleman from Hall Precision Machine. They have 15 plus years of experience in precision machining and so much more. And then we're going to continue talking with Dynamic Cropping Systems. Zach Morberg is with us as well. So we'll be back with our farmer entrepreneurs. Thanks for joining us for the WDAY Radio Farm Show right here all day until 5 p.m. And for those who are watching on the live stream, I'm sorry you don't get the musical interludes that we've been getting.
Those are an on-air exclusive.
It really is. But if you want to watch, because there's always good things to see. I mean, I got visual aids here from Hall Precision Machine. So where can they be watching us today, Dawson?
Yes, they can be watching us on YouTube, Facebook at Acres TV, and our own, you can listen in at 701-293-9000.
Yep, send us those questions on our phone line. Thank you to our supporting sponsors today, Landmark Companies, Mosaic, Peterson Farm Seeds, and Dynamic Cropping Systems. We're joined by Zach Morberg with Dynamic Cropping Systems as well. We swapped out our assistant ag directors for a little while. Dawson came in. You've got some questions. Where would you like to start?
I have some questions for the precision side of things. And so I was just curious, like, how autonomous is your operation?
Are you talking about drones?
Yes,
okay,
drones. Sorry.
No problem. You can see him. Not everybody can. I just had to interview that or interject that. You're good.
So our drones, you have the option to do fully autonomous flight. So the only time you'll ever need to touch a controller is mapping out a field. After that, you can just set the controller down, do whatever you need to do. It flies itself, lands itself. You just need to click take off once it comes back. Or you have the option to spray fully manual as well. We have a manual mode that will keep your height, your speed, and your gallons per acre.
How adjustable is that? Like, what is the benefit of doing the manual versus not doing doing off fully autonomous?
It all depends on your operation. If you're spraying a lot of, I don't really know what you'd use a manual flight for. I use it for cleaning up some field ends. If I map a field a little bit too shallow, I'll just go and do a manual pass. But 90% of the work we do, 99% of the work we do is just an autonomous flight.
Is there any sort of implementation that they're looking for like see and spray?
It's hard with our nozzle type. I'm sure somebody's looking into it, but it's hard when you're covering 30 feet with one nozzle.
Yeah, of course.
There is something to the effect, though, that when you are doing your mapping, and some of the software systems can map heavy weed pressure in certain areas, and then that allows you to build literally a variable rate plan so that you can go out and hit those like old tree rows or old fence rows. And so I think that's where some of it's going to come along, is through the software systems that you're going to see where it already is starting to do some of that mapping for you and bringing things in. So that may be an answer to your question too.
Yeah. What kind of area, like where have you guys been working out of? Like how far west do you go? How far east do you go?
The farthest west we've gone is right around here in Fargo.
Okay.
We've gone... Staples is about the farthest east we've gone. We've gone up north about 40 miles, down south about 40 miles. That's really our area. We've got customers. We've sold drones all the way down into Wisconsin, all the way up to the border of Canada and into North Dakota.
You know, we've been talking about the hardware part of things, but all of you as entrepreneurs also have what I would consider your liquid assets, right? The things that you do that go in those spray tanks that make a very big difference. And so for Hall Precision Machine, you guys have been using the Spray Tech lineup. And what attracted you to bringing that into your operation about Spray Tech?
Well, the biggest thing that attracted me to it was the ease of use. I have hired help, I have H2A workers, and just the simplicity of it. You know, we cleaned up our spray trailer. We took out 3 265-gallon totes and 2 totes and 1 pallet full of bags. Everybody knows what those 51-pound bags are.
They're AMS.
Yeah.
And dry AMS is a lot of handling material.
Correct. And so with this product, we took out a drift control product, we took out a water conditioning agent, and we took out the AMS bags. And we could replace that with a 1.25 gallon jug at 3 ounces on Liberty. I mean, I was skeptical in the beginning.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I hear it all the time.
Snake oil.
Yep, snake oil.
Oh, yeah, I hear it all the time too.
Doesn't work. Oh, there's no way you could put all of that in one product and make it work. Well, I'm here to tell you it does. And actually, when we did this, it was actually cost us less dollars per acre than all of the other products.
As a farmer looking at your return on investment, that makes a huge difference in time your labor costs, but then also what the actual additives are costing you going in the tank.
Correct. And you just got the added benefits of the deposition aid, all the emulsifiers, all the things that come in spray tech in that it's crazy.
Okay,
and also the safety factor of it.
It's huge.
You're not carrying around those big bags anymore. Somebody cuts it open. Now you got AMS all over the trailer, dumped outside. I mean, it's just a lot better product.
For those curious, AMS is ammonium sulfate. We use it particularly in products like glufosinate, which is Liberty glyphosate. We use it in our water to make sure that we get great plant absorption and spray coverage. And so here's my example of a great reason to look at a product line like you're talking about with Spray Tech. And that is, I literally had the call from a farmer friend in South Dakota last week. Actually, it was his wife because he was too mad to talk. And he was, they're looking at doing some burn down, right? They're ahead of us down there. And he was looking at adding ammonium sulfate into the tank. It was dry.
Yep.
It's cold well water. It was not going into solution. He's trying to run a 3-inch fill line on there. So you're getting all of this water gushing in. Nothing's going into solution. It basically looks like it's caking on the top. He was pretty mad. And so I started asking the questions. So you're using dry AMS? Yes. Why are you using dry? Well, it's cheap. That cheap just cost him 7 hours of plugging and frustration.
Yep.
Besides the downtime.
Absolutely.
So that's where something like Spray Tech comes in, because you are able to, and you guys have proven it. You used it on your farm. You're able to say, this is why it's important for me to use it.
And that's one thing that I will stress is that I'm not going to use something on my farm and try and sell it that doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I'm not a pushy person to go out and sell this. I want the product to sell itself. And so that's kind of the stance we've taken. And I mean, it's also a tank cleaner. I mean, it keeps things in solution just unbelievable.
Things in solution don't kick up your nozzles.
Correct. So has anybody sprayed atrazine?
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you that we spray atrazine, and this product, it would get stuck in your booms.
Yep.
It would get caked on the walls of the tank.
Stop 2-3 times to clean filters out in the field.
Atrazine is a clay-based product, and just understand that you're putting a clay into water.
Correct.
That's what it's going to do.
And this product keeps that in solution.
Along those lines, dynamic cropping systems. Zach, you've got a product line looking at liquid fertilizers that you guys are using, and Greg Johnson has been patiently holding and listening all this whole time. He's a little bit of your expert in that product line. Greg, I would say that you maybe are in agreement with our discussion here about why those liquids go into solution better and why they deliver more power for what you're trying to get.
Yeah, absolutely. Morning, Bridget.
Hi, Greg.
Yeah, no, we carry a line of products that basically helps with all of that, and that's what we've been doing here for the last 4 or 5 years in Minnesota, North Dakota, and in the last year or so, we were given the opportunity to help develop a group of leading retailers, I guess, and kind of get into the distribution part of the world, and so that's what we've been doing. We've been going out and setting up leading ag retailers to bring these products to market.
And dynamic cropping systems is one of those leaders in the marketplace. What are some of the products that you are working with them in regards to?
We carry a line. We work primarily with 4 companies, and most of those, and literally all of those companies, work with the nanotechnology realm, where we're taking loading up nanoparticles with thousands and thousands of molecules of active ingredient, whether it's nutrients or whether it's crop inputs, and bringing them into the plant more quickly and more efficiently. Where we're able to carry a huge payload of molecules into the plant and basically protecting from loss and seeing a higher return on investment, because we're on the weed side we're helping as far as getting more active into the plant and a better kill that way, and then on the nutrient side we're using that same technology to get more nutrient molecules into the plant quicker, more efficiently.
Well, as we continue this conversation, we'll be back with Greg and also with Zach Morberg, because we want to see how does that run through the drone, right? Has that made it easier in what you're doing for application and so forth? And we still have more questions to come, not only for dynamic cropping systems, but also for Hall Precision Machine, where we've been talking about 3D printers, spray tech technology that's being used on the sprayers, and we'll be back.
Amazing song choice, Bridget.
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Did you have to look who Neil McCoy was?
I won't admit to anything, but maybe.
As your radio mom, I can see the look on your face. You didn't know. Thanks, Addison. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us here, folks. We are the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I am Ag Director Bridget Riedel. I'm joined in studio by our Cass County Farm Bureau Assistant Ag Director for the day.
That's me, Dawson Malkowski.
All right, Dawson, you came in. There's some questions we want to ask. So as we near our top of the hour time frame, launch into your question on what we're talking about as far as right to repair.
Yeah, so we were talking about right to repair and how like 3D printing really changes that when you can manufacture your own parts and kind of change that. I was just talking about how my dad was ordering a fender for his new tractor, and he had to wait for 3 months for something, and now you can change that dynamic, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can come in and recreate that part and do it in a timely fashion. Where I don't know if anybody's ever had problems with John Deere having back order on something, but in our
Never
experience,
heard of it. Never heard of it.
I'm not just going to point the finger at John Deere. I'm going to say anybody.
That's all manufacturers.
Yeah, it's just behind delivery. Never heard of her.
Doesn't matter whether it's a Chevy, Ford, or Dodge. Just to throw them under the bus too.
Right.
So yeah, have you had any problems or kickback from John Deere at like knocking on your door saying, "What are you doing, making all these parts for us?"
No, we haven't had anything like that. I mean, you've got to make some really big waves, but this could be the little current that brings it in there. But I mean, most of the time, it's kind of helping out your neighbor kind of thing. I'm short and I'm down. Can you help me out? Can we get going? Yes.
Yeah, even if it's a temporary piece.
Yes.
Okay. Because you have so many different substances that you can be printing with too.
Correct.
It's not just because again, I was fascinated when we talked about maybe aluminum.
What kind of capabilities do you guys have?
So the two printers we have, we got one that basically does a 10-inch cube, and the other will do about a 12-inch cube. So that's kind of our capacities on that. If we go anything else, or depending on materials and what makes sense, a lot of the times we'll just put it into the machine shop and make it out of steel and get you back in the field.
Any guesses how long it took to print that funnel?
Hold that funnel back up so we can see it on the
one day
on the live stream. Yeah, the time that it takes, and you can have some size constraints.
Too high?
You're high.
You said a day. How long did it take to print that? I'm in for 3 hours.
I'm going for 6.
15.
Oh.
15 hours.
Okay.
So it's not a fast process, but it's a process that you can do in-house.
But it's precision.
Correct. That is very precisely made.
That's a lot quicker than the 3-month wait time.
You are correct. I mean, talk about what we were talking about downstairs with what they're making. There's some stuff that's been made that's going into space.
Yeah, there's some.
I'm sure.
Yeah, there's some printers and material capabilities. I mean, NASA engineer you can send it up in space.
And they could probably make it in space, so they don't have to wait for the shipping
They just take a
time.
printer with.
Just take a printer with.
Zach, can I just send a drone to deliver it? Would that be easier? How are those capabilities?
Not quite there yet.
When you look at the technology that's happened, and we've talked about the changes you've had with drones over the last few years, what do you think is that next step that you're going to see in your business, whether it's with the drones or even with the product lineup that Greg was talking about, where you can deliver more impact to the plant in using some of these very excellent delivery systems, these new novel modes of action? Not there yet?
No, I'm kind of lost me on that question.
Well, I'm just thinking, what do you think is going to be the next big jump that's going to change for you as far as drones? That's going to be an improvement.
More nozzle types, more likely.
Yay!
Our distributor, AgriSpray Drones, is working on software to where you can create or 3D print your own nozzle types and then figure out your RPM off of that to run whatever droplets as you want.
That's outstanding. All right. As we are starting to get towards the top of our hour, so Zach, run through everything you've got. Right, you've got a great website. You've got a lot of product line. We heard just a little bit from Greg Johnson, who works with you on the distribution of some of your product development when it comes to what you're spraying in the field. But give us a rundown of what's happening at Dynamic Cropping Systems for your business.
So we're Channel Seed Pros. We sell liquid fertilizer, Chemical, we have the distribution side with Nano Yield and Navano Pure. We've got our drones, our spray drones, our EA Vision J150, J70. We've got a series of handheld drones. We've got trailers, bed skids, spray trailers, our 350-gallon tanks with generator mounts to go on the bed of your truck. We've got auto steer solutions. I think that's just about it.
So, ultimate farmer question here. I need you to spray right now, probably 3 hours ago. How quickly can you get to someone when they make that phone call to Dynamic Cropping Systems and need you in the field?
Depends on how much work we have lined up.
Sure.
But normally we operate within about an hour and a half of us.
Okay, so you can get around to them geographically and make those calls and say, how soon I can get to you, kind of thing.
Yep.
So as Greg Johnson has joined us, and again, he works very closely with you guys at Dynamic. Greg, what is your one thing that you're saying everybody needs to think about going into the 2026 cropping season?
Well, right now we're dealing with a product that the next thing coming up in our line of work is pre-emerge herbicides, and we've got a product, and you're an old chemist, Bridget, and
poison peddler, I'm sure.
Poison peddler from way back. So we have been really cognizant now of this pH of the spray solution. We've got a product that will lower the pH of the spray solution, also replace ammonium sulfate and surfactant, with the pre's coming up, I've looked at most of these pre's that we spray in North Dakota and Minnesota, and most of them want an acid pH. And so if one of the things we can look at right away is to make sure we're getting the maximum efficacy out of these products, and they're lasting as long as they possibly can out in the field. I mean, a product that, some of these products, if they're sprayed at a 9, some of these herbicides, if they're sprayed at a 9 or 8 or 9 pH, their half-life is literally minutes, and we can turn that into days with just making sure that water is at the right pH going into it. So
excellent.
So that's
points.
something to keep in mind.
Thank you. All right, Dean, Scott, last things on Hall Precision Machine. What should folks be thinking about before we go to spring?
Well, yeah, it's we got crops to get planted, and I guess we look forward to working out with everybody. And if you need some products from us, feel free to reach out to us. Check out our website at hallprecisionmachine.com.
And get to you fast if you need things printed before we go to the field.
Absolutely. Nuts, bolts, hardware, air compressor.
Is there a phone number?
701-427-5078. Or you can check us out at hallprecisionmachine.com.
Folks, it's been a pleasure having everybody in the studio today. I hope you had a little bit of fun.
This was a blast.
It was a great time.
Zach's like, I don't know, don't ask me about cover crop, but we can talk drones all you want.
Yep.
All right, folks, when we continue, we'll be talking livestock. We will return.
Love the sun choice.
It actually sounds so nice and calm considering all the things that we have been doing in the background today here at the WDAY Radio Farm Show. We are on all day until 5 o'clock. For those of you who are going to start calling at 2 o'clock asking where Jay Thomas is, he'll be on tomorrow. Okay, so instead, today is all day, all farming.
I'm going to give everyone a heads up now. If people start calling in and asking, where's Jay? Where's Janae and Ron? I'm going to block the phones. I won't deal with you.
But you can't, because people might be calling with questions at 701-293-9000. That's our phone line today. And we are going to be using that phone line just in a short moment, as well as you can be following us on our live stream. Haley, the live stream is?
Yes, you can follow us on live stream on YouTube, Facebook, and Acres TV.
All right. And so the reason I say we're going to be using that phone line is we're going to hold off on that gift card. We're going to do a giveaway on what's all shaking over there from 3M, Dawson.
Yeah. Yes, so we have a Farm Rescue Bush Light hat. Who doesn't want that? I know. And then some safety glasses and some painter's tape.
Nice. Okay, so that we're going to be doing as a giveaway right now. Addison, prepare yourself. This is going to, caller number 5 is going to take that. And you are going to send me a message when we know who our winner's name is. And then we will make sure that gift of 3M products, thank you to 3M, by the way, will be downstairs at the front desk that you can pick that up as our winner. So caller number 5 is going to be taking away a 3M gift bag today.
It's your lucky day today.
This is our hour we've been waiting for. We're going to talk livestock, because when we did this show last fall, we did not get quite the opportunity to do that. And so I have with us today 3 experts in various prospective areas. The first is Josh Alsager joining us in studio. Josh, do you want to give a quick intro of yourself?
I'm 5th generation on the ranch, and we've been feeding cattle and raising cows for 100 and some years, but now we got in the meat business. So that's kind of taking another step to the side, I guess, from us. So
how many butcher shop locations right here in the metro area?
We got 2 in Fargo here, one on Veterans by Costco and one on 52nd by Sweet Shots.
And one more out of town?
One more in Breckenridge, and our kill facilities in Audubon. We also have retail there.
You put on a lot of miles hauling cows.
We do. Yeah. Too many.
Somebody else who puts on a lot of miles just taking care of cows, that's Casey Heenan. He is with the South Dakota Cattlemen's Association. And Casey's got some experience with feedlot management, et cetera. So, Casey, care to introduce yourself, just a little bit about your history? There he is. I think he's got voice now. There he is. Go ahead.
Am I working?
Yep.
Little delayed, maybe. But yeah, with the South Dakota Cattlemen's Association, and then I also manage a commercial feed yard here in central South Dakota.
Casey, thanks for taking the time today. I know how important it is for you to be keeping an eye on things. And lastly, we have Greg Hansen with Hansen Agri-Commodities. Greg joins us every Friday at the 1:20 mark, where we talk about, during Weather and Ag in Focus, commodities. Today we're going to talk a little differently about cattle. So, Greg, would you care to introduce yourself and your business, please?
Well, my name is Greg Hansen, and I'm with Hansen Agri-Commodities. We have a consulting business. We help farmers market their grain and livestock and make a marketing plan that'll be unique to the individual's operation.
Okay, I have probably the longest list of questions for all of you that we will never get through all of them, but we're gonna take a start here. All right, and this is probably the most asked consumer question that anybody's got. I'm going to start with Casey and get the other perspectives as well. Every consumer keeps saying, "Why is my beef so expensive?" Guy with feedlot experience, Casey, is it expensive? Are we priced right? Where's it going from here? Oh, we're working on him. Okay. So, Josh, I'm going to take that to you for a moment until we get Casey's technical situation fixed.
Yeah, I can try to answer that, I guess. I think the beef is priced probably where it should be. It's probably been light for the last however many years, just because everything else, inflation-wise, the dollar isn't worth as much. So you gotta. There's so many input costs in the cattle business, and it just, the cowboys haven't been making any money for a long time, and now they finally are. Where now the feedlots are kind of struggling. I know it's hard for us to buy cattle and put them in and hedge any type of profit or even a break even right now. So it kind of has switched from, back over to the cowboys the cow-calf guys are finally paying some bills and upgrading some equipment. And now it kind of has to balance a little bit, so it's good all the way across the board.
Sure is a nice feeling.
Yeah, if you're a cowboy, it is.
So Greg is a guy who's been helping so much with commodity marketing. What's your take on all of the situation? Where do you think things land?
Well, I'm going to do a little more big picture overview.
Mm-hmm.
There is a long-term 7-year cycle in the cattle market, and it just goes with we build the herd and then we reduce the herd and we build it. And it goes back decades. But the one thing that really happens when we had that drought, 3 years ago, in the southern plains, we saw all of these animals come off the pasture. There was nothing to feed them. They all went to feedlots. And, our cattle producers are great at taking care of their animals, but they also know that when corn was high priced, when you had $6 corn and you had no grass to feed and you had a hard time finding hay, you don't want those animals to suffer. You got to get rid of them. And so what we did during that whole time frame is we got rid of not only, our feeding stock, we got rid of a lot of the cows and a lot of the replacement heifers. We couldn't afford to feed them, and that just compounded all the problem we have. So that it really goes back to that, because of that bad drought a few years ago and high priced corn. The ranchers couldn't afford to feed them, and so they sent them off to the feedlots, and that put us really in the position we're in, and we were already contracting anyway. So I think that's really the reason why we are where we are. Is beef fair priced? I mean, I'm a broker. I'm a commodity broker. Supply demand 101 says, we'll go to wherever the fair value is. I will agree that, 5 years ago, beef was cheap, but there was a lot of it, and so now beef is high priced. We don't have as much. And, supply demand will tell us, do we need to raise the price? Do we need to lower the price going forward?
We're going to watch what that looks like, because I think more than just one person has their eye on it. This is probably the greatest question I get on a daily basis, is what's happening with beef pricing. And also with supply, some of that impact with what we saw, over 1 million acres burned in Nebraska on a wildfire. There has been a rumor out there that we're going to run short of cattle at some point. So that's really going to slow down processing later in the summer of 2026. We're going to visit about those things when we return. We will do that after we get a quick news and weather update, and we'll be right back. It is not every day that we get to talk about cows right here on WDAY, but today is the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I'm Ag Director Bridget Riedel. Thank you for joining us, myself and our Assistant Ag Directors, Dawson and Haley. Thank you guys for being here. Compliments of
Cass County Farm Bureau. We're both very happy to be here and thankful that Cass County Farm Bureau is willing to sponsor us to spend the day here talking through this farm show with you.
So am I. And we had a winner on that giveaway for 3M. Did we get his name?
Yes. Arden, caller 5, was our winner. So your prize is ready at the front desk here at the WDAY studio.
More prizes. We messed up in the first hour and forgot to give them away. So we're going to do some of those today, right here in this hour. Okay. We are talking livestock, particularly beef. We've got Josh Allsager Meats, Casey Heenan with South Dakota Cattlemen's Association, and Greg Hansen Agri Commodities, who are joining us. All right, Casey, I want to ask you this question. I'm going to pose this to be a little bit different. There is a rumor that has floated out there that feedlots are literally going to run out of the right-sized beef animals to process for consumer consumption at some point this summer. Okay, what's your take on that? Is that even possible, or will we just see a bit of a slump at some point in the processing? What do things look like?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question because I think we haven't seen the value of the gain, meaning sheep feed and the value of animal, be so far apart in a very long time, if ever this far apart. So the industry, we're making cattle bigger to get our break-evens down as big as we can, and the market says to keep feeding them. So I think what the retail side is going to have to figure out is how do we get that larger cut of meat to a plate. There's risk if you're cutting a thinner steak and it's getting overcooked, you're going to have a bad consumer experience. So I do think that is a challenge, but I know there's restaurants out there you hear of taking a ribeye and taking the cap off and just serving the center to get the portion size down. So I do think that'll be a challenge. These carcass sizes continue to grow, and especially the southern plants are struggling to kill carcasses that big. So definitely going to be a challenge on the retail side.
Josh is a guy with the retail side. What changes are you seeing, if any?
Well, we source some beef too, and we're seeing a lot of cover, a lot of fat cover, fat cap on it. So there's a lot more waste, a lot more trim, if you want to say that too. The cattle are huge. I mean, I've heard we're up 10% on cattle weights, right? I mean, we're down 12, 14% on cow numbers, but we're up 10%. So I mean, it's almost a push, for meat. So I mean, yeah, the portion sizes or the ribeyes are bigger, but I think the appetite's still there for them.
Literally,
I think,
figuratively,
yeah. I think with spring on its way, I'm hoping the demand stays strong like it has been the last few years.
We are entering the summer grilling season, and that's what people look forward to. Now, Greg Hansen with Hansen Agri Commodities, when it comes to what folks talk about with imports, do we think that imported meat coming into the U.S. is going to dramatically impact our supply, considering the low numbers on our cow herd? What does that look like from your perspective?
Well, we always import some meat, but it's usually low grade. It's like fast food burger kind of meat. We import and we export. So when we export, we're exporting the high cuts. And so if you're gonna export something and then import something, that's the way to do it. Is export the high value added cuts that are worth more, and then bring in the low grade stuff that you can blend off into the fast food burger market. So I think we're always going to see some of that. We don't want to take that good, whether it's a good roast or it's a good steak, and have to grind it for fast food market. So I think that's not going to change necessarily. The question comes more down to just do we have domestic supply for the, not so much fast food, but that restaurant and that home market. And like I said, with the grilling season coming up, this should be the good time for the packing industry, for the feeding side, as far as that consumer demand, and what does all of this higher gas price and everything else going on in the world do to that? I mean, time will tell. But I don't see where we would stop exporting or stop importing all the meat. But here again, it's low grade stuff we're bringing in.
Casey, as a guy who's got a lot of feedlot experience behind him, this is a bit twofold. There's a lot of discussion about bringing in beef from Argentina or Venezuela. Does that put much impact onto what you see, at least at your level, that it's either easing the supply, helping with demand, lowering price? Does it really overall affect us tremendously, or is it just a little bit of a help?
I don't think it overall affects us tremendously. And touching on what Josh says, and I think the consumer is going to like that higher cut of meat, and he's having to deal with a lot of trim. Interestingly enough, yesterday the select boxes went premium to the choice. So that's telling us we've got a lot of fat in this market that we've got to get rid of. So I think importing that leaner meat and blending it off with some of our trim, it probably helps keep our prices down a little bit. When it comes to the feed yard aspect, if they're importing meat and using it to blend with that extra trim, I could argue that it maybe helps us sell these bigger cattle. If we didn't have that ability to do that, there is some concern that you could start seeing some dockage on these bigger carcasses. So I have heard of that. We heard it last fall that took place. They were docking some bigger carcasses, and it wouldn't surprise me on some of these grids that we're going to see that again.
Speaking of the grid, what is that? Okay, so I've been around livestock my whole life, beef and dairy. And I'm no genius at selling livestock. I'm super good at killing your weeds. I sort of suck at marketing your grain and then probably marketing your cattle. But what does it mean when people sell on the grid? I don't always understand that term.
Well, I think from a feed yard perspective, number one, we sell 99% of our animals in the cash market on a weekly basis. We don't do a lot of gridding. A couple reasons for that. If you're selling in the dress market or a grid, a lot of times you're paying the freight, and depending on your location, that freight can sometimes, your premiums don't offset the freight. But I think what producers try to do is they're trying to capture that value of the better quality animal. So when that choice select spread is $15 to $20, which we have seen here in the last 12 months, it probably pays because you're getting paid for the primes, you're getting paid for the upper choices and the CABs. In a market like this, I guess I haven't studied a grid recently, but I would have a hard time believing that a grid is that much premium over the live market, just where the choice select spread is. But in essence, they're just trying to capture the quality of that carcass.
Josh, from your perspective as a grower, or as a producer, do you think about the grid very often in your production and your marketing?
We do. We use the grid at our place quite often. We sort everything that goes. So a lot of places will be all in, all out in a pen. And we sort for loads. That's just our size, and we can. So, we don't feed on days, we feed on condition. And so that's how we do it. And it, like last year's closeouts on 25 cattle, we were 15 to 20 higher in the meat. That was our premium. So where, you got to have pretty consistent cattle. If you're feeding a lot of up and down cattle, or you don't know where they came from, things like that, then you're taking a risk. Or if you're going to feed them heavy, you get killed on the fives, things like that. The deductions will kill it. But if you keep them kind of consistent, and then I think it pays on our end, I guess. But recently with the spreads being different, it's probably a different story.
Fair enough. Greg Hansen, a listener question that I got this week was, do you see an uptick in forward contracting in beef because of what's happening with current higher prices?
Boy, I would hope so.
I would too.
We went, people don't realize this. Because we're at what? Futures today are at 233, 234 on the board. 6 years ago, we were below $90. It's a long time ago. And people are saying, oh, we're never going to go back there. Well, never is a long time. I've been advising people, if you can lock in a profit, what are you going to do about it? So I would hope that people are doing something as far as risk management, whether they're selling on the grid, whether they're just selling cash to their packer, whether they're hedging it on the board in Chicago. I would think if you're not, there's a lot of money on the table, a lot of money at risk. There could be a day they pull the rug out. So I guess my advice would be, I would sure hope they are.
All right, folks, bottom of the hour news is up and coming, but do not go anywhere. We want to continue this conversation here on the WDAY Radio Farm Show, brought to you in part by Dynamic Cropping Systems, Peterson Farms Seed, Mosaic Company, Landmark Companies, and we'll continue to visit with Josh Alsager, Casey Heenan, and Greg Hansen after this. I only picked this because I love the tagline. Can anybody guess it before it finishes? Tom T. Hall. Who's going to feed them hogs? You're all like, I knew it. I heard it. It was coming, right? Okay. Welcome to the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I'm Bridget Riedel, Ag Director. I am joined by our Assistant Ag Directors today. I have Dawson Milkowski and I have Haley McLeod, brought to us by the the Cass County Farm Bureau. We have a little giveaway, so you're going to want to light up those phone lines and be caller number 7. And that is going to be a phone number of 701-293-9000. Josh Alsager, what would you like to give away today?
We'd love to give a $100 gift card away.
Okay, and where do they got to go to get it?
It'll be on the desk at the Veterans location in Fargo.
Okay, so you got to go over there, go do a little shopping.
Yep, you can pick up your stuff right away.
And please anticipate spending more than $100.
Yeah, $100 minimum.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to need to see that go big. And once we get caller number 7, Addison's going to let us know who that is so we can announce that on air. Josh Alsager is one of the voices joining us today in our discussion about livestock in this hour. Also Greg Hansen with Hansen Agri Commodities, as well as Casey Heenan, South Dakota Cattlemen's Association. And so, Dawson, you were going to ask some questions on the break, and I wouldn't let you because I want you to ask them now while we're on air.
Yes, I was just asking Josh, how does he really see the effect of being on both sides of the coin with these higher prices? Like he's on the producer side and he's on the retail side. So how does that really affect you?
Well, I guess good question. On the retail side, higher priced meat is always easier for margins. So if 5% of $20 is better than 5% of $10. So when you're dealing with margins, that's it. The higher price is better. It isn't better when you're sourcing and when you're buying a lot of stuff because it costs a lot of money to hold the inventory, and just to source everything and interest wise, it's not cheap right now. And it's the same on the ranch side, on the feedlot side. It's just money's high priced and. Cattle are high priced. Everything, there's just not much margin in it for the feedlot right now.
Speaking of high priced inventory, Greg, I got a question for you. So speaking of in risk management, how does these high prices how does that affect you guys?
Well, we've had a volatile move here for a while. Volatility is opportunity. If the market just trades sideways, nobody makes any money. So we need the market to move up. We need it to move down. And the run up, I say, 6 years ago, things were tough. I mean, if you were a rancher, this was not a fun business to be in. Now, yeah, there's money rolling in, but it's all cyclical. We all know there's a day when we'll start to rebuild this herd and we'll start to have bigger numbers, and we're going to be looking at tighter margins as we move forward. And expenses, well, I don't care if it's grains, livestock, expenses never go down as fast as the cash side does. And so to me, you have to look at, can I make some money? And if so, what do I want to do about it? Do I think there's opportunity for more? Do I want to protect myself? When you look at the dollars involved, there is a lot of risk. And so risk management is I think, definitely something I don't care, livestock producer, grain producer, everybody should be looking at, how do I protect my bottom line?
Your question that you posed to Josh, Dawson, did you want to give that to Casey as well, or did you have one for Casey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Casey, of course, can answer that question.
You might want to repeat that.
Yeah, so with these higher dollar inventories, how does that really affect your management strategies? How does that really affect your management strategies?
Well, I think I'm echoing the Josh's comment about the ranchers kind of doing well right now, and tagging on Greg's perspective of having some risk protection at these levels. I think is super important. A 10% move on a 240 fat animal. That adds up to a lot of dollars. And
a
10% move in this market can be, that can happen in the blink of an eye. Flip side of that coin, you go back to August of it'd be 24. I've looked back at some cattle that we've purchased, and the day you buy them, you haven't been able to buy a winner or even a break even from about August of 24. So the flip side of that, those have all worked. All those cattle have made money because of the bull market and the run up in the market. you look at where we're at today, feeders relative to fats and relative to the cost of feed. You know, a lot of cattle in the sale barns, in my opinion, are a 240 to 246 or 7 break even against a 232 August board. So there's not opportunity to protect at least a break even. So you're kind of forced to do a couple things. You either ride the pony and whip it harder and hope like heck it keeps going up, or you look at some of the put options or LRP and protect a minimal loser and then just reprice yourself if this market does turn down to the downside.
Casey, question for you here to build on this a little bit. This came from a listener. Your thoughts on the JBS strike in Colorado, and with the wildfires that we've seen run through Oklahoma, Kansas, and especially Nebraska, we know that there will be herd numbers impacted. What does that make you think about with your experience with feedlots?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you we are very directly affected. I shipped quite a few cattle to Greeley, Colorado, and we actually had cattle scheduled to go, I think it was the 8th and 9th of March, that an hour after they were scheduled, they got canceled, and we're actually just shipping those cattle this week. So there's some continued feeding risk. Granted, the feed's cheap, so we can put more weight on, but a late day dead, something like that, with the value of these animals, it can spread when you spread a late day dead across the pen, the value of that animal can really bring your per head profit down. So I mean, I think that's going to have some impact. I do know that they are killing some cattle down there. They're not obviously running full shifts, so I think that's got to work its course. I personally think I thought it was going to affect the market more than it did when that news came out, and relative to that news, we've actually held the cash market pretty steady here the last couple of weeks. So I think that plays a factor. There's rumors out there that Fort Morgan Cargill might potentially be looking at a strike here in the coming weeks. So a lot of those factors. The wildfires, it displaced a lot of cows. I don't think, from what I'm hearing of people in Nebraska, I don't think it had a lot of impact as far as death loss, but it definitely displaced some cows. But with our dryness, you're seeing the hay prices increase very rapidly the last couple of weeks. And it goes back to what Josh said. If the rancher is not building money to the bottom line, there's no incentive to keep cattle back. With expenses going up, you're going to need some of those dollars to make things cash flow. So it might slow that herd rebuilding down just a little bit.
Listener question for Greg Hansen over there. Greg, any thoughts from you on what's happened with Iran, and does that have an impact on our cattle markets in any way?
Well, it's going to have potentially an impact on demand. Everyone's seen what gasoline costs are. And for someone who is just, filling up their car and looking, are you even paying attention to what diesel prices have done? Diesel's up over $1.
Yeah.
We can complain about where unleaded is, but diesel's up even more. So I think Mrs. Consumer has less money in her pocket because the gas bill's up to spend on whatever she's going to buy. And the grocery store is one of those places that you could see a change in. Are we going to, we know we like beef, and we've held this demand is held in longer than anyone thought at these kind of prices. But is this maybe the thing that tips Mrs. Consumer to buy some cheaper cuts? And you kind of have to wonder when you look at that choice select spread, is that going on? The other thing is, with high priced diesel prices, everything in every single store, I don't care what it is, grocery store, hardware store, you name it, it costs money to move that stuff into position. And so just transportation costs are going to go up, which is going to lead to more higher costs everywhere else, which means less money to spend somewhere. And, typically that could end up being groceries. So yeah, I think there's a definite impact coming forward. We don't know the overall ramifications of what it'll be, but, you would think anything that's a higher priced item, whether it's maybe eating out, whether or whether it's just changing the cuts we buy at the supermarket, they're all in play. So I would definitely think it's not going to help our demand. It could hurt our demand.
I think too often we forget that transportation is not free. It doesn't cost you just air to drive and get your stock over to your butcher shop in Perham, et cetera, right, Josh?
That's right. It's Audubon, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, Audubon. Excuse me. I apologize.
No, that's exactly right. And I just read something the other day that said that in February, Walmart was down 10% on ground beef sales versus last year, February, which I thought I had to read it twice because I didn't think it was right, because we are way up on ground beef sales. We're down on ribeye sales, so, our chicken, we source all our chicken. Our chicken, sometimes you can't get it for 2 weeks. So we're ordering 3 weeks out. I mean, it's some little things like that you wouldn't ever think would be short. You got to plan ahead for.
Absolutely. Things have changed as far as our supply demand situations and really our transportation as well. When we return, more questions for our roundtable discussion on beef production right now. Again, we have with us Josh Alsager as well as Greg Hansen with Hansen Agri Commodities. Josh is with Alsager Meats, and Casey Heenan, South Dakota Cattlemen Association. Thanks for joining us. Don't go away, because we continue to have great conversations. All of this is brought to us by Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farm Seed, and Dynamic Cropping Systems.
Bridget, I won't lie. I had to let the opening of this one play.
We're going to let this one run.
So I wouldn't consider myself a last-second prepper, but I was up pretty late last night getting all the songs downloaded and ready, make sure I had everything ready. I was listening to this at 3 a.m., trying to figure out what the opening was. I couldn't tell if it was an instrument or him singing. I couldn't figure out if it was some kind of weird harmonica or what. I still can't.
But it's still fun.
It's still fun.
What a great way to start out the WDAY Farm Show here. And we're brought to you by the Landmark Companies, the Mosaic Company, Peterson Farms Seed, and Dynamic Cropping System. And this hour, we've been talking a lot about livestock. And we're joined here with Josh Allsager from Allsager Meats, as well as Casey with the South Dakota Cattlemen's Association, and then Greg Hansen with Hansen Agri-Commodities.
All right. There were some questions that we wanted to start out with. One of them was, and I had texted Casey, I don't know if he saw this or not. There's something out there called the Family Grocery and Farmer Relief Act. Can you guys summarize that just a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was an act, it's pretty new, brought up March 2026, and it aims to lower grocery prices and support farmers by breaking up dominant meatpacking monopolies and curbing foreign ownership in the agricultural sector. So, Casey, what are your thoughts on it, and what do we know about it, and what does it mean for our beef producers here?
And if Casey feels like I'm putting him on the spot, I'll jump in. But you
No,
go ahead.
you're fine. I actually listened. I don't listen to a ton of podcasts, but I listened to one where they covered a little bit of this. But I think it's well intended, but I think there's a ton of holes in it. The biggest one that I see, and Greg can touch on this too from the commodity side, but there's a section called vertical consolidation, and what they're trying to do is they're basically saying the turned-in cattle, especially in the South, basically gives the packer a supply, right? So those cattle get turned in on a weekly basis. They take the Kansas weighted average price, and that's the price they get. So essentially they're vertically integrating by not necessarily owning those cattle, but they have the rights to those cattle because they're not even forward contracted. They're just turned in on the weekly market. But in that same section, there's a deal in there that says a meat packing company cannot buy more than 10% of its cattle, or 10% of its cattle in a covered feed yard. In the definition of a covered feed yard is 24,000 head or larger. So that feed yard can only sell 10% of their production to one packer. Well, I'm not a very good mathematician here, but when you only have 4 big players in the market, there's no way that works.
Right.
So I just think there's a lot of unintended consequences when it comes to some of this legislation. And I think we started on the beef market and why it's so high, and Greg mentioned supply and demand. The supply is tight and the demand is good. You're going to see higher prices. I think anytime we have our government meddle in markets and tell us how we can market things, I just don't think that gives the market the opportunity to find those high prices and those low prices through supply and demand. I think that's a analogy I use. If I have 100 pencils, but I tell you how you can sell them, it doesn't change how many pencils I have to sell and how many buyers there are to buy them. It just changes how I have to sell them. So I don't think it has a lot of merit. I haven't followed the bill. I don't think it's went anywhere, but I just think there's a lot of things that are going to adjust a market. If those got put into place, there's a lot of things that would adjust the free market, and I just don't think that would be good for us.
Is there anything that you think that they should add to it or change about it? Like what specifically do you think would solve or is there any strategies that you think would solve this problem? Or at least help it?
I haven't dug into it that far. I think when you really look at it on the surface, some of these things they're going to put into place is going to change the packing industry a lot. Well, if that changes the packing industry and they've got to either ship cattle farther, do different things like that, things roll downhill. So the beef prices are good, rolls to the packer. The packer right now they're filling their hooks with what we have for supply. So yes, we're not running full shifts. Yes, Greeley's down, but they could run full shifts and the cattle aren't there. Well, it's all going to end up flowing down, and eventually it flows down to the cow-calf guy. I think that's the way it works. So any more burden on the end product, I think their intention is to lower prices for the consumer, and I would be shocked if that would actually happen the way they have things in here.
Greg, have you noticed anything that you've been paying attention to in that Family Grocery and Farmer Relief Act. Is there any comment that you have follow up to what Casey said?
Yeah. My comment is something Reagan said like 40 some years ago. The one phrase that should put fear into anyone is someone saying, I'm here, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. There's good intentions, but it would cause a lot of problems. I agree that the cattle industry is too integrated in that way. I mean, we've lost a handle on trying to figure out what really is a cash market in a way. Competition's a good thing. So I don't mind the idea maybe of breaking these packers up a little bit. Give us some competition. But to, like he said, just specify if you're a certain, you just can't sell X to for so many things. No, it's a free marketplace. You should be able to sell wherever you want to sell. But if you could create more packing companies, more opportunities, get people bidding against each other, I think that would all be a good thing, not only for price discovery, but just, like I say, competition's a good thing. Get people to have to bid against each other, and it might even help the market somewhat. But I don't want the government dictating what I can do, what I can't do.
Josh?
Well, this is the first time I've really heard about this. So, okay. But I agree. I think the Big Four needs to be broken up a little bit. It's nice to see Aberdeen's close to us. I mean, they're a beautiful plant. They do a good job. There's a little one, 212 Beef, down in Minnesota. They were open, and they've closed now here lately. So, or they've slowed their shifts down dramatically. But it's nice to have the local source, local touch, and that's kind of what we touch on up here. So, I mean, if they could break that up a little bit and have a little more competition, I agree 100%.
I think this has been a discussion that is no different than if we were all sitting around a table at a farm show somewhere, probably in the beer garden, and learning from each other. I truly appreciate all of you giving your expertise, sharing your time. Josh Alsager Meats, Casey Heenan, South Dakota Cattlemen's Association, and Greg Hansen Agri Commodities. In fact, Greg will join me tomorrow on Friday at 1:20 during Weather and Ag in Focus, right here on WDAY. Stay tuned. Next up on the WDAY Radio Farm Show, we're going to talk equipment, and we'll be back. Oh, it is the Heavy Metal Hour. Those of you who are listening, whether it's on WDAY across the airwaves, or for those of you who are probably going to miss out on this, unfortunately, to our live stream brought to us by Lighthouse Commodities, that is Facebook, YouTube, Acres TV. The heavy metal music is actually done by one of our listeners. His name is Steve Bellow. He is a guitarist from New Jersey, and he literally sends us his original music for our bumpers for this segment for all of the machinery folks.
Oh, very nice.
That's called efficiency.
That's kind of fun. All right. So all of these voices that are joining me today, we're going to get some introductions here. So Haley, you want to kick that off for me?
Yeah, I'm Haley Buckles with Butler Machinery and Butler Ag here, located out of Cass County in Fargo, North Dakota.
And so then we have a plethora of Michaels have joined us today.
I don't know if I'm Michael number one yet.
I'll get you a thing number one post-it note for your shirt. Okay.
That'd probably match me pretty well. I'm Michael Frank. I am the lead agronomist for Precision Planting's PTI North Dakota farm out of Castleton.
You do not have a Western Cass County accent.
I don't. I'm originally from Missouri, so this is state 5 for me in the last 12 years.
Second winter?
Second winter. I think I'm acclimated because I was in a T-shirt the other day. So
Your first winter scared you?
A little bit, yeah. I never ran a snowblower in my life, so...
Hey, if you're running a research farm, snowblowers could be included.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, next in line.
Yeah, Mike number 2. 2 mics make it right. Just remember that. Is Mike Bushy at Purple Wave Auctions. I liquidate farm equipment, heavy equipment, basically anything with wheels, tires, tracks to be attached to it or pushed by it.
And it's all equipment. You're not doing land sales or anything like that, correct?
No, we stick with what we're good at.
Excellent.
Yeah, we're really good at liquidating equipment, so that's where we want to be.
Does Purple Wave, do you feel like you're a little bit new to North Dakota? I get folks that are like, wait, when I say Purple Wave, they're like the mattress company? No, that is not it.
Right. Little background on Purple Wave.
Yeah.
We started in Manhattan, Kansas, kind of a true American story. One of my favorite stories, Aaron McKee is our CEO. He's probably not going to like that I'm going to tell this story.
We don't have to tell
but
Aaron.
No, he's going to love it, actually. He'll pretend he didn't. He started out going to college, farm kid, really struggling to make it, wasn't wealthy, scratched up enough pennies to go to college in Manhattan, Kansas. And he would drive around in an old Toyota pickup, and he said, I always had to leave my end gate down when I picked up all this stuff from garage sales that I would put together. And then I would have a sale at the garage dorm, and it would be an auction. And that's how this company started, and that's where the purple comes from.
The rest of us had keg parties. This guy's holding estate sales.
Yeah, it was awesome. And I asked him, I said, well, what's the bit about the tailgate being down? That doesn't make any sense. He goes, Mike, I was so broke I couldn't put tabs on my pickup, so it hit him. So, yeah, and now we're doing really well, very successful. It's purplewave.com. And he's built something from nothing. So a true American story. It's pretty cool.
That is outstanding. Okay, and so to throw off the number of Mikes and Haleys I have with me today, on the end, we've got our...
Assistant Ag Director, sponsored by Cass County Farm Bureau. My name is Dawson Malkowski from NDSU.
All right. So before I even get into all of the other things with you guys, so Dawson, when it comes to equipment and machinery, as a guy from West River, North Dakota, when you saw this on their list, was there anything that came to mind that you're like, hold on, we're going to talk about what? Or any questions that popped up for you?
I mean, the best equipment that I prefer is the horse, but, I won't say anything. I don't think you guys sell those anymore. But
that is a West River boy if I've ever heard one right there.
We're going to talk horsepower.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's start off a little bit with planters. I was at Commodity Classic this year. There's some new and fabulous things as far as planters are concerned. Anybody want to highlight those? Do I want that from a Michael or a Haley? Do you guys want to talk about planters at all?
We can keep Michael on the precision side.
Okay.
I'm gonna divert all of those questions to him because he is the expert.
That's no problem.
But on the fence side, I mean, it's been a fantastic year. We're coming out with a new Optimum planter. It's a stack fold planter. It's something we're looking forward to. It's a new venture that Fendt is really getting into. We won't probably see that machinery around this region. Absolutely, it is right there.
I got the picture right here.
We'll see more of that down in our Kansas, Nebraska area with terraces. It's something we've never done, and we're looking forward to it. 55 to 150 bushel center fill capacity. So we're excited.
You've been keeping an eye on these things, Michael, Frank?
Yeah, a little bit. I've been getting more on the precision side, though. So,
yeah.
something I'm excited about, we're excited about, is the AeroTube that we've got coming out.
Okay, so let's talk about AeroTube for just a minute. And when you talk about AeroTube, there are folks that are like, really it matters the orientation of the corn kernel.
Mm-hmm.
But what did I read? That it gives you a boost of 10 GDUs when you place that kernel so point down, and AeroTube does that.
Yeah, it essentially orients that seed just below the meter itself to make sure you're typically embryo or tip down.
Okay. And just gives everybody the advantage when they're trying to pop that thing out of the ground. Sooner the better.
Yeah, I mean, when your radicle comes out, as long as it's not having to take a 90-degree turn to try and get back down in the soil, and the rest of the plant's doing the same, you gain those GDUs back that time. And we've seen from our data that that evenness of emergence rate, if you have plants that are delayed anywhere from 36 to 48 hours after their neighbor, you've just lost 30 to 60% of your yield potential for that plant.
Oh, that's going to change things. Before we talk, we're certainly going to talk about horsepower, not the kind that Dawson was thinking of, but we're going to do that when it comes to tractors, combines, etc. So to Purple Wave Auction for Mike, when people talk about all of the news, the greatest on the planters, etc., does that carry through the value when it's auction time? Are people looking for those technologies, or are they like, I want the basic planter so I can customize it myself?
Yeah, so we're going to get both. We're an auction company. We're not necessarily selling brand new assets.
Mm-hmm.
So what we would see if that new technology drops, we're going to see the older stuff come to auction.
Sure.
The replacements are going to come in, and we're going to get that liquidation. So that's what we would focus on. And obviously, we try to keep up with the technology in every field that we're in as far as auction. So yeah, it definitely raises our ears up a little bit to watch the market, see when that drops, and then we're going to approach those growers who are switching to that new technology.
Here we are, getting ready to go to spring. People are opening up the sheds. They're bringing out equipment. They're getting some work done. Are you seeing an uptick in something specific that people are calling about and saying, I need to sell this particular item? I mean, are we dragging out some of the older trucks? Are we looking at planters? What are kind of the favorite thing that when I need to right size my equipment line, this has got to sell?
Yeah, right now, North Dakota's waking up. You can hear the birds in the morning. It's just like auction. Once the birds start chirping, my phone starts ringing. People are getting things out of storage. We're seeing a big push in the construction side right now because that stuff mainly sits outside.
Yeah.
Our growers, we're keeping it inside. So I think once the mud goes away a little bit, then we're going to see an uptake in ag equipment. But right now it's a lot of calls. Hey, can I put this online? And I say, can we get pictures of it? And they're like, well, no, but I'll send you some in the shed. And I'm like, well, we gotta have some good stuff, So that's kind of where we're at in the ag community right now.
All right,
Are you guys particular on what color you guys sell, or?
No, we're colorblind when it comes to equipment. We sell it all. It's anything really that, like I said, and it sounds like a salesman pitch. My wife says that to me all the time. Anything with wheels, tires, tracks can be attached to it, pushed by it or pulled by it. That's what we sell.
She bought that salesman gig. That's why you're married.
It worked.
So
it worked. I'm still using it.
When we return, we're going to continue our discussion when we talk about heavy metal. But this type of heavy metal, well, it's all about machinery. We'll be right back. It's not every day that you get actual real heavy metal, not just the equipment in the field, when you listen to WDAY's Radio Farm Show. Bridget Riedel, Ag Director here, joined by Dawson Melkowski. He is one of our Assistant Ag Directors for the day. Haley McLeod is taking care of some other business for us here in the building. Dawson, we cannot forget that we have a giveaway.
Yes, we do. Sponsored by 3M. We have Super 77 spray adhesive as well as some fancy-dancy safety glasses.
We'll see if everybody remembers to put those on. We will probably do those as a giveaway here just a little bit later in the hour. So hang tight, because when it is time, we will tell you when to dial 701-293-9000. As we talk about equipment today, the heavy metal, you might say, we are joined by Haley. He's here with Butler Ag.
Absolutely.
We have Michael Frank from the PTI farm, and we have Michael, I always want to say Bougie, but that's not it. Bushy. I grew up down in South Central North Dakota where it's all Bogies.
You all right?
So I will slip. I apologize.
I have some crazy nicknames that I've gotten over the year. Everybody gets it a little different. I guess, it kind of depends on where you are. Are you far up in Canada,
right,
or are you down here, or are you in the lower end?
Yeah, I'm from the German-Russian territory where we can't speak, and I barely made the height requirement to get out of the county. So I completely get it. And Michael is with Purple Wave Auction. So, okay, Butler Ag, very familiar name in the region.
Yes.
Purple Wave Auction, a growing one. And when you said based out of Manhattan, Kansas, I now get the purple K-State. I get that connection. But the PTI farm, the what? Tell us more. What do you got? What are you? What do you do?
Well, we got a lovely short name. So it stands for Precision Technology Institute of North Dakota.
Okay.
So our PTI farm is Precision Plantings Research and Demonstration Farm. So we've had one down in the I-States in Illinois for the last 8 years. We also have one down in Argentina. And we thought it was time to come up here and try our hand at the northern climate and the challenging northern crops that you guys have. So.
And has it been a challenge so far?
Yeah, it's been nothing but a challenge.
And I say that laughingly because we actually talk a fair amount, and I know that there have been things that you're like, why do you people do that? And how?
Yeah, I'd say this is so. For the last 12 years, I've been a research agronomist in different facets of the industry. And so this is state 13 that I've actually done agronomic research in, and I just every day I'm just perplexed by the challenges up here with either the environment or the soil or just the crop diversity that's up here. So, but I enjoy challenge, so it's been a lot of fun.
And I'm glad to hear you can at least call it fun. That sounds awesome. All right, Haley, I got to go to Commodity Classic this year. In fact, I was in the Fendt booth during the VIP unveiling of the new Vario 1000.
Great.
Fabulous tractor.
Isn't it gorgeous?
I truly enjoyed that. So you said something earlier about the cab on that. What's changed?
So we are releasing the Fendt 1 cab with that new Vario tractor. So with that, you get a brand new seat, new terminals, 360-degree lighting, and you're going to have the option to have, I know everyone thinks, oh, tractor doesn't need massage seats. Yes, this tractor will have the opportunity to have massage seats in it.
I want to refute that massage seat thing right now. As someone who drives a lot in her pickup, I would take one in there. And if you're spending 14 hours in a tractor in a day,
absolutely,
I would take one in there.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know if that's showing up at auction yet or not, but that's a
probably
feature.
Not yet.
Yeah, not quite yet.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. We got some vehicles that sell that got all the goods. So, but I don't think we've had a tractor with massage seats yet. Remember, when you get one used, give me a call.
I'll give you a call.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the connection that people need to have, right? Is if you're not buying it new from Haley, you're going to be buying that on the auction from Michael because that's the right fit for you and your farm. My dad always laughed about the fact that, well, I'll be buying that 20 years from now. Well, maybe it's not quite 20.
Not quite. But that's what we have to do in this industry. All of us are looking out for our growers, and we're all looking out for what sustainability looks like for individuals in this region. And whether you're looking at auction, you're looking at new prices, or even used prices at a dealership. At the end of the day, the same goal is all the same. We have growers first.
And you are the reason that those things are going into tractors, planters, et cetera, is somebody asked for them.
Absolutely.
It wasn't just an engineer's dream.
No.
So what's something that farmers have asked you for in the equipment that you haven't seen yet, but's maybe a possibility?
There's so many things that we get asked about all the time, and we're fortunate at Butler to be kind of the forefront when it comes to our ideal combine. We were really a big forefront on a lot of the designing that went into it, some of the engineering. So most of our resources that we've put in for testing has kind of gone into our combine, and it's it's been great to see. One of the new things is bringing that Fendt 1 cab. Everyone's asking about that. Just got released into our 2-tracks.
Okay.
Into our 2-track tractors, and we're going to be seeing that here very, very soon. I don't have an exact release date, but I have seen renderings and have been in them, and they're pretty beautiful.
Well, for those who are watching on the live stream, and again, you can find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Acres TV under Weather and Ag in Focus, and our cameras have been zooming in on all of the tractors and displays that we've got in the studio, and one of them is that
That's
Fendt
the
combine.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what do you call it? Your Batman
combine. It's all black. When I was at Commodity Classic, I usually set my iPad to live stream on a steering wheel. There's no steering wheel in that cab.
No, there's not.
And so people at the studio, Addison's laughing. Tell the story.
Well, I'll let you tell it, but I remember when you first connected that day, and I think you were holding out your iPad initially, and I was like, just put it down. And you just started laughing maniacally. And you were like, there's nowhere to put it down. You don't understand.
There's no steering wheel in here. And that was the whole story, is people kept saying, well, why don't you just set your iPad down? There's no steering wheel. That's just one of the design positives.
It is pilot controls. It gives you full visibility into the feeder house and what we're actually bringing into the combine. And I tell you what, the first 10 minutes of driving it, when you get into a machine that size, 70,000 pounds with pilot controls, is different. But after that, it's really hard to look away. Michael, you might be able to speak to that.
I'd say I never realized how much, I guess, visibility the steering wheel was taking away.
Yeah.
We had one here 2 years ago, and yeah, you were essentially, it felt like you were floating above the feeder house, and yeah, I could just see everything that was going on. It was great. But yeah, it took a little bit to get used to, steering with your left hand. But I mean, it was an easy learning curve. I got used to it real quick, but it was comfortable. Really was. So
you're not leaning over, looking down, seeing what you're doing. You're just sitting back.
I know. I keep thinking about, can I get one of these seats in the tractor with the massage and get some wheels on it and replace my office chair?
Let's do it. We can do that. We'll write that down for engineering.
There you go.
Mike, when you see these things at auction, you're going to need a ride and drive for people to get used to them before they buy them.
Well, I come from a background of heavy equipment construction, and the first thing to hit the market with no steering wheel was road graders.
Oh, yeah.
And it really, just like the combine, it just opens up the entire front. You never realize. The biggest thing, I think, the benefit is, the vision, but more importantly, the posture, the ergonomics of how you're sitting. And when you're done in that piece of equipment, you walk out at the end of the day feeling a lot better. You don't even realize that you're hunched forward with a steering wheel looking over the top. So to what you guys are saying, yeah, it's a great advancement. We've seen it in the construction industry. It's good to see it coming into the ag industry.
What's your percentage of equipment that's farm versus construction at auction for Purple Wave?
Or probably 70-30.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, you're definitely got that higher percentage in the construction?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
There's months where that will flip-flop, but for the most part, we're really good in construction, and we're great in ag, too. Like I said, we're new to the Red River Valley for the most part. I've been up here for 2.5 years.
Okay.
We do a lot of ag in the Kansas, Nebraska, even South Dakota. So we're trying to get that here, but there's some stiff competition and good competition. So.
And a nice slow growth is controlled, and you can continue to build on that, and you build great customer relationships.
Yeah, and I like to be as extremely honest as I can when it comes to values of pieces of equipment. And, some people are like, it's worth way more than that. And I'm like, well, I don't want to have a bad conversation in 30 days. So this is where I think we're going to be.
That makes very, very good sense. So, Michael, Frank, don't worry, you can keep drinking. I won't ask you quite yet. Right. It's like I said, it's like we're in the lounge area after the farm show. When we talk about names of products, things that people aren't really sure what they are, let's start with one of them, because I always say we have to define what we're talking about in ag. And when I say AI, is it artificial intelligence, insemination, or active ingredients? So speed tubes. There are folks that are like, what is that, and what does that have to do with my planter?
Yeah, so speed tube is something that Precision Planting has that you can upgrade or retrofit existing planters that have, say, a wave vision or a different type of drop tube. But essentially, it's the device that carries the seed from the base of your meter down to the furrow. And as we talked about challenging weather in North Dakota, it's kind of hard to sit in a tractor and go about 4.5, 5 miles an hour. And so, speed tube, what allows you to do is actually go, I believe it's 7.5, even up to 10 miles an hour, depending on the crop and conditions. And, that's a lot more acres you can get. But also, too, what speed tube does is helps control that seed placement, keeping it even across the furrow. We're just throwing seeds down a tube. We're going to start having, changes in that seed-to-seed spacing, which is going to impact your yield at the end of the day.
There's more and more things that impact yield as we learn every year.
Oh, absolutely.
And the things that I remember asking a question probably 12 years ago. This whole discussion about soil health, is it going to stick around? And here we are, right? Okay, so, whoops, well, I'll pick up whatever that was that fell. I'll do that while we're out to hear the bottom of the hour news. And when we return, we'll continue our discussion in heavy equipment. We're talking with Purple Wave, Butler Ag, and the PTI Farm here in North Dakota. Be right back. It's heavy metal, or heavy equipment, if you will, and that's because we are talking all about equipment with Butler, Butler Ag, the PTI Farm, and Purple Wave Auctions. And there's lots going on here in the studio, all the way from a giveaway. Dawson, what do we have today for this hour?
Yes, we got some 77 spray adhesive as well as some safety glasses.
What color are we going to take to win that?
I think caller number 5.
5 is our winner. Addison will take those calls at 701-293-9000. For those of you in the farm shop, I don't know, there's probably never enough spray adhesive depending on what you're doing. And I really suggest you wear those safety goggles. The chances of that are...
You should wear them.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for
I don't want to answer anything else when it comes to safety. We're in the ag industry. Let's be real.
We're not taking names and phone numbers. I'm not your priest or your mom. Okay, question came in for you, Michael Frank, with the PTI farm. Why do you have a farm in Argentina? Why are you doing research there?
I mean, South America is a large competitor of U.S. ag too. So understanding their operations and challenges agronomically down there is important to us. Actually, what I'm excited about right now is my farm manager down there, Licha, is just now getting his sunflower data off for emergence.
Wow.
And we're doing sunflower plot trials up here. And so, we believe some of that data is actually kind of give us a heads up to find more insights for growers up here.
Is there a similar climate in Argentina to here? Like, is that why you guys picked Argentina? I'm just curious.
I wouldn't say similar. No, they don't get near as cold as we do, is where they're at. I mean, it's also primarily corn and beans, a lot of no-till acres in the region we're in down there. Again, it's a huge agricultural production area of the world, and so it just makes sense for us to be down there.
Absolutely. And I suppose I was just in Brazil for spring break, and we got to talk about how different their climate is with rain and all of that. So how does their rain affect how much what kind of things they can do down there?
I'm not too expert on the meteorology of that part of Argentina,
touché.
But like I say, it's relatively similar to parts of our Midwest here. They have similar challenges, similar crops. At the same point in time, there's very specific challenges they have. Their planter technology is also completely different than ours, but it's also very highly productive. And so a lot of those farmers are looking into those agronomic insights or solutions that Precision's been able to produce for everyone.
Think about the size of South America. Okay, because here we have a lot of parts of the country that we can double crop because we have enough growing season. There, they have 3. Right,
oh, yeah.
It covers so many different weather zones that they would, versus our double crop, they'd be able to do 3 different crops.
Even within Brazil alone, the climate difference, everybody thinks all of Brazil is able to do the 3 crops per year. That's not true.
Mm-mm.
There's only a small part of it that can, and then it's also there's some parts that are a little bit arid, and so you look from a satellite view and all you see is center pivots.
So this leads me to a question: is with Purple Wave. And I've got one for you, and I've got one for Butler here too. So for Mike at Purple Wave, do you see folks from out of the country coming in and buying specifically to take to that region? And then for Butler, after he's done, I want to know, are you designing some things, or do you see some of your equipment being purchased up here to move down there?
So currently, Purple Wave has buyers in 103 different countries. We move them all over the place. Mexico's a really big one, obviously, because they're right there. They'll buy some of the lower end things. And what we see as lower end is very high end to some of these other communities. Mm-hmm. We've even seen it where they completely disassemble a piece of equipment. I'm talking torches, cutting these things up and putting them in a shipping container and sending them overseas and rebuilding them. So, yeah, we see a lot of different buyers from all over.
And we see a lot of that, too, when it comes to our ag business, and we are fortunate to have a lot of relationships in the auctioneering world when we look at equipment that we take in on trade or equipment that we have that is designed, that we see in the region that we buy and say, oh, well, this will work better for us to sell this in this region, especially on our Caterpillar side. Like you said it perfectly. We see a lot of our machines sometimes go south. They go down to Brazil. They go down to Mexico. Sometimes they actually go to Argentina. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So, and a lot of other our OEMs at Butler are really big into farming globally. I mean, Horsch is one of our other large brands coming from across the sea.
Yes.
Germany. So they farm all over the world.
And they do some innovations that are slightly different.
Absolutely.
That because they build European mindset first.
Yep.
And that translates to what we're doing over here. Okay, a couple more questions, things that have been coming in here for you guys. Are farmers keeping planters longer based on current economics? So that's probably an auction type question. But then also for new equipment, Haley, are they putting more thought and effort into planning what they're going to put on a planter if they're buying something new?
We are seeing a lot of individuals when it comes to buying planter. That's your heart of your operation is your planter. So we see a lot of thought going into what's being put on it, what AGCO and Fendt are doing factory to give warranty with that alongside it for precision planting. You can retrofit. You can put precision planting parts on any planter. With that comes different warranty items. But with AGCO and Fendt, we kind of want to put the farmer up front and first with our relationship, and AGCO and Precision together. We offer factory warranty with Precision on our planter, which is really nice.
The planter pass is the most important on the farm.
Absolutely, by far.
Well, that you're not wrong about that. Okay, so when we talk about how long are people keeping equipment, what are you seeing as far as age of planters in particular?
On average, every growing operation is different. We see a lot of people that, like you said, it's the heart of their operation, so they don't like to change it very often, is what I'm seeing. It's like, I really like what this is doing. It's working for me. I don't want to mess anything up for the rest of the year. But when they do come, usually, they're fairly high hour or high acreage, I would say, and but they're great machines. That's the whole point, is building the relationship, finding out what our maintenance records are. Have they been kept up? Has everything been replaced that needs to be replaced? So, on average, I would say 5 to 8 years.
Those
would
maintenance
be
records,
a good average.
that is a great point right there, because you want to make sure that that's been taken care of well. That's probably where your Gold Star warranty comes in very highly with Butler equipment.
Oh, it's probably the pinnacle of warranty out there. 3 year, 3,000 hours, all maintenance is included, projected maintenance as well. We do inspections on our planters for when they do get to that time frame where they need to actually roll out of them. Everything is documented, it's all in-house, and it's all readily available.
And that way, because those are records that are being requested by a buyer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we post that with our listing, and if it's too much records, like where you don't want to clog the whole page up, it's just a link to my email, and I'll send you all the records.
Okay, so high horsepower tractors. You guys, we were kind of laughing and giggling on a break a little bit earlier about that. Are they a good buy right now? Is everybody still looking for the next big step in horsepower?
I think that's something that's never going to change. We like what you said. We were talking about it, earlier. I'm looking back at my old man farm, and back in the day, he said 250 horsepower was our big tractor.
Mm-hmm.
Now I take him out on the farm. I'm like, hey, this one's 700. This is 800. And he's like, I just can't believe it. But when we talk about, our soil, we talk about what we're growing. We are needing bigger machines to pull these larger implements, 80, 90-foot planters, to get more acres covered more efficiently. So to simply answer your question, yes, we will always see large horsepower be king, and they will always be good buys.
So I want to ask that from an auction perspective, but then also I want Michael Frank from the PTI farm to be able to say, what is the horsepower that's ideal for most farms?
Oh, that is a loaded question.
You think on that.
I'm glad you got that one. Yeah, you can never have enough power. It's the only time I would see somebody not want more power would be a weight issue.
Okay.
That would be it. Other than that, it's as much power as you can put into it is kind of, you're going to pay that.
The compaction. I'll let Michael answer, and then Dawson.
Man, thanks for teeing that up for me. That's exactly what's in my mind.
I was just going to say compaction's key for you.
As we see more iron on the farm and more horsepower, it's going to come with more weight. More weight is, we're going to have a lot more compaction in our pinch rows. They say about 80-ish% of your compaction happens on that first pass. And so it's going to start having conversations. Okay, what can we do to manage either our tracks through the field, whether we're going to go into some of the track type farming, or is there things such as our fence vario grip, where we can actually deflate the tires and spread that load out across the soil. That is really cool. I just activated on my tractor the other day, and just was driving across the shop, listening to the psst.
Yeah, so you can inflate, deflate. You can do it front axles, back axles, and you can do the duals independently depending on what you need.
You could also do the planter.
And you can do the planter.
You can do the planter, too, which is wild, because you look at those tires like, them things are going to roll off the bead. Like, they're just absolutely flat.
It's amazing.
No, I've never seen it happen. And it looks great. You can tell the difference in the tracks behind the planter, too.
Okay.
And that's some of the research we're actually doing at our PTI Pontiac farm down in Illinois is actually track management and what is that cost? Like how many tracks do we have going across the field of all of our different implement types? We have a sprayer, we have a tractor, we have a combine, the guy in the grain cart's driving right where you want him to all the time. What's that ultimately impacting our yield at the end of the day, and how do we collect that information, try and educate ourselves better?
Dustin, you had something you wanted to add there?
Yeah, over for Haley over there. How heavy is autonomy hitting you guys? Like, is that even a request that people are asking for yet, or how is that impacting you?
That's probably been one of our most asked questions in the last probably 8 months would be where we're going, what does our future look like? And we have come out, we have partnered with Precision. We have outrun systems coming out, which is going to be, autonomous tractor solutions. We are working on a lot of other variances of it. So it's going to become a forefront of what AGCO is going to be doing here soon.
So far, the award for who's had the most fun on air is going to this group. You guys have been having a ball in here, and I appreciate that. But we're not done yet. So we want to continue our discussion on equipment with Butler Equipment Purple Wave Auction in the PTI farm here in North Dakota. And we will do that when we return. By the way, our winner for our last 3M goodie bag giveaway is Tom. So, Tom, thanks for listening. We appreciate it. Stay tuned. I want to talk about DEF and what those changes in regulation might mean for each one of you and to our farmers. We so appreciate all of those sponsors who are a part of our day-to-day. In case you missed it, we were talking about Peterson Farms Seed, Landmark, Mosaic, and Dynamic Cropping Systems. Also, Cass County Farm Bureau makes sure that we have interns here for the day as our assistant ag directors. So thanks to Dawson and Haley for being a part of the day. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Cass County Farm Bureau.
All right. A question that I want to ask, and this brings a lot of emotion to our discussion. DEF, diesel exhaust fluid, diesel emissions fluid, whatever. It's the stuff that nobody likes and doesn't want to talk about. But now EPA is suggesting that there'll be a rollback on emission standards and not needing to use DEF, whether it's in over-the-road semis, passenger vehicles, and even farm equipment. And there is a loophole already for high horsepower farm equipment not needing DEF. What does that change for you as a new equipment manufacturer from Butler Ag? And then also we're going to talk about that with the auction perspective from Purple Wave.
Absolutely.
Who wants to start with that one?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Short answer, resale is not going to be good on DEF equipment. If
you keep the DEF.
Yeah. If it comes to auction and the EPA has rolled it back.
Yep.
you're not. It's not going to do as well as a machine that doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Currently, now in auction, we have certain customers that only look for pre-def equipment.
Yeah.
Because they don't want the issues. They don't want the regen scenarios where you got to park it and wait, or you go half power. So the short answer is, if they repeal the DEF machines, pennies on the dollar. And I'm sorry, nobody wants to hear that, but
it's the
I'm
truth.
not going to lie to you.
Yeah, because that is a question that farmers are asking right now.
I think it's going to be a unique avenue for our news side because of with regulations and OEMs and how much infrastructure they've put into, maintain DEF and design it to work in these higher horsepower tractors when it was law, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to be a unique avenue that the new market's going to have to figure out, and there's going to be some technology and maybe some different things that come out of it. Hopefully all good.
Yep.
But it might hinder maybe some new sales because there might be a little bit of uncertainty with what that looks like.
So, Michael Frank, I'm going to have you put on a grower hat for a moment. And that question is this. I keep throwing you all the toughies, right?
That's all right.
Okay. So think about it this way. This regulation happens right now in current administration. Next administration comes in and has a whole different perspective.
Yeah.
What swing does that put in your mind as a producer?
Oh, man, the good old yo-yo effect.
Oh, man.
We're
Which way do we go?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a hard choice because I myself is not a great big fan of DEF. It's another step on the farm. It's another, another thing that could go wrong or challenge. But at the same point in time, if I'm already set up for it and I'm operating with it, do I want a mixed fleet of with or without DEF? I mean, I don't know.
How do you keep track of all that stuff? It's hard enough to keep track of some of the other things.
I mean, like everything else, I think it's just going to have to come down to the value and ROI of what it is. Like, am I what's truly making me money on the acre at the end of the day?
Okay, that's fair enough.
I would say to write your congressman or senator and ask for a tax break on some of that stuff. That's the route I would probably go. Hey,
Sure.
you forced
That's
us
a good
to have
route.
it,
Yeah.
and now
you're
we
taking it
don't
away.
need it, and it devalued our equipment. Maybe write your congressman or senator and look for a tax break on
And
that.
we have enough problems going on balance sheets right now,
Mhm.
the way it is. We don't need one more hit to that.
Exactly.
And it's getting back to like when you're saying deleting these machines as an OEM and manufacturer for new equipment, I understand a grower when they say, "Oh, I want to delete this machine I just bought from you." I get that, but with that comes a caveat: if you delete it, the support side of the manufacturer getting involved if a situation does come up gets to be very, very difficult. Based upon warranty.
There's going to be so many different factors there. So this is something to watch and keep in mind.
Yes.
I mentioned that I was able to go to Commodity Classic this year, and for those who are watching on the live stream, I had a picture sent in that is me standing in the track of the combine that was on display in the Fent booth. I think that was a T9. I don't think that's a T10.
It might have been. It probably was an Ideal 9.
I think it's an Ideal 9.
Yeah.
The tracks are large. I mean, granted, I'm not overly tall, but those tracks are pretty tall.
I'm 6'2", and I barely go over the top of that drive wheel. So if that gives you a reference.
Yeah, that thing is impressive. So, and also I want to say thank you to Steve Bello again. He's one of our regular listeners. He sent us all the original music for our bumpers today. So when I talk about heavy equipment, I get heavy metal to go right along with it.
That's great.
As we near the end of our hour together, folks, I want to make sure that all of you get a chance to introduce again where people can find you and the things that they can be doing to reach out to you. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so I take care of all of North Dakota. You can get a hold of me on my cell phone, 701-317-3359, or just go straight to purplewave.com. It's really easy. Purplewave.com, straight, simple, sold.
Do you have an upcoming sale that we should be highlighting?
That's the beauty of us. We do 3 to 5 sales a week.
Oh, so definitely go to the website.
There's one ending right now as we speak.
You guys got to go. I got some checks to collect.
I've been watching my phone. It's a good day for auction.
All right.
It's a good day.
All right, so the PTI farm.
Yeah, so we're excited this year. We're really launching the farm and having public field days here the 14th to the 16th of July. So we'll be doing core principles of planting trials across corn, soybeans, spring wheat, sugar beet, and I'm sorry, not canola, sunflower. I got asked a million times to do canola.
I know.
But we're going to stick with sunflower. So, I mean, a great way to reach me is I'm out at the farm, PTX North Dakota, or I'm sorry, PTI North Dakota. I believe you can Google that now and see it. We're just outside of Castleton off of exit 328. Otherwise, you can reach my cell phone, 701-831-0756.
Nobody knows exits here. It's south of the beet piler and the ethanol plant.
Right there, first left.
Go to the one tree in North Dakota and turn left.
That's how we find these things. I wish I was even kidding, but I'm not. So, all right. So Haley with Butler Ag.
Yeah, I'm Haley Buckles with Butler Ag. You can contact me anywhere at 701-520-7338, and I oversee all of our ag sales for this Cass County region.
All right, so my last question is going to be over here to Dawson Malkowski. He's, again, our assistant ag director, one of the two today. All right, for him, he's a cattle guy. What's everybody going to recommend for a piece of equipment that he needs to buy? Take his checkbook.
I don't see any John Deere guys.
Yeah, easy.
Come on. That was a blow.
I could be a John Deere guy.
I mean, you are. You are.
I don't see color.
I mean, a Fendt is still green.
Oh,
I suppose.
You can,
I suppose.
yeah. We
aren't in the tractor long enough to need a massage tree.
We got a colorblind guy who's like, I'll sell you anything. We've got just a slightly different green in the Fendt. We can still get you where you want to be.
I can get you a yellow one still. Do you want yellow? I can do that still.
Oh, you know.
Well,
you're almost you're getting kind of to the rainbow too, because Massey's red. So
yeah, I got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, but did you hear this guy right away over here, Dawson? He's caught on to this farmer thing. Can you haul that for free?
Oh yeah, that's West River. What's load per mile? 0? Sure.
I just want to say thank you very much for all of you guys coming in today. We greatly appreciate it. For those who are listening, stay tuned. We're going to agronomy next. So we went from the equipment to put the crop in the ground to the group that's going to really put the crop in the ground and all the inputs that go along with it. So stay tuned for the continuation of the WDAY Radio Farm Show right here today. This is a little bit of a slower start. Addison thought I was trying to break his neck earlier when we went from Frank Sinatra, I Did It My Way, to Bachman Turner Overdrive, taking care of business in order to do our farmer entrepreneurs. So this is a nice, smooth start for this segment.
Wake you up like a little tonal whiplash.
Welcome to the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I'm Bridget Riedel, Ag Director, joined by Haley McLeod. Haley is one of our Assistant Ag Directors, brought to us by Cass County Farm Bureau. Haley's got a giveaway for us. What you got on the end over there?
Yes, I have a $170 value grinder kit with 11 different discs and 4 different wheels and 1 pad.
Okay, she's holding it up so we can get that on the live stream camera, brought to us by Lighthouse Commodities. For those of you who are looking to have some replacement in your shop before we go for your grinder before we go to the spring season, this is a great opportunity.
Yes, wonderful opportunity.
All right, they can be calling us on our phone line of 701-293-9000. What number winner would you like today? What number caller is the winner, I should say?
Caller 4.
Caller 4. And then Haley's going to collect that name from Addison, and she's going to make sure that it is downstairs for a pickup from one of our winners today. So thank you, Haley. I appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely.
The rest of the group in studio today, well, they're here to have a good time. This is the agronomy session, and we've got lots of great ideas in the room. Marcia, do you want to start with the introductions down on the end, please?
Sure. You want me to just introduce myself?
Do you guys want to just introduce each other?
Well, we could. That might take a while.
We won't say where we all met either. So, I am Marcia Van Leer. I work for Gowan Chemical out of Yuma, Arizona. I am the Northern Plains sales rep. So I cover northern Minnesota, all of North Dakota, and eastern Montana.
Awesome. My name is Sherry Cook. I work as a senior retail sales manager with the Mosaic company. We are a fertilizer company, strictly phosphates and potash, and I cover the upper Midwest, northern North Dakota, northwest Minnesota, and all of Montana.
I am Sarah Hall-Levis. I am an agronomist and a salesperson with GK Technology. We are a precision agriculture company that sells software and also creates maps to manage your agriculture data and create variable rate prescriptions of all kinds.
Okay. And
I'm Tracy Coombe. I'm the new agronomy manager for Peterson Farms Seed out of Harwood, North Dakota.
And you couldn't come alone.
No, I brought the real talent with me today. Carl Peterson's also online and happy to join us.
All right. So it is all about the inputs today, all of the things that we are doing to get this crop in the ground. And so as we think about that, I'm going to start with what are the things that are on your mind that you're telling growers right now? I'm going to give each of you that opportunity. What's the first thing that comes to mind as we prep for 2026 based on what we see for growing conditions, et cetera, at the moment?
Where do you want to start? I'll start. All right. So when I look at where do we start, I always say, and Sarah, you can back me up on this one, let's start with a soil test.
Yep.
Right? Before we do anything, let's see what we have.
Preach, sister. Preach.
Yes. What do we have in the soil? What don't we have in the soil? So it gives us the opportunity to get a snapshot of what we have in there, do a full analysis. Advice from Northwood and Benson, they'll preach that as well. So I would say that's the best place to start and then move on from there.
To that point, I think right now, the conversations that I'm having with a lot of growers, and I am in probably the busiest part of my season right now. Everybody's trying to get their fertilizer prescriptions together, their seed prescriptions together, and get ready to go to the field. And they want all that done before they get to the field. So it's the busiest time of the year for me right now, this minute. And definitely the efficiency of using inputs is on everybody's mind. Input costs are high. I know the commodity markets have gone up some, but certainly going into 2026, there was definitely some reservations about the profitability potentials for this year. And so making sure that we're being as efficient as we possibly can be with all of our inputs, I think, is top of mind.
And continuing to keep an eye on them throughout the season as we see things change.
Amen.
Tracy.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's really surprised me this year is just how late guys are waiting to make what crop decision they're going to have. I mean, before you can choose your fertilizers or anything like that, you got to decide where you're going to put your acres and make those decisions. So like you said, with those commodity prices that have been changing, I think a lot of guys now are just about to make some final decisions. Those fertilizer prices in the last couple weeks have been all over the board, so it's been a little bit interesting, but making sure when you choose your varieties too, you choose a good variety for those acres, especially as, you know, don't push your RMs too much, because I think we really saw that this last season too. So let's think back a little bit, and are we pushing our RMs too much? Is that frost going to come? We had that nice late dry spell that came in that really helped us finish. Otherwise, I think it would have been a really rough last fall if it wouldn't have been dry and really drug out a little bit.
Absolutely true. Okay, wait, before we go on though, you said RMs, and there's some folks that went, oh, what? Got to explain what an RM is.
Yeah, sorry about that. So relative maturities. Really want to make sure if you're thinking, you know, normally you plant a 90-day corn hybrid, where we've been seeing people push, maybe you're at a 92, 93, 94. Well, we keep getting a little lucky. At least the last few years has been going really well. But do we really want to push any more, or should we start thinking about tightening that up back to your more common 90-day maturity?
All right. Anything you wanted to add on to there? Because I see you all looking at each other. I just want to make sure before I go on.
Quick question.
Yeah.
What's seed supply like right now? I mean, on some of these varieties, you know, what's the seed supply like?
Are we talking corn or soybeans?
Both.
Okay. And then I've got a follow-up to that, actually.
All right. So, yeah, it's kind of all over the board. We've been hearing things of certain companies are out. We're very fortunate. We produce all our own seed at Peterson. So our supply overall, we have a couple of varieties or hybrids that are getting a little tight. But so far right now, we're sitting okay. I know we just took on sunflowers this year as well. And that's been a hot topic with a lot of people switching to that this year. Yeah, I think it's going to get interesting with everybody. You know, we got guys out west who are switching to corn who haven't done that, and people over here that are switching out of it to switch into sunflowers and try something new. Our sunflowers are very tight as well, just like with everyone else.
So interesting. This is a little bit for everybody, just what you think might be the case here. I constantly hear in ag media, well, we don't know what the swing acres are going to do. Okay, here's the reality. How many acres are really the swing acres on a farm? 5, 10%? Because you pretty much have a plan. You know what your fertilizers, you know what you bought. You likely have some of your burned down herbicides ready. You're already getting your maps for prescriptions. You bought some seed. How much of that is really in flux?
You know, Bridget, if I could just add to that, that is actually a really interesting point. We struggle all the time with some of our growers, especially earlier in the year, like last fall through Christmas time, trying to figure out what the crop plan is so that we can make the maps for the crop plan. And it's interesting because growers get kind of a little bit nervous about putting that out there. And you know what? Usually when you start with a plan, you might change a little bit, but you'll be surprised at how close you actually come to that plan at the end of the day. So it's okay. Make a plan. You can change. It's okay if you change. And even if you have a couple of acres that are in flux, I know when I'm making maps, I like to know if you're thinking corn or soybeans, hey, let me know that both of those crops are kind of high for the selection. I'll make both maps and we'll just have them ready to go.
All right. Well, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that our giveaway winner was Ben. He's taking home the 3M package that has all the grinder wheels on it. Then want to let you guys know that we will be returning in just a few minutes as we continue all of our conversation that is happening here. And I want to make sure to say a big thank you to our sponsors for today. Our supporting sponsors are landmark companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farms Seed, Dynamic Cropping Systems. Thank you to GK Technology and Gowan as well. And then I had a listener send me a message. Some of you may know Greg, ND Rock Farmer.
Oh boy.
He just wanted to know how in the world I could have found such a misfit group for this hour. I just want to tell him.
You are so lucky, Greg, to listen to us.
It could get, number one, it could get worse. Number two, it is Greg's birthday, so feel free to.
Oh, Greggy.
He's going to hear about this later.
I wonder if he's as old as the rocks at ND Rock Farm.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh.
We know Greg. He might be older. Okay. When we return, we'll continue talking about agronomy. Welcome back into the WDAY Radio Farm Show. We are so glad that you are joining us. Big thank you to our sponsors who are helping support this show today. We appreciate that from Landmark Companies, the Mosaic Company, Peterson Farm Seeds, and Dynamic Cropping Systems. Joined in studio today, Marcia from Gowan, Sherry from Mosaic, Sarah from GK Technology, Tracy from Peterson Farm Seed, and then we brought in the big dog.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to introduce Carl.
We've got Carl Peterson online as well.
When we talk about Peterson Farm Seed, he is the Peterson. All right. So
actually, I don't know if you can hear me or not, Bridget, but I'm only one of the Petersons. My wife Julie's been a full partner in this enterprise from day one, and I don't want to forget that because she's who kept the wheels on as we're starting to grow this thing.
That is exactly right. Julie has been an integral part. She's the other part of the Peterson, and in fact, we saw her on screen just a few minutes ago as she stepped into the room there. So we appreciate Carl joining us today. Okay, so
well, she was telling me I have to get on the phone line because I couldn't get my computer thing to work. So there you go.
All right. So some things that we want to ask all of you who are involved here today, considering that we have been getting these questions from listeners throughout the week. One of them is this, and hands up if you want to be the first one in on this question. More and more often, we're seeing a swap to soybeans planted before corn in this region. What do we have to consider when we're making that change? What comes to mind first and foremost from any of your perspectives?
Soil temperatures.
Okay, so Marcia even brought visual aids with today. So we've got a soil temperature probe. What are you shooting for?
It's not so much what I'm shooting for, I guess, on the soil temperature. Is just I don't like seeing soybeans sitting in really cold soils for very long, especially if they're not treated. I tend to think when we start seeing soybeans, they can't take the stress as much as corn seed in my mind. I mean, corn seed, it's a little bit tougher than soybeans.
Okay. Sarah, Sherry, Tracy?
I really think looking ahead at the weather, even if that soil might be close at like 48, 50 degrees, and we think, all right, we'll push it a little, make sure you look ahead, your 7-14 day forecast. If you're going to get a cold drink of water right after, not going to be good. So not just what the weather's like you said, to start off, but looking ahead at those weather forecasts as well, especially avoiding if there's going to be a huge temperature drop, a cold shot of rain, and like you said, I'm a huge proponent of seed treatment, and especially if it's going to go in early.
Well, and the other thing, too, when you talk about the long-range weather on that, the growing point on soybeans is right at the top.
Mm-hmm.
It cannot take a cold snap.
Or a frost.
Yeah, I mean, if it takes, if we get a frost, it gets down there, and now you're reseeding, which could be good for, like, the Peterson guys. Yeah, I mean, you guys would probably enjoy that because it's a little extra there, but...
No, we do not enjoy replants. And, of course, if you use our seed treatment, those are free, so those are especially not enjoyable because those get expensive. I think the whole idea of planting soybeans first is something that has migrated up from the Corn Belt that kind of started in the I-States with a few agronomists down there saying, hey, we're seeing good results. And I think that might make sense in those kind of conditions. What it doesn't really recognize is the kind of variability we have in this region, right? We're going to have a frost, the last day of May or the end of, first few days of June. That will happen, and that can be catastrophe for soybeans that are emerged. We've seen that over the course of time, and depending upon the stage, if they're in the cotyledon stage, they'll take a little bit. If they've just popped and those first unifoliates are just exposed, they're toast. And again, once they get a little bigger, they can come back. But I think that's an idea that's best left in the Corn Belt.
He makes a great point on best left in the Corn Belt because it's a whole lot different in North Dakota than it is in Iowa.
Yeah.
Because they can handle cool weather. They don't handle a frost, right? So there's a little difference there as to how much they can take and a lot less here versus other parts of the U.S.
Well, I'm going to let Sarah get in quick and then you, Marcia.
I think when we take a look at corn or soybeans, and there's a lot of great points that have been brought up here all along, regardless of the calendar day, I think we need to think about, are the conditions right? And, it's interesting as I do remember one year where there's a whole bunch of corn that got planted in my neck of the woods. It was probably the end of April. And then like the first week of May, we got a really cold rain, and all the corn that was planted, all of the ditches where the water ran, because that corn was so saturated and it was so cold, those ditches all died. And honestly, it wouldn't have mattered if it was corn or soybeans at that point. It would have just been detrimental to both. And so make sure the conditions are right for the crop that you're going to plant.
Marcia.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, when we talk about replants and stuff, I mean, look at what the sugar beet guys go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, I mean, they get a little rammy on seeding early. And, I mean, how many acres last year were reseeded because of cold or frost or whatnot?
Can I just express my relief in the fact that I saw everybody nod at the word seed treatment?
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Because it is far too often that, and I fight this battle with family. I will call you about this later, where I don't want to spend the extra money on it. But like you said, Tracy, whatever leaves your shed's got seed treat, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a given. And there's good reasons for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to get a higher yield than when the bag of seed first leaves. Everything from that point on is kind of just taken away from your yield at the end of the year. So why not? Overall, it's a cheap investment into your seed for that insurance, because you never know what that weather is going to do and how it's going to turn out. So your main diseases will hit quick, and if you lose that stand right away, you're in for a rough season.
When I worked retail, I mean, that was one of the things I always told growers. It's seed treat is cheap insurance. I mean, you're protecting right now. It's kind of like putting fungicide on wheat.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going out at herbicide timing. I mean, it's cheap insurance, and just unless it's the last field that you're planting and you don't know how much seed you need at the end. Okay, maybe I'll give you that one, but come on.
Yeah, I had, when I was independent crop consulting, I had a bunch of farmers that were, would ask the question, can I save money by not putting seed treat on? And so, we try it here or there, especially if it was a later planting year, because we thought, the soils are warm. We don't need it. And, it usually never worked out that well, to be honest.
Turns out a little bit more badly than you wanted it to. All right. The regular things that happen around here when it is not the WDAY Radio Farm Show would include the fact that there is actually an auction on the Big Deals page today. If you go to WDAYRadioNow.com, you can be bidding on, I think this is hilarious, the PXG Sugar Daddy 3 wedge set for you golfers. Custom fit to your swing, valued at $999. Bids are being made right now. Go check that out on the WDAY page.
I would, but I don't think it's going to help my golf game.
I can guarantee it's never going to help mine.
I'd have to start a golf game.
I really hope my husband's not listening.
I think I've golfed with all of you, and I understand completely why these comments have been made. All right, stay tuned. We will continue our agronomy discussion here on the WDAY Radio Farm Show.
a good song. And we are back at the WDAY Farm Show, brought to you by the Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farms Seed, and Dynamic Cropping System. And I'm Haley McLeod, the Assistant Ag Director here today, sponsored by Cass County Farm Bureau. And we're here spending the hour talking about agronomy. It's been a great conversation so far. To kick it off this section, do you think we are going to keep measuring crops on a bushel for yield, or are we going to see a switch to bushel or to dollars per acre?
Ooh,
we talked about this earlier this morning. Something I didn't really know that was changing here, but what are you guys' opinions, or what are you guys thinking of?
I think we're already doing some of that. We're kind of flopping back and forth, right? Where we talk about that price per acre, cost per acre, ROI per acre, right? And so I think we're already to some of that. I don't know if we ever get away from the...
You know, I had some interesting conversations with some growers last fall. Really interesting conversations. You know, it primarily when I'm visiting with these farmers, it's about trying to figure out how much money we're going to spend on fertilizer and where we're going to place that fertilizer or other inputs. And so what's interesting is up until this point, farmers have always gotten paid on yield, right? So you want to get the biggest yield that you possibly can. And starting last fall, for the first time, I actually had farmers coming to me saying, you know, I spent all this money on fertilizer and yeah, I had these huge yields, but by the time I got done figuring everything out, I really wasn't making any money on this because I spent too much on my inputs. Okay. I said, let's talk about that. You know, where is that economic yield? So the conversations that I'm starting to have from an efficiency standpoint with growers, it's starting to change from reaching that top yield to what's the economic yield and how do we find that? It's a very interesting start of a shift I think I'm starting to see.
Well, and I think the other thing is we're seeing more and more growers now understanding what their ROI is. When I was working retail, I mean, there was very few farmers that could tell me, you know, this is what I need to break even on this field or even on this acre. I had one grower that he was also, you know, a CPA accountant, so he could account for everything, which I saw his book. I was like, okay, I understand, you know, but I think as the newer generation comes into play, there's a lot more that they're taking into consideration. And that's something it's interesting when you hear the conversations between the kind of the old guard and the new guard coming in.
Yeah, I think too, there's a lot of opportunities where you can look at different whole farm packages. And so, you know, maybe some chemicals are coming off patent. There's brand new chemicals that are coming to the market. And as we look at maybe a downturned market for us from pricing standpoint, how do we play some of those, especially on a per acre or per field basis, right? Some fields, and it's kind of a pain to switch things out through your spray tanks or anything like that, but certain fields, if they're your high acre, you know, more well yielding fields, might pay to have some of those top treatments. And if you're struggling on some of your acres, that's where you might want to start thinking about maybe some generic inputs or something like that, and really, like you said, get down to the granular. I really think people need to start thinking about it from a field or an acre standpoint, not even from a whole farm return, because, you know, your farm from one side to the other can change so much.
Exactly.
I think Carl might have had something to say.
I'm the old guy here. Well, I'm the old guy here, right? And so I would say that, although this is my 45th crop we're going to be planting this spring, and sidebar, that never gets old. But we've been talking about dollars per acre my entire career. We've been talking about trying to hit the maximum economic yield. Back in the 80s, NDSU sponsored what was called Maximum Economic Yield Clubs, and there were quite a number of us that were involved in that. The thing of it is, on every acre, depending upon what that acre can provide and what inputs are required for that, it is almost always your maximum yield or very close to your maximum yield that is your most economic yield if you're not wasting inputs, right? Nitrogen over the course of time has been a huge issue with how do we manage nitrogen, and we don't really have the tools. Some of those things are just starting to come in with the digital age. Our entire company is premised on our mission is to help our customers raise their yields because we know over time that is the best economic path. I understand what Sarah was saying is like you don't want to waste inputs, and you don't want to try to raise 200 bushel corn on 100 bushel corn ground. So it's all related to context, but I still think the maximum yield that the acre and the conditions will give you will be the highest economic return.
It's always great to take a little bit of a chance to maybe, step back and take a look at what we're spending on a field basis. And it's really easy with the digital tools that we've got today to take those bushels from our yield maps and, apply those dollars and those cents into there, not only from the revenue standpoint, so you can figure out what parts of the field are actually producing greater revenues, but also what you're investing into different parts of the field from a cost standpoint as well. It's very easy to map those things out. And if you have zone management going on, you can actually cut those zones out and you can see which zones in your field are actually, producing more revenue or more profit and where maybe you need to be managing the efficiency of those inputs a little bit better. So there's always some opportunities in there, but that's a very interesting question that you pose, Haley. Very interesting question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that even though you mentioned it, that it's been here or it's maybe coming back around, times are always changing, coming into agriculture and things like that. Another part is you slightly touched on it. And if farmers are really understanding or including everything from their seed, fertilizer, chemistry to precision tools, are they getting better at knowing their actual costs of production? Do we think that that's improving more, or?
I think they are. I'm getting more in-depth questions at the grower meetings that I do. You hit it earlier. I mean, we've all hit on that they are. We've got this younger generation coming, right? I mean, we always see that turnover, right, from guys retiring to the sons or grandsons or nephews or whoever taking over the farm. But there's always a difference in mentality, right? And I think they're forced to be a little more in tune. Their bankers are asking for more information. Look at the seed varieties. Look at the chemistries, right? Everything is a little more detailed than what it was 30, 40 years ago. We don't just have Banville, right? Or we just don't have atrazine. I mean, we've got a whole lineup of things, and our genetics are so much better than what they were years ago, right? And let's fine-tune that fertility piece of it. They haven't changed as much, but do they need to, right? So it's a matter of being a little more precise, like exactly what you do, Sarah, making sure they're getting the right products, the right amount, in the right places.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think, too, it seems with this younger generation, it's not as emotional, maybe. I mean, there's still the love of the farm. There's still the family connection, the farming connection there. But they're also treating it more like a business. And they're willing to move their dollars around to where it's going to pay for what they need.
Absolutely. And I think that this conversation is going great, but I know we're going to go to a break here shortly, so we'll continue this conversation when we get back.
Here on the WDAY Radio Farm Show, we get the opportunity to highlight a few different things every hour. This hour, we're talking about agronomy. Thank you to landmark companies, Mosaic, Peterson Farm Seed, and Dynamic Cropping System for being a part of our discussion here, the things that are all going on in agronomy. Man, last segment already. I stepped out for a minute. You guys are fabulous. Thanks to Haley, our Assistant Ag Director. She is sponsored by Cass County Farm Bureau. We greatly appreciate her being here as well. All right, some of the questions that we have had coming in through the last week. Short stature corn. You know, the stuff that makes a great corn maze for kindergartners.
And Bridget.
Who's got it? What do we think about it? What do we change in our management strategy if we are considering short stature corn in the future? Who wants to start that? We're going to the fingers all pointed
person over there.
Oh, all right.
Fingers went to Tracy right away.
Well, so it's a trait that a couple companies are bringing forward. It's most commonly known in the industry as Precion corn. And man, that's changed so much. I bet I could have told you more about it 5 years ago than I could now. It started off as a normal just breeding trait that they were breeding naturally. Now they're bringing it in as some more genetic traits that are coming down the line with it. Not yet to our maturity. I still think it's going to be a few years. You know, down in central southern Minnesota, they're starting to see it and getting to demo it. Yeah, it's really interesting. They say with the shorter stature, you're able to get your sprayers through later. So hey, hopefully that makes it easier to get some more chemicals out later in season at like a tassel application. It's got a nice price tag.
Oh boy!
And just like any new trait or new product, right? And it's also, they say you're supposed to push your pop with it.
Okay.
So
I like the fact with short stature, like you said, we're going to, if we look at more late season fungicide applications, which we are weather pattern based, we're going to see southern rust and tar spot. I mean, we already got tar spot in 9 counties. It's coming and growing rapidly, pun intended. Yeah. Like I got that right in there, you guys. Does that make any difference what we think about when it comes to fertilizer? Would we change anything that we're doing for our variable rate work? I mean, just what comes to mind as you think about maybe going to this shorter stature corn?
I think all of it. I had a chat with Dr. Fred Bilo at Commodity Classic.
Yep.
And he did a presentation on the short stature corn. And they do a lot of testing with that down there. Mind you, it's Illinois, not North Dakota, right? And like you said, that we don't have a lot of early maturities up here. But he said the same. We're talking high usage of fertilizer. We've got much tighter population, so we've got more roots in a more concentrated area. So there's a whole nother set of dynamics that comes with that. Yeah, there's lots of pros, right? But we need to look at the whole package.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Carl,
go ahead.
There's several different paths, right? Precion is the one you hear the most about. There are many other genetic companies that are working on breeding stacks to bring the short stature corn. I think in our region, one of the biggest impacts will be on trash management. If you can reduce the amount of trash in the field, that will help farmers who want to go more to a minimum or no-till system. And then the second impact will be on the ability to manage your fertilizer in season. That's always difficult. It's more difficult as you go north. And as we get better precision tools to measure nitrogen in the field during the season and manage that better, that could definitely help us increase yields and reduce costs. So I think short stature corn is going to be exciting. I think it's going to take a while to get here, though.
I think that taking a while to get here is probably going to be something we got to think about.
I can help make the corn maze for the
kindergartners.
And Bridget.
Inseam of a garden gnome right here. Okay, interesting question that I just got from one of our listeners because I said, well, this is quite the interesting question, and his reply was, that's what I'm here for. This is totally off agronomy. And he said, from a consumer perception, have any of you noticed that it's easier to talk to folks in the industry because you're female? Do you get through the hard heads easier because you have a better perspective?
I've been in this industry a long time.
Sherry taught me a lot of things that I know when I was an intern.
Don't share it all because there's things that you shouldn't have learned that early, but that's a whole other story.
Before cell phones.
Yeah.
And social media.
I've always said, as a female coming into this, and this is years ago, when I can count on one hand how many of us were that active in the industry, that it maybe took a little longer to get people's trust, especially farmers, especially the older farmer. But once you got that trust, it took a lot more than your friendly neighbor down the road, young gentleman, selling.
Mm-hmm.
If you botched up, they were like, okay, well, it seemed a little more forgiving than maybe some of the guys. And it's like, once you built up that trust, they knew you were out for them.
Mm-hmm.
It took a lot to degrade that, right?
You always follow through. I warned every one of my customers. Just like when, as a woman is in the industry, I will remember deadlines, dates, questions. I will get things done for you. But just like your wife, if you make me mad, I won't forget.
That's right.
Amen to that.
And I'll remind you for years to come. Right?
You got that right. There's a list.
There's an I told you so. You should have listened to me in the first place.
I'd be curious what Carl thinks about this.
I find no benefit to commenting on that.
He's learned.
Yeah, he's learned.
Carl has had a tremendous group of successful women who have worked for him. Julie has been an outstanding mentor to many of them, so I think all your answers are in the positive, Carl.
Yeah, we have had a lot of great success with both boys and girls on our team, and we don't really differentiate too much.
As I always said, just do your job, do it well.
Absolutely. I think farmers, by and large, they recognize, and especially today, now more than ever, what a big job it is to be a farmer and all the characteristics that it takes to be a good farmer, and the number of people that they need to be surrounded by to help their operations be successful. And honestly, it doesn't really matter whether you're male or female. I honestly think that in today's world, farmers want to be surrounded by smart, hardworking people that are going to be solution providers for their farming operations.
You better be a resource, and these days you better be real good with a pencil.
Yep.
Everything,
Amen to that.
Everything's got to have a return.
I would add one thing though, Bridget. I've never had a dude make me a pie within a cake like you did. Here a few years ago, so.
I did that,
and that was quite tasty as well. So
thank you for being my taste tester. I appreciate that. All right, folks, thank you so very much for joining us today as sponsors, as folks in the industry with a wealth of knowledge, and to Marcia with Gowan USA. A quick website for you. What is it?
GowanCo.com.
Sherry Cook with Mosaic Company. What's your website?
CropNutrition.com.
Sarah Levis.
GKTechInc.com.
We have an app and a map.
We have a map and an app for that.
Tracy, how about over at Peterson Farm Seed?
Peterson.ag.
That's easy to remember. Thank you all for joining us. Have a fantastic rest of the afternoon. The WDAY Radio Farm Show continues in the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to talk about land and water management next.
Good one.
We roll on with the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Welcome to spring 2026. We're in our hour that's normally weather and ag in focus. We're still doing weather. We've been doing ag all day long. This is more of our land and water management hour. So lots of great questions. For those of you who have not yet had a chance, there's two things you can do on your computers and phones right now. One, you can follow us on our live stream brought to us by Lighthouse Commodities, Acres TV, Facebook, and YouTube. Two, you can go to the WDAYnow.com, or excuse me, WDAYradionow.com website for the giveaway auctions, the Big Deals auction, a PXG Sugar Daddy 3 wedge set. I don't know what that means. Am I helpful here, Dean?
I have no idea.
Okay, golf clubs of some sort.
It sounds good, though.
It sounds great. Custom fit to your swing, valued at just about $1,000. Bids are being made right now. Go on in there and start bidding away on the Big Deals auction page.
You know, I should know what that is because I know it would help my game. So
the last
maybe
group,
I should put a bid in on that for so I can beat Greg at golf.
The last group said there was no way that was helping their game. So none of them felt confident about it. So that's just how it's going to be. All right. Again, joined by our Chief Meteorologist, Dean Wysocki. We're also joined by Brian Feuder, Red River Retention Authority. Brian, good day.
Hi, Bridget. Hi.
Good to see you back.
Doing well. Glad to be back. I'm excited to see some spring come.
Dean?
Not today and tomorrow, but yeah, it's we're not done with winter yet, though.
We're not. We don't have 6 more months of it
anymore.
No.
No. We're seeing more and more signs of spring. That's the great news.
Blake Sunday, who's here with Landmark Companies, you would have taken a little bit more snow in, say, like February, right?
I absolutely would have. Yes.
He made mention of that. He was in one day and Dean was not, and he's like, you tell Dean.
I have a bone to pick with him.
Right. Oh, that was it.
And you put me right next to him. Thanks a lot.
It's okay. You'll be fine.
Ow!
Work it out later. So today, you know what? The ice melted off the windows, and it seems better out.
Yeah, it is. At least we're not worried about any precip here in the FM area. It's pushed south right along the South Dakota line from Dickey through Sargent County, Richland County, and south of Fergus. There's a little bit of light precip, but again, that's all moving east and southeastward. But it's a chilly one out there. We still have winds gusting over 30 and temps in the 20s, 25 degrees at the top of the hour, and wind chills are in the single digits. It doesn't feel like the end of March, and we're going to continue with the breezy conditions through the afternoon. We should see a few breaks of sun, but probably not till late in the day. Temperatures topping out right around 30 today, and then tonight we're down to about 10 to 15, and tomorrow we're going to see more sunshine, but still unseasonably cool temperatures, with temperatures only in the low to mid 30s. We should be in the low 40s this time of the year, but a quick rebound into the 50s for the upcoming weekend. And you know what? If we can get this garbage weather out of the way during the week and have nice weekends, I'm all for that. And then next week, we've got 2 storm systems, and then another one after that. So we got a pipeline of about 3 storm systems, one coming in Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. A lot of question marks on that one, but it looks relatively weak. It'll warm us up ahead of it, and then another cool air mass like this dives down behind it for about a day or two. Storm number 2 next week, unfortunately, comes right around the Easter holiday from Friday through that weekend. That one has a little stronger potential for measurable snow in the northern plains, North, South Dakota, Minnesota. So if you have any travel plans Easter weekend, you'll want to keep up to date on the forecast for next weekend. And then there's another one before the 9th of April. We'll have another storm system coming out of the Rockies. This is good news, though, for the Rockies, because they've had that big area of high pressure and heat dominating most of the winter, and now they're going to have some storm systems come into the Rockies, which will bring them some beneficial moisture, snowfall mainly, but that's good news down the road as that melts, because they have had one heck of a lack of snowfall across the Rockies this season.
As we think through what weather is going to be, well, that's going to be a big impact and part of our discussion today. But before we get to that, we want to say a thank you to our supporting sponsors, Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farm Seed, and Dynamic Cropping Systems for what they do. This hour also has our sponsor of Red River Retention Authority, so thank you for that. Dawson, one of our assistant ag directors, brought to us by Cass County Farm Bureau.
Cass County Farm Bureau.
Okay, so what are we giving away in this hour? We've got 2 different things, but let's just do one of them right now. What do you got?
Yes, we have the rodeo tickets for the PRCA this weekend at the Fargo Dome.
Okay, so 2 tickets.
2 tickets.
We're going to give them to caller number what?
7.
Caller number 7. Lucky
Oh,
number
gonna
7.
make Addison work. I like it.
Addison is taking calls. 7.
I've been working.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Nothing blew up at him today. He's safe over there.
No exploding fans
None.
today, huh?
I got
She
him
brought
a
me a metal one.
Yeah, so
That's even more dangerous.
Shrapnel. So call us at 701-293-9000. If you are caller number 7, you're going to the rodeo this weekend because Dawson said so. All right, as we have our discussion, first of all, Blake Sunday with Landmark Companies, you brought me a new toy for my collection.
I certainly did. It's pretty cool, huh?
That is phenomenal. I'm going to ask Michael to zoom in on that on our live stream. I now am the proud owner of a toy tile plow tractor, logoed up and everything by you.
Yep. Made by Braun out of Woodstock, Ontario.
That thing is fantastic. You can see it that the hydraulics move on the back end. You can see the little cylinder slide to move the actual tile plow up and down and so much more. So thank you. That is an awesome addition.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I understand there were some questions out in the hallway before we even got started. Do we start with that? Where would you like to start today, Dawson?
Yeah, so I'm from the west side of the state, and if anyone knows anything about the west side of the state, it is dry. So I was very new to the whole tiling situation and how that works, and so I was just asking questions, the basic questions of like how does tiling get put in, and so would you be able to answer that question? What is like a simple way to say that how the process of putting in tile?
So are you talking the design process or the installation process?
I think installation process would be a good start.
Okay. Typically, it's the tile plow machine like you've seen on a crew with a mini excavator, usually a big excavator, a dozer, which has got a winch on it to pull the equipment, and a tractor that's stringing your tile off. And then to start the project, you're either going to have an outlet, which, like I was explaining earlier, if you got a ditch deep enough that you can outlet into, you're just going to set your outlet there, hook up to that, and then you're going to plow your mains throughout the field, which is your big pipe. Once you get all your mains in, then you're going to come back to your outlet, and then you're going to start plowing all your laterals, which is like your 4-inch pipe for us throughout your field. And that's going to be the majority of your footage. So every time, depending on your spacings, 40 to 80 foot, whatever they are, every 40 to 80 feet, you're going to be digging up that main that you just plowed in and making a connection of 4-inch to it, and then plowing however long that line is in.
I need to jump in there for just a second to ask a question. Okay, so Brian Feuder, Red River Retention Authority. There are folks that might say that tiling adds to the flooding in the River Valley, which I know is not true. It's probably more of, from your perspective, more of a control method that really fits what you're doing.
Yeah, and we had talked a little bit out in the hallway there too with Dawson, and talking about drain tile. This time of the year, drain tile really has no effect on what we're adding to or taking away from, because the ground's frozen, so the tile is ineffective. During our summertime events, when we get a heavy rainfall event, that tiling does, it does drain that land quicker, but it doesn't really make a significant difference in the amount of water that is being added to the drainage that's leaving that area, that watershed area. And so we don't see major rainfall events over the entire basin. We're looking at smaller watersheds, smaller drainage areas, and so it is useful. And especially if it's does have some ability to store some water too in that drain tile if we need it.
Storing water is a big deal for this region, and there's some things that I want to talk to the both of you about in regards to that. And I know Dawson's got some additional questions. He's furiously making notes over here like it's his graduate study course. Okay, when we return, we want to continue with those questions, but first, the livestock markets from the American Ag Network. Congratulations to Greg Amundsen. He is our winner. Yes, I said your name because it's your birthday, and I hope everybody's texting you furiously. But he did win the rodeo ticket.
Happy birthday.
Congratulations.
All right, so we will be back after this. Well, so for those of you who grew up when I did, there was an actual, before he was a big deal, Garth Brooks, this was one of his songs, Alabama Clay. And I figured if we're talking about soil, land management, water, we should go with something that has a little bit of a soil in the title. Notice I said soil because friend of the show, Sarah Levis, would be like, it's soil, it's not dirt. It's a living thing, you guys. Remember that. All right. So many things going on here today during the WDAY Radio Farm Show. First of all, shout out and thank you to our supporting sponsors, Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farm Seeds, Dynamic Cropping Systems, and also in this hour, Red River Retention Authority. Speaking of the Red River Retention Authority, Brian, you mentioned before we started, you got a lot of things going on getting ready for next year as well, or this year and next.
Well, not just this year and next, but ongoing into the future.
What you got?
You know, we're constantly looking at what needs to be what needs to be looked at in the future. You know, right now we're not seeing the flooding issues that we have had in the past. We're not seeing these huge spring thaws, these runoff events that we've had in the past that have been so detrimental to our basin all the way from border to border. But you know, we're also thinking now, what about when the water's a little sparse or a little sparse? You know, what are we going to do then? And so we're talking about the potential of doing some sort of water supply. And so I've been working with the Red River Water Management Board in Minnesota and the Red River Joint Watershed Water Resource Districts in North Dakota, and we are working on a small group to come together and talk about water supply. As can we use some sort of a semi-permanent or permanent retention ponds to help offset some of the water supply needs that we have. And, you know, that would have to be additional retention ponds to what we currently have because we can't store something permanently in something that's designed to go up and down. So, you know, it's looking towards the future. There's a group of us that are going out to Washington, D.C. the week of April 13th.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go out and visit with our congressional delegates out there, some of the agencies out there to start opening up some of these discussions as far as what does the future in the Red River Basin look like. We've got some water supply issues that we need to address. We only have so much water in the ground, and if we keep drawing water out of that ground, eventually it's going to limit the amount of ag that we have, industry, and population growth. So
absolutely the truth. That sort of ties into, you know, with Landmark Companies. We've talked before about being able to recycle tile water. Can that be impactful? And this is probably a question for both of you. How does that help either one of you out? How does that help the farmer out?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys are, like I said, building those retention pond systems that they can store their water for when we don't have enough water because, like Brian's saying, even their wells are running dry sometimes. And if they're not running dry, they can't pull the water because they've already used all the gallons they're allowed.
Yep.
So there's both of those situations. But yeah, anytime you can store water, it's a big deal. I mean, the world needs a lot of water.
And I think, too, also along with that, we're looking at groundwater recharge. How do we get that water back into these aquifers to where we can make sure and ensure that it's clean and it's not contaminated? Those are some huge issues that we have to look at, and we don't have a lot of easy answers for that right now. And of course, we're sitting here on about 100 feet of non-permeable clay too, so that makes things a little bit exciting also. But
speaking of irrigation, you said that there was is that new technology that you were talking about with subsurface irrigation?
It's been around quite a while, but yeah, like I was explaining to you, Dawson, the project has to be right. Like it has to be very flat because you're trying to flow water back uphill in your pipes, if that makes sense. But yeah, so basically what you're doing is you're turning your lift station or shutting your outlet off in an outlet situation, and then you're filling that tank up with water to let that water backflow back in through your tiles and then leach out into your soil.
Brian made a comment in regards to the cleanliness of the water. And we talked about that a little bit earlier as well, is I know that when the water comes out of the tile, it's pretty clean. But generally speaking, your job, Brian, is to make sure that we have water well managed all around the area. And is what we have overall fairly clean? You mentioned a treaty we have with Manitoba.
Well, with the treaty that we have, we are required to monitor at the border nutrient levels as they're going across, and we are monitoring those. Both sides are monitoring that. We're not usually hitting our markers, our targets. We are seeing some increased levels as far as phosphorus goes. Our nitrogen levels aren't quite so bad, but the phosphorus one seems to be the worst. That's phosphorus, if you know, that tends to aid in the eutrophication or the aging of these lake systems. So Lake Winnipeg, with the algae blooms that they're having up there, the Canadians are quite concerned about phosphorus levels coming into Canada.
But a bright spot might be that tiling, especially when you have the sock over the tile, seems to help clean up some of that water. So maybe you're more of a water purification system in some ways. Can that be said?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. Like a tiled piece of ground that's not, say, 98% saturated when a rainstorm comes is going to soak that water in, where a non-tiled ground that's 98% saturated, when that rainwater hits, it's soaking up a very small amount, and then the rest is running off. And you know where all your nutrients are at.
Right.
They're not 3 feet deep. They're on the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go flowing with it is a lot of what we see.
That impact changes tremendously. I had a question come in about CRP. And, for both of you, I want you to think about this scenario. We may see the cap lifted on our CRP acres. We may see more non-productive acres going into CRP. If that's the case, does that help us with our water retention? And are there instances where CRP ground should actually be tiled?
Oh, I believe, yes, and yes.
Okay.
CRP land is going to change your roughness coefficients when you're looking at drainage and how water flows across that land. That's going to be a lot more absorbent. It's going to slow that water down, and then of course the organic matter that you've got growing on top of that CRP land also works very well as a filtering device. Great media for removing some of those nitrogens or nitrates.
Blake, do you want to tag into that at all?
He nailed it. Totally agree with everything Brian said.
And I broke my own rule when I started talking about CRP, and I did not explain what that means. Conservation Reserve Program, those are set-aside acres that we have where they may be non-productive, they may be highly erodible, and government payments are made to the landowner in order to keep that land out of production, in order to withhold some of the surplus commodity that we might be raising on it. Like we might have a poor corn crop, but we're still adding bushels to our overall U.S. supply. And that, I want to make sure that's clear. That is the payment that goes to the landowner, which may or may not be the farmer who's farming it. Okay, so there's our definition on CRP. We do have our bottom of the hour news. We do have Dean in for weather. We're going to touch on that weather. We're going to also go to the North Dakota Ag Mitigation Ag Wetlands Trade. We've got a handout on it, and it sounds like this is a project both of you have some information on. We'll do that when we return to the WDAY Radio Farm Show.
Yeah.
And welcome back. It's 1:35 in the afternoon. Temperatures outside in the mid-20s. It doesn't feel like the end of March out there. We've got wind chills in the single digits outside. Oh, man. But the good news is we've only got a couple days of this. We've got temperatures in the 20s and 30s today. Tonight, it's going to be a cold one, dropping down to about 10 to 15. And tomorrow, at least we'll see more sunshine tomorrow. Still a little bit of a breeze out of the northwest at about 10 to 15, and highs tomorrow about the mid-30s. But then a very quick warm-up. Winds will pick up out of the south as we head into the weekend. But that's going to warm us up quite a bit. Mid-upper 50s both Saturday and Sunday with more sunshine. Again, weekend looks nice. Now, next week, we're going to have a pretty quick-moving storm system come in here Tuesday into Wednesday. I'm not seeing a whole lot of precip with this, but we could see a little bit of rain and then rain-snow mix Tuesday into Wednesday. I doubt we're going to see much, if anything, in the way of accumulation. One of our models is trying to give us a couple inches. I think that's way overdoing it. And then the more concern that I'm looking at is the end of next week. We have a stronger system that'll be riding out of the Rockies. That will be giving parts of the northern plains here some measurable snow. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that one because it's coming at a time where a lot of people might be traveling for the Easter weekend. And then after that, we've got another storm system. We're getting into that stormy part of the LRC cycle. So then we'll have a third system coming in here as we head in that towards the tail end of that first week of April. So we're getting into the stormy part, but the good news is after we get out of this stormy part of the LRC cycle, towards mid-month, towards mid-April, we should really start seeing a lot more consistency in terms of milder temperatures, and we should eliminate the snow chances as we get after the middle of the month, which is good news. I don't think anybody, I mean, we see snow in April all the time, so this shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. We're good on moisture, but again, we're going to see a little bit here over the next 10 to 14 days with above normal precip expected over the next couple of weeks.
Outstanding. Speaking of outstanding, we want to make sure we're utilizing that phone number today of 701-293-9000 because we've got a giveaway lined up. What do we got, Dawson?
Yes, we got some more spray adhesive sponsored by 3M. We have a garden spade, even with some spacing indications right there, and a Give Yourself Some Grace t-shirt.
So that little garden spade, that's from Gowan, USA, and it's got the increments on it. So if you're taking it out to the field and you're looking for planting depth, you can do the measurements in furrow.
Instead of having to use your knuckles on your finger.
Right, absolutely. That makes it a little bit easier.
Yes. And if you are caller number 1,
go.
You get this giveaway.
Addison's like, this has just made my day so much easier all the way across. We're glad we can help Addison out. To our guests today, which would include Blake Sunday with Landmark Company and Brian Feuder with Red River Retention Authority. I picked this up at a trade show this winter, the Ag Wetland Trade. And I had shown it to both of you, said, is this something that we can talk about? So my question is, Blake, you mentioned you already have someone who's working on something like this. So what's going on? What is your farmer asking?
Yeah, so we've had a lot of customers in the past use it, and we have some current customers that are using it now. So essentially, to make it as simple as possible, they have a wetland in the middle of a piece of dirt that they're quartered that they're farming, and technically they're not able to tile it, but they want to tile the whole field, and they can't tile it because it's a wetland. So what happens is they can, let's say that wetland's 5 acres, they can purchase wetland credits and essentially move that wetland. So instead of those 5 acres being in the middle of his nice, beautiful quarter, they're going to be 10 miles down the road in this pasture that is now considered a wetland that wasn't before, and now it can't be removed.
Oh, so Brian, what's the impact to you with Red River Retention Authority?
Well, I think those wetlands are vital components, definitely for that. We're able to store water through those wetlands. Those wetlands serve as a filter for nutrient and contamination removal, things like that, or silt sediments, things, keeping things flowing through and clean. So, yeah, 75 years ago, every quarter of land had a wet spot on it. We don't see that so much anymore.
Sure.
So, with that loss, I think we've seen how that negatively impacts erosion and sediment deposition into our waterways and things like that. So if we can mitigate these wetlands, it's a good thing all the way around.
Interestingly enough, I was at a presentation here about 2 weeks ago, and this was a farmer in Illinois. So I'll have to remember, not here, but take it for what it's worth. And he talked about being hemmed in by a city and interstate. And he has a wet spot in the field that would never go away, and it was non-productive land, probably about 4 acres. So instead of fighting it, what he decided to do was literally built a retention pond and then tiled the ground into the retention pond, and they're looking to recycle the water. Is that a potential that more farmers are going to think about?
I mean, I think that you could. I don't see any reason why not. But if that worked out good, where he could suck out of that with an irrigator or something, I could absolutely see that working. Yeah.
And I think at that point that really helps a number of folks out. Okay, hold on. Question that came in. The question is: wetlands can lose or move their designation. What constitutes protected wetland? All right, gentlemen, who's got the background on that one?
Dean?
No. I'll refer that to you, Brian.
No, I am not the expert on that, not at all.
Me neither. The NRCS is typically who.
That's just it, because I would like to stumble my way through that, but I will say that protected wetlands, boy, you really do want to talk to your NRCS offices, because that's actually mapped out. They know what those are. There's some rules that go along with those designations, which you can't just run out and tile everything or dig a drainage ditch without authority.
Yeah, we had a. Oh, I'm sorry. We had a project up in the Two Rivers Watershed District that actually we were going to put a retention project in up there, and it was discovered that there was a calcareous fen contained within that area, and that's a very, very unique and very fragile type of a wetland, and so the entire project got shelved.
Ooh.
It's not going to move forward because we had to protect that area. So, and that was not only working with the NRCS on determining that, but on the Minnesota side, that would have been with the DNR. So, we have to be very observant as far as what's going on with those wetlands and making sure that we do protect what we do have.
Yeah, and go ahead, Blake.
What I was going to say is, and just because, if you already have your wetland map from the NRCS and you know where they're at, just because there's wetlands on there and that map, say, from 1985 or 95 or whatever, doesn't mean that there's still a wetland today. So you can get a redetermination done. It takes quite a while, but you can get it done. And sometimes you might see them fall off, and then there's obviously the chance that they might add to them.
Yeah.
I misspoke. I said Two Rivers. It was in the Middle Snake Tamarack.
Okay.
In that watershed district.
And when you think about it, I've got farmers that say, well, I'm still under Swamp Buster rules from the 80s, but I need to get that reevaluated. And that's what you're talking about, is having that discussion with your NRCS office, et cetera. And there's probably times that you guys can be the resource and add some information to that can help the farmer. Is that a fair statement, that you're good resources?
Well, we might have a phone number of somebody that they could talk to.
Even better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That's okay if we want to do that too.
We're going to defer to the professional.
Yes.
So speaking of professionals, which both of you are, here's an interesting concept. We know where we stand right now with soil moisture and what our weather looks like. Dean says we've got a couple storms coming, but let's just say, and I know there's some farmers out there that never want to hear me say this. What happens if we get some very heavy rainfall end of May, early June? How does that impact either one of you from your perspective of, you're part of the industry?
Go ahead.
So I guess I would say, obviously it's going to affect the farmer the most on whether he's in the field yet or if he's already been in the field and it's planted and now it's at risk of, say, either drowning out or stuff like that. And that's really where drain tile shines. Like that, that if we could get them in there 2 weeks earlier, which is a lot of times what we hear from our customers versus a non-tiled field, and then get these crops going, and then just get that water off the field after that big rainfall versus it sitting on there in a very immature crop, you're going to see a huge difference in crop health.
And the good news about end of May, early June, that is, the big heat dome that's been giving the extensive and record-setting heat out west, that pattern is going to be cycling back end of May into that first week in June. So we're going to be drier than normal, and probably temperatures well above normal during that 2-week span up here as well.
Means Brian's going to get a bunch of work done this summer.
Maybe I'll get a break from cutting grass.
And frankly, we see a better crop when we have a drier system here. I mean, if we are soaking wet, that actually holds us back in yield.
Yeah, your roots don't establish. No, absolutely don't.
The foundation of a drain tile project is exactly what you said, Bridget. You got to get that good rip depth. You can't have too much moisture. So then when it does dry out, your roots weren't 6 inches deep. They were 1.5 feet. You got way more moisture for longer at the farther down depth of roots.
We are trying to manage water in a successful way and raise a good crop. That's really the goal of everybody in this room today. And we will continue this discussion as part of the WDAY Radio Farm Show, brought to us in part by Mosaic, Landmark Companies, Peterson Farms Seed, as well as Dynamic Cropping Systems. And in this hour, Red River Retention Authority. We had a giveaway. How'd that turn out for us, Dawson?
Well, looks like Arlen is our lucky winner coming home with the garden spade.
Garden spade and a couple of other things that go along with it.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't mind giving away some gift packages today, and that'll be at the front desk for you to pick up, Arlen. We'll be back with Blake Sunday, Landmark Companies, and Brian Feuder, Red River Retention Authority, and our own Chief Meteorologist, Dean Wysocki, after this. This hour of music on the WDAY Radio Farm Show is basically every song I heard at a keg party in college. Just if you're wondering where I got that from, Addison.
You know, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Doesn't it, though? Yeah. It's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so that's perfect. All right. Thanks for joining us here at the WDAY Radio Farm Show, brought to us in part by Landmark Companies, Mosaic, Peterson Farm Seed, Dynamic Cropping Solutions, and in this hour, Red River Retention Authority. So we have been just pummeling our guests, Blake Sunday with Landmark Company, also Brian Feuder with Red River Retention Authority, and our chief meteorologist, Dean Wysocki, hitting them with all sorts of questions. And then Dawson, my Cass County Farm Bureau Assistant Ag Director, says, hold on, I got one.
Yes. So for those of us who aren't in the Red River Valley and struggle with some water, or struggle with getting water. Yeah. We just kind of want to know what goes into putting tile in and what affects tile. So you were talking earlier about soil types and how that affects water. Would you be able to tell me more about that?
Yeah, so what I was explaining earlier on soil types, Dawson, is when it comes to designing a tile system, the first thing you need to look at is your soil types. A heavier soil, you're going to want your pipes closer together and a little bit shallower or closer to the surface. On a very sandy soil, you can go deeper because the water leaches easier, and then you can go wider as well. So that's the foundation of designing a proper drainage system. Obviously, you know, in that instance, I was talking about the quarter that had a 5-acre wetland in it, and you were able to tile that 5 acres. Let's just say it was a really heavy piece of ground. You might tile that whole quarter on 50-foot spacings, but that 5 acres, it's a big bowl and it's a wetland that you're able to tile, you'll probably split that down to 25, if that makes sense.
And for those of us who didn't take Soils 210 at NDSU,
Which you should have. It was quite an enlightening class.
Leaching is when nutrients and water comes and drains through and filtrates through and goes. How would you define that, Bridget?
It percolates through the soils.
Percolates. Wonder word. Buzzword right there.
A buzzword. We'll use that more often. And so you're wondering, you know, which soil types are better for, or?
Yeah. Which?
Boy, you want to mix, right? Because when you're in solid clay, it's super tough to get water to move through it, right? That's just got such holding capacity. You don't want gravel because then it's just running through there like a sieve.
Yep.
But do you guys use gravel for or at all in your operation?
No.
Is there some operations that do?
Not in a field typically.
Not in a field.
Like if we were going to tile a farmstead, like a yard, you know, we'll bury that pipe with gravel right to the surface or pea rock or something to make essentially a French drain right to the pipe, but not out in the field.
You guys kind of do that work too in a farmyard?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, that makes sense.
Those
Thank
terrible frost boils that never want to end.
Exactly.
Literally suck up a tractor. Brian, before we got started, you were talking about some future projects, et cetera. So where do you stand and what's going to be happening this summer? What's on your docket?
Well, right now, some of the projects that we're working on and actually going out to D.C. to pursue some congressionally directed spending to get some funding here for 3 projects right now in the Red River Basin. One would be the Wild Rice Riverbank Restoration Project in the Ada area. The Klondike project up in Two Rivers, and then the Red Path project down in the Boise Sioux Watershed District. That's a huge project that's been sitting there with a lack of funding, and so we can't get it completed. And it's a half-built project is almost worse than no project at all because we've got too much invested in it. So we're going after those types of projects right now. In North Dakota, especially on that side, we need to be looking at our dam rehabilitation projects. Like I said, we have the majority of the PL 566 dams in the state of North Dakota are all located right here in the Red River Basin and mostly in the northern end of the valley. Pembina County, Walsh County, we've got dams up there, 6 high hazard dams that are in need of rehabilitation. One is currently breached for safety reasons, and we need to determine what needs to be done to get those back up to spec. And it saddens me to say this, but you know, we want to do more retention, but yet we're having difficulty maintaining what we currently have. Right. And you know, we can't build new stuff and not maintain what we have, because once we lose that, retention, we're not going to get it back, not real easily.
Not even close. And I think also one of the things to consider is it's not just about fixing what we have for infrastructure, rehabilitating the dams that we've got, which are many are at least 60 years old and older in what you're doing. But you're starting to plan ahead for the potential that one of these days we're going to have a bigger lack of water than we worry about floodwater.
Yes. And that's why we were putting together with in conjunction with the Red Board and the Joint Board, Minnesota and North Dakota components of the basin watershed districts, working on the water supply group to start to look at what can we do to offset and prepare for that time. Hopefully we never see it, but we don't want to get caught with our pants down either. And it's crazy in this world that we live in, especially in the basin here. We're only about 3 months away from a flood and a drought.
Any point in time.
You know, we can get both of them in the same season.
Yes, we have. So for folks who want to follow up with you, Brian, where do they find you?
You can find me at Red River Retention Authority.org. And I'm located at a small office up in North Fargo. And I've got a phone number, 701 640-8985. Feel free to give me a call. Give me a email note at rrra@idea1.net is my email.
Excellent. Blake, it's not too late to schedule tile projects.
It is not. No. Give us a call today, 218-284-2936. You can visit our website at www.landmarkteams.com.
Not only that, but Blake will be back in with us here in April. We'll be doing the drainage difference. That will be on Monday, April 6th. For the things that we didn't get to talk about with you, Blake, we're going to do that on that date in April as well. Looking forward to it.
Sounds
nice
good.
to meet you guys.
Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate everybody being in here. Up next, we're going to talk about health, financial and physical, and we'll be back to do that right after this. We are rolling into the 2 o'clock hour here for the WDAY Radio Farm Show. I hope everybody has been here since our kickoff at 8:30 this morning. We have had a number of discussion points, and this one coming up here for the 2 o'clock hour was our most requested to return from our November show. And it's all the same people. Okay, so that's probably the biggest testament to all of you is I was asked to have all of you back. The new face in the room is our Assistant Ag Director, Haley McLeod, who's joining us on behalf of Cass County Farm Bureau. We are going to do another giveaway this hour. We've got lots.
Yes, we do have lots. We've got a mystery goodie bag here.
Yeah!
We've got a couple hats.
Mm-hmm. We've got a couple of things to give away.
And then a T-shirt as well.
Okay.
And then a spray adhesive.
Yep.
And some safety glasses as well as some other goodie bags, goodie things in the bottom of the bag.
This is the thing that you're going to need at the farm shop because there's a little something for everybody.
Yes, absolutely.
For those of you who are watching on our live stream brought to us by Lighthouse Commodities, you can see on Facebook, YouTube, Acres TV, and you're seeing the prizes that Haley was holding up. By the way, I had someone email me and ask the question, what if I miss parts of today? Or what if I want to go back and take notes like on this financial discussion we're about to have? It will be on our YouTube, Facebook, and Acres TV streams. You can go back and watch, and you can now call us. We're going to pick a number for a winner to win that prize package, and that number is 701-293-9000 that you'll be calling us. But what number caller do they need to be, Haley?
Caller number 4 will be the lucky caller for this giveaway.
Can I win if I call right now from here?
You got to step out so I don't see you.
So you be 1, he's 2, 3, I'll be 4.
Oh,
There we go.
Okay, that's perfect. And Addison, he's like, we were wearing out the phone today with all the calls we're taking, right?
We're going to burn through this phone wire. I'm going to need new wires soon.
Today, I just want to point out, it is not 78 degrees in your production room or in our studio. So as far as I'm concerned, we are winning.
I dare say the AC might be functional today.
It's the fan I brought you today that will not explode and throw shrapnel your way.
We don't know. There's still time.
We still have some hours in the show. We're going till 5 o'clock. So phone lines are lighting up at 293-9000. That might just be lucky number 4. Okay, let's kick this hour off. And we have with us John Haug, Financial Wealth Solutions, Mark Wagner, ND Estate Services, Megan Hansen, North Dakota Farm Bureau. We're going to talk about health plans. So I gave a little bit of just who their names are. Now, John, give an introduction of yourself, please.
My name is John Haug. Like Bridget said, I live right here in Fargo. We have offices all around the country. We help farmers, ranchers, businessmen nationwide. And we really help people with answering some of the questions on how to equalize their estate amongst their kids who are farming and not farming, and some unique ways that we can help people do that.
You guys are going to be a wealth of information today. I've got, like designated questions for everybody. And Megan, certainly with yours with health plans, tell us a little more.
Yes. My name's Megan Hansen. I work with the North Dakota Farm Bureau as well as the State Health Plans Manager. So basically we're helping North Dakota families save money every day and having that health coverage that's affordable, while instead of worrying about them going without coverage and then having a financial crisis because of one sickness or illness or injury or accident. So we're really there to cover our families.
I remember last fall when you were in this room and you said, I've learned so much. And I think everybody's going to say the same from you as well today. Mark Wagner, ND Estate Services. You are the guy who you're going to help us figure out a structure and a process. What is it that you do at ND Estate Services?
Well, what we try to do is, first and foremost, is we try to listen to people. If you can't listen to people, you can't understand what they want. But when people find out what they want, what we help them understand is really what they need. There's a difference between wants and needs, right?
Oh, there is.
And so we try to educate them on the best way to help their goal and objective, whether it's to, number one, avoid that probate at their death, right?
Okay.
Because, if you have a will or don't have a will, you're going to go to a probate by state statute. And what typically happens in there is, especially if there's some money, the vultures start
We can't have
circling.
vultures here. No.
No vultures. Well, okay, now it's the coyotes.
I got a parade of murder chickens out here, these Canadian geese. I don't need coyotes and whatnot either.
But because wills don't begin until you die, they don't help you when you're incapacitated. So therefore, you need a legal guardianship. then there's saving taxes, and there's also ultimately giving you that peace of mind, protecting your heirs' inheritance. That's not emphasized enough. And so that's what we love to do in a nutshell, and we just love helping families. So.
Some people would say that this is a gruesome conversation because literally it all ends in death. Well, unless you're surprised at the end of the Titanic, it's going to happen to everybody. But while we're alive, okay, so Megan, we've got some notes here about some things that you had in regards to healthcare costs and how that's impacting us on farm. Would you care to kick us off with some of those notes that you and I discussed earlier?
Absolutely. Ever since January 1 of this year, when the ACA subsidies had kind of gone away, unfortunately, and they expired, that's been a very big concern of both self-employed individuals, family farms, and even just young individuals and families that are trying to have that health coverage for themselves and their families. On average, there's an estimated 4 million rural Americans that are affected by just those subsidies expiring and not having anything to renew. And so a lot of them were looking for that coverage, especially during that open enrollment season this last January, December time. And a lot of them were running out of time because they were hoping that those subsidies would come into effect, and they didn't. So they realized that NDFB Health Plans was here to help. And that's the whole reason why we made these health plans, was for those self-employed family farms and everything that have maybe a spouse in town only for the insurance purposes, whereas now they can have that farm labor back by having affordable coverage with good deductibles and statewide coverage and emergency nationwide or worldwide coverage as well, which is great coverage to offer. It's a big deal for a lot of young families and even older individuals.
John, I've got some specific questions for you, and then Mark, we're going to come to you
Okay.
after that. So, John, when you think about making the plans, because we're looking at your financial future here, I mean, literally that's built into your name, Financial Wealth Solutions. Those healthcare costs can mount, but you have ideas and suggestions for people to how to protect themselves from that overtaking their farms and their farm situation, correct?
Yep, especially on long-term care needs. That's one thing that's really, really important. The health insurance, Megan has some great options on that. But as far as some of the other things, is long-term care is huge for the financial future, and that's a big part of your health. And also, what happens to you if you have a heart attack and you can't work for a year? You've got Farm Rescue that does a lot of great work, but some of the things we can offer is where you can get cash back in your pocket when you have some major health issue that happens to you.
Yes.
And I can't explain enough how important long-term care type of coverage is, because I talked to a lady down in Mitchell, South Dakota last year who they, over 10 years, spent almost $1.5 million out of the farm's income on her mom and dad's long-term care coverage.
Whoa. That leaves a lot less for Mark to talk about when it comes to farm planning for the estate and moving that transition forward. All right, Mark, we are coming back from the commercial break. You're going to be up first. I have some specific questions for you about that transition planning. You're going to be our expert on a few terms when we return.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I got you worried. I got you set up, but we're coming back for the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Do not go anywhere, because this matters for your health and your financial well-being. It's not often that you get to tune into a fiddle on the WDAY station, but here it is, the WDAY Radio Farm Show. If you're looking for Jay Thomas, he'll be on tomorrow. He let me have the studio for the whole day. I'm Ag Director Bridget Riedel. I am joined in studio by Haley McLeod. Haley is our
Assistant Ag Director of the day, and I'm sponsored by Cass County Farm Bureau.
Thank you to them. We're also joined by Megan Hansen with North Dakota Farm Bureau Health Plans. John Haug. John is joining us because, well, he comes with a wealth of information, the Financial Wealth Solutions, and ND Estate Services. That's Mark Wagner.
Hey, thank you, Bridget.
All right, Mark, questions start out for you right away.
Okay.
First of all, you're the guy that's going to help us. First of all, Megan protected our health. John protected our money. Now you're going to get it to the next level.
Okay, we can do that.
Some terms that I have been given that I need your help defining. You talk.
Okay.
You often talk about irrevocable and revocable
Yes, I
trusts.
do.
What's a life estate deed?
You
Does
know,
that matter?
life estate deeds is another instrument that you can use to go ahead and pass land assets to one person to another.
Mm-hmm.
And what a lot of people do not understand about life estate deeds, and they can be very advantageous, but there's also a lot of risks that can happen with a life estate deed.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't necessarily understand the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I think if we do have an extra minute here in our show, we should try to educate the listeners just a little bit, and that way they can feel like, man, that was really helpful. I'm so glad I listened to this.
That's what we're here for, is we're here about educating.
Well, okay, let's talk about the good stuff about life estate deed. Okay, I have an acre of farmland, and I want to give it to Junior over there. So I decide, hey, son, you want to farm? Yeah, no problem, Dad. So I want to put it, and the cheapest way to do it, the attorney said, was put it in a life estate deed. So we did. So what that means is that, number one, I can get the income off that piece of property for the rest of my life.
This doesn't take it away.
Therefore, it's called life estate deed. However, after so many years, what typically happens, what depends upon what state you're in, is typically 5 to 8 years later, if the piece of property ever needs to be sold because Dad needs to sell it because he just needs to sell it,
Needs some
well,
cash.
guess who's going to get the check? It ain't Dad.
Oh.
It's because he's giving up so much every single year of his life. And next thing you know, after 8 years, the son owns 100% of that property. So therefore, if it's in a life estate deed, he wouldn't get the check. The son would get the check. Then secondly, when it comes to like Medicaid planning, after so many years, it's taken out of his name. Now, this is the caveat what's been happening in South Dakota, Minnesota. Life estate deeds are no longer being honored in a lot of situations. So they're not the ideal go-to for protecting estate land. I just had an attorney call me in South Dakota, gave me the skinny on that.
So when you said that, Dad sold the land, the check didn't go to Dad necessarily. It went to the next heir.
Because after so many years, your dad doesn't have it. That's why they'll put houses and stuff like that. It go to the kid. But this is what they do not tell you. That asset, when it goes to a child, is a remainderment. It cannot be an entity. It has to be an individual. But let's talk about what happens to individuals.
Well, okay, so we're going to be my next point, because you have 3 kids. Somebody's on that life estate, but now the rest are saying, well, this isn't fair because I didn't get anything out of it.
Well,
and fair is not always equal.
There's no per stirpes beneficiary, so something happens to Junior, he gets killed.
Mm-hmm.
That goes to that goes to probate.
Yeah,
right.
so nobody's
but
got
what
their
happened?
hands.
Another thing is, then he's married. His dream girl became a nightmare, and sometimes that does happen. We got bitten by the love bug, but they bit us so hard we forgot what our priorities were. Next thing you know, half of it's gone. The asset is not protected for the heir. There's no protection for the heirs in that scenario.
And in those with those heirs, and there's more than one, John, so we've maybe been talking about a life estate deed. Is there something else that, because fair is not always equal, but everybody wants their unfair share, how do we level that out, if you will, between those heirs?
Well, most
Can we?
common, a lot of times people will use a life insurance or something like that. And there's certain ways you can do that within the tax code, make that tax deductible.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially you're buying that insurance with what would have been Uncle Sam's money. You're just not cutting Uncle Sam the check. You're cutting the insurance company the check.
I'm okay
So
with
it's
that.
like free life insurance essentially. And that way, when it does come time for when you pass and things get equalized, you give the life insurance and any cash possibly to the non-farming, non-ranching kids. And the farming kids get the land, et cetera, free and clear. And depending on how someone like Mark sets up trusts or et cetera, things along that nature. But that's a great way to do it. And maybe you've got a $10 million property. And with the equipment, you're at 11 and a half.
Mhm.
Well, maybe that all goes to the kid that's been there for 30 years.
Yeah.
And the other ones get $5 million in life insurance.
Sure.
Can I'm going to be like Paul Harvey, the rest of the story.
Okay. Okay.
This is the rest of the story, and I'm sure John helps people do this too. But you can certainly fund those life insurance that have multiple hundreds of thousands of cash with them. But you know what? That cash is also subject to what?
Probate.
Not just, no, it's not.
Oh, come on. I thought I
No,
got
it's
that
not.
right.
No, it's not. Yes, again.
Taxes?
Keep going. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Somehow this is gonna
It's
cost me
subject
money.
to Medicaid.
Oh.
It's not protected from the what? Government.
The plans we set up, they are.
Well,
because we set them up in a revocable trust outside of the estate with its own tax ID number.
Well, and you can do it. You can have you can necessarily have a revocable living trust with a tax ID number. However, that tax ID number on revocable living trust has only come into play when the grantors of that trust die, John. So, from my experience, what I would possibly go ahead and probably lean people toward is letting that life insurance contract be owned what they call by an ILIT or irrevocable life insurance trust.
Yep, we do that as well when
And
the plan gets
also,
shut down.
Okay. Yep.
that's one way a guy can do that, and I'm glad because John does that too.
Yep.
But the other thing that you can do is let it be owned by an irrevocable trust. By doing so, it pulls that contract out of spin down provisions, so guarantee the inheritance passes directly to the heirs or pays into a trust for their benefit, therefore protecting the money, but more importantly, protecting Johnny and Susie's, inheritance.
I think what's really important here from both of you is the fact that there are very big differences because not every farm is the same. There's very unique situations, and not everything that should be fair and equal in the way that one might assume. John, you had a quote that you were going to share with us. What did that say?
Yeah, one of the guys that I work with out of Bismarck, he found this quote this week and shared it with me, and I thought, this is a pretty good quote. I have no idea where he got it from, so I can't attribute to anybody, but it says, if your succession plan is just a mess inside your head, you are not leaving a legacy, you're leaving a funeral for your life's work. I thought that was pretty powerful.
I think that's an excellent statement because we have to think ahead for all of this. Not having a plan just leaves such a mess for everybody in our wake. Right. And it's never too early to start that plan. You guys are talking, I don't care which part of this discussion is, whether it's with health plans, whether it's with what John does and what Mark does. You guys are having this discussion with people who are in their 20s and 30s, because if we wait until we're 80, we're probably too late to get some things well adjusted for what we need.
And the nice thing too, a lot of that, because long-term care contracts are 100% tax deductible, and a lot of the income, but people get those. But what you don't understand, again, the rest of the story around those life insurance, long-term care plans is what happens annually. These companies plead poverty to the state. So guess what happens to your premium?
They're all
it goes up. And what happens is a lot of these people are on fixed incomes, and they can't afford the increase in that premium, so they don't pay it. So guess what happens to their daily benefit? They've been paying on this thing for 20 years, I've seen, and their benefit's $2,500, and it doesn't cover anything. And then they die, it doesn't pay anything to their heirs. Is that really the way to plan?
There's better.
Heck no.
We've got good things in the marketplace.
I would say, no, don't do it that way. There's a better way to go ahead and fix this, so.
There are better things that we can be doing, and we've got to be thinking about them in the long term, not just in the short term. Megan, you said one of the things that you pointed out, that farmers are uniquely vulnerable when it comes to doing their health plans. There's some things they haven't been thinking about. What are some points that you want to make sure that we are thinking about going forward?
Absolutely. Farmers are uniquely kind of at risk just because they're self-employed. And so there's no business, so no HR, no boss that's going to take a hit with those health care coverage and premiums that usually your employer will offer and everything. So then you're subject to having whether it be a spouse in town or you have yourself an in-town job to offer that coverage, but that's taking away time from the farm. And everybody knows on the farm, time is money, and that's literally how it equals out to be. And a lot of them don't have enough time in the day as it is. And so adding an extra thing to juggle just for that healthcare coverage, which a lot of people will sit and say, oh, it's not a big deal, I don't need coverage, I'm young and healthy. One accident can cause a really big problem for your farm, and we want to help try to avoid that. Whether you have the plan that has the most coverage and has all of the pre-existing preventative care and everything, that's awesome and great. Or you could even go to the opposite side of things with our high deductible health plan or major medical plans that are truly accident plans with very affordable deductibles, as well as rates and everything, where yes, they don't cover as much preventative care and everything, but they're going to be there when you need it while also saving you money monthly on premiums.
I think what's very important in this discussion today is we're trying to make sure that people are equalizing their estate between the heirs so that they can stay on the farm and keep it going in the future. Again, it might not be exactly the picture that you thought. You might not have your piece of land. Maybe it's a cash difference for you, et cetera. But we're going to think about what those things look like. And we will continue that discussion when we return. So Haley, we gave away a mystery bag of good goodies and fun things here a little bit ago. We got another one to do.
Yes, we do.
So what caller would you like for that?
We'll do caller number 5 this time.
Okay. So caller number 5 on the phone line, which is 701-293-9000. You have the opportunity to take home, it's a mixed bag. We had T-shirts and 3M and hats, and you just never know what good things we might be giving away in that.
Yes.
So
wonderful opportunity.
Caller number 5, 701-293-9000 to pick that up. Here on the WDAY Radio Farm Show, in this hour, we are joined by Mark Wagner with ND Estate Services, John Haug. John is joining us from Financial Wealth Solutions, and Megan Hansen, North Dakota Farm Bureau Health Plans. So, okay, over the break, we all go, stop asking all the good questions when we're not on air, you guys. Good grief. I got to take a lot of notes here. One of the things that I think affects all three of you was Megan made a point. She said, those HSA health plans, we got to fully fund them. Would you like to elaborate on that just a little bit before everybody else chimes in?
Absolutely. So with some of our NDFB health plans, we do offer an HSA eligible plan. And so those health plans not only offer you that emergency coverage when you have an accident, need that to be seen and everything, but they also offer you those benefits by lowering your taxable income by however much, or if you max it out, is perfect. But you also have the opportunity of oftentimes to invest that money, spend it throughout the year on medical, whether it be bills or prescriptions, or even if you go to the chiropractor, a lot of times you can use that money, contacts, glasses, the list goes on. And so it's a very valuable thing. I think a lot of people miss over, or they just don't understand that they can fully utilize it as a strong tool. And maybe John or Mark can kind of expand on those.
Well, and I was going to take it to John, because I have people that they're thinking, unless I have a fully employed job where I get a W-2, I can't do an HSA.
No, you definitely can. You just have to have buy a plan that has one, and then you want to fund it to the max you can. What is the max this year? I believe 6.
Yeah, I believe it's $6,500 for an individual.
For an individual, I believe.
$8,000 for a family, if I'm thinking
Sounds about right. But yeah, that takes your taxable income down that much, and if you're on a borderline for one of the tax brackets, that helps quite a bit. And it's a great way, because you may not need that right now, but all of a sudden, if in 5 years from now you suddenly you're a farmer, you break a leg, you throw out your back, and you've got a $50,000 heart surgery, back surgery, whatever, and you've got 10, 15, 20, 50, 100 grand in your HSA.
Yeah,
you can buy other stuff with it too.
That's your rainy day fund or when you need some of that long-term care, hopefully for the short term.
Yeah, you can use that for, people don't understand that you can also use that at age 65 for Medicare subs.
Yes.
Help paying for LTC. If you don't, you can even use it for retirement income if you want to. There's so many other tools, but anytime you can use your own money to pay down the health care, guess what happens to your premium? It goes lower, because the health insurance company ain't on the hook for that. So those are so validly important, and especially for these high income earners that are trying to figure out what they're going to do with fund your health insurance HSA.
So, okay, a couple comments to go with that HSA. First of all, this coming from a perspective of of a female who's in this age bracket, if you are looking at hormone replacement therapy, and there are a lot of wives out there who are like, maybe I need to do a mammogram. I haven't done that. I need to do the replacement therapy, and they haven't thought about doing it because they haven't considered that can come out of their HSA. So those are all things that you can be doing for better health care today, right now. I have a whole rant that I'll do later about how lack of awareness for women in their 50s. But a question that just came in to me here is, can HSA dollars help cover mental health care? Who knows? What do we got?
Yes.
Megan says yes.
Yep.
John says yes. Okay, excellent.
Therapies, medication, doctor's visits, if you need certain, say, tools, things like that, oftentimes can be used, because a lot of HSAs will actually nowadays give you like a debit card of sorts that you can use to spend that money, which is really nice that it makes it very accessible.
Okay.
Yeah, then the other nice thing it does, it also can be used for hair replacement surgeries.
Okay.
My HSA balance isn't big enough for that.
That's the first thing I looked at. Oh, honey, we can use this for getting me a new hairline.
and we all took a minute to be like, wait a minute, was he? Where's
have a
Mark
little bit of
going?
fun.
Where's Mark going with that? Oh, I appreciate that. Okay.
sure.
One other question that has come in from listeners as well, because like I said, you guys are the ones that everybody wants to ask questions to. Revocable trust versus irrevocable trust, which gives you more protection from greedy government hands? I want Mark's answer and I want John's answer to that, please.
John, you want to? I can kind of start, maybe, perhaps, and you can help chime in when you want. You got to realize that everybody has personal property. Personal property cannot be put into an irrevocable trust. Why? Because every time that personal property is sold, it's a taxable event for the trust, i.e. your vehicles, your bank accounts, your HSA account. And there's IRAs that cannot be put into a trust either. So there's many assets that you have that cannot be protected. But many people who do have assets, everybody needs a revocable living trust, okay? Because we all have personal property. And you can buy, you can sell, it's business as usual. But when it comes to an irrevocable trust, and an irrevocable trust, you have three different parties involved. You have the grantor, the person that's making the trust, and he gets the income out of the trust from the trustee, okay? But when the grantor dies, there's also the beneficiaries of the trust, okay? But by having it in there, but you also need to understand that even though that you put something in an irrevocable trust today, that doesn't give it asset protection tomorrow. There's a seasoning process with that. It can be 5, 6, 7 years, depending on what state you're in. So you can set up an irrevocable trust trying to help protect that quarter of land, but you did it a day late and $1 short. So guess what's going to happen if you don't get on the stick on this? It's too little not enough. It's you're a day late and $1 short, so to speak. So you got to get started if you want to get it done. Otherwise, it's never going to. You spend all that money to protect it, and nothing's going to be protected.
We have got to get on the plan for a lot of things.
But you got to go ahead.
The big thing, like Mark said, is you have to get it done now. Being a day late and $1 short is one of the worst things. We run into people all the time where, boy, I should have done this 3 years ago. I should have done this 2 years ago. I've had people I called and I've talked to, and maybe we'll do something, and all of a sudden, 3 years later, things have changed. I said, oh, I wish I would have done that 3 years ago because I can't do it now. So that's the biggest thing.
Question, also a follow-up to this one. You can start with this one, John. Can one person create both kinds of trusts?
Yes, I believe you can. It depends on what you put into it.
Yeah, so just depending, because there are some things that fall into trust and some that don't, correct?
Yep. Correct. Now, it's really about, when you set up trust, it's really about control. How do you feel about controlling your assets, okay? Are you somebody that cannot let go of something? Well, if we put it in an irrevocable trust, you're going to get pissed. You're going to come looking for me because you can't sell it when you want to sell it. Instead of me being your friend, you're going to get out the 12 gauge every time I drive up to your yard. I ain't going to be that type of person. So it's about control. If you have to control everything down to the penny, nickel, and dime, you stick with a revocable living trust and buy a long-term care contract or some other hybrid policy that's going to pay to protect the estate. Okay. Otherwise, if you want to make it guaranteed for your heirs, because you do got $10 million worth of land and it's going to exceed the estate tax limit in Minnesota, because that's a $3 million death tax, the government's going to take that. So you are going to need an irrevocable trust. Otherwise, the government your family be paying $1 million to $2 million just to the state of Minnesota, and it's going to fund all the Somalis. We can laugh, but that's true.
But regardless of what we fund, we don't want to lose the money. Any comments there before we take a quick break, John?
No, everything you said that's exactly true. You have to get it done. And I agree. Some people want control, and he's very correct there. I've had several clients where that's going to affect what we decide to recommend and what we want to do for that client.
Haley, you've been listening patiently. When we return, we'll see if there's any questions from you as someone who's fifth generation farm, you said, correct?
Yes.
Fifth. And you are a freshman in college, and you were thinking, how am I going to get involved in the farm operations? Some of this affects you today. And we're going to talk about that when we return. Okay.
Absolutely.
I kind of want to wait for the point where I get to sing along with this because it's one of my favorites.
I do love this song.
Me too.
Everybody enjoying High Cotton by Alabama?
Fishing in the Dark, that's a good one
That's
too.
not, that's I don't know if that's on my list yet, but you know what? When you get to pick the music for your show for the day, I just went and got all the things that I thought were fun. So yeah, a little bit of High Cotton today here on the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors that are bringing us the show today. Landmark Companies, Peterson Farm Seed, Mosaic Company, as well as Dynamic Cropping Systems. In this hour, we have ND Estate Services as a sponsor. We have Financial Wealth Solutions. John, I have to say that slowly because I always put the words in the wrong order. And then we also have North Dakota Farm Bureau Health Plans. We had a listener send us, we had a plan we were going to talk about, and then we got a great listener question that we're going to first. And this comes in from Amanda. She said, my siblings and I, I'm one of three, are inheriting a quarter section of cropland in Minnesota to be equally shared. We all live in Minnesota. None of us have ag experience. We're trying to figure out how to set this thing up. Should it be an LLC, partnership, or trust to avoid unexpected tax issues from rental income or future sales? What are some of our basic steps? So, Mark, I'm going to let you kick that off before we have more things on the other side here.
This is such a relevant question. Do not, I repeat, I would never set up an LLC. Why? Because it's when you die, if you die in that LLC, that's going to be taxed to your estate. And Minnesota has a $3 million death tax. So I want to ask you, how much is that did you want your kids to actually keep? Because it would definitely then go to your spouse, and not that we don't want to give our spouses inheritance dollars, but you inherit it from grandma or grandpa, your mom and dad. If something would happen to you, would you not want that asset to be held in trust for your children when they got a certain age to help their financial future? By setting it up in an LLC, what happens when you die or even get incapacitated? Nothing is protected from the government. Number one, it's only thing that's protecting the LLC is liability on the LLC, but it's still yours. It's still taxable to your estate. So what I would consider doing is, if you did not want to sell the land, because oftentimes rental income from some of this land in Minnesota is $200-300 an acre. You got 160 acres apiece. I mean, you could easily quarter that out. If it's 3/4 of a section, each can get 160 acres, and then you can really do what you want with it, because what fits you and what you want to do is not going to be necessarily what's going to fit for your sister or your brother. Because if they have a stroke or get divorced, guess what's going to happen to the whole mix? It's going to throw a wrench in everything. So I would say if it can be quartered out, penciled out a little bit, that's the best way a guy can do that. Then before you go to LLCs and other entities, look at the benefits of setting up some type of a trust. Okay, and that's be the best advice there.
That's
that way there's per stirpes beneficiaries.
We got to have those things. We have to have the right things lined up, because if we do not, taxes, probate, all of that's going to be a problem down the line.
100%.
Okay. Mark, you have this stuff down. You do it every single day. This is the stuff that you know. I got a last couple of questions here, and that was, all right, are farm retirements more planned or more forced as of late? John, I'm going to ask you what you're seeing.
Well, it's been more planned. A lot of the people we work with are planning things out for the future. There's been very few that I've worked with where, oh, dad has to retire now because of X, Y, or Z, or mom is getting on in years and she's going to stop doing everything all completely. It's more people are, I think, getting better at planning out. There's been so much in the news lately about things like this happening where people just run into a bad situation at the end of they're starting to get educated that you need to plan this stuff out now while you're still farming. I'd say more people are starting to plan, which is really good.
That it's actually quite critical for the whole situation, to be honest. Megan, you had a quote that we wanted to make sure we get in this hour as well.
Absolutely, yes. I was just doing some research and everything, and I found this one that I thought was pretty pertinent to the subject. You can't pass down what you can't afford to keep. Farm protection has 3 legs: your family's health, your financial plan, and your estate plan. Pull out any one leg and the whole thing falls, which is definitely not something you want to have happen.
But I think we all agree. If you aren't planning, if you're not using market estate planning, if you are not planning for your financial wealth with John, and if you're not taking care of your health through health plans with North Dakota Farm Bureau, you have let something down. And all of these things have to be reviewed on a regular basis, right? Because once you have a plan, it's not stagnant.
No, it changes all the time, and something has to be flexible for you.
That's vital.
Life changes, circumstances change, financial standings change. A lot of it, if the more you can plan ahead and have that coverage for yourself, the better everybody's going to be.
And when you think about, especially with health plans, and even with the estate plans and the wealth management, tax codes change. Federal government regulations step in. So realistically, any one of your clients should be talking to you annually, correct? Is that fair?
Oh, definitely. We talk to people monthly the first year, quarterly the second, then we go to about semi-annual, annual after that.
And I don't think that you can do anything less than that, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so Megan, fourth generation farm, freshman in college, coming back. All right, if anyone gives her advice today, what's the advice you give Megan that she needs to be focusing on for her future and a farm future?
She's too young for an irrevocable trust at this point. I would go ahead and set up a revocable living trust. So if you and your husband down the road needs to go ahead and downsize, you certainly can. You're still in control of that asset. When you get ready to hit in that 65, 70, get ready to slow down, shift gears a little bit, well, we need to start looking at maybe more of a permanent solution. But we want something that's going to fit with you because life changes, just like Bridget says. And you're going to be pissed at Wagner when I come around. And I'll have to wear my bulletproof vest
and
this funky helmet I wear,
That whole toupee thing you talked about.
And that way because if something happens to you or your husband, go to probate. And too much money is involved, and your family would really suffer then.
It would be the downside.
I would say at your age especially, talk to your parents and see what their plans are, what they want to do. Because you don't want to come to that point where you're married, you have kids, and you're thinking, hey, I'm going to inherit the farm, or I want to inherit the farm, or somehow be involved, and you find out your parents had a completely different plan that you didn't know about. And all of a sudden, what you thought was going to happen doesn't. So I would say start talking to your parents now about what they think. And you have siblings?
Yes, I do.
So,
I have 2 younger siblings.
So then you guys have to, as a family, have those discussions. Maybe both your younger siblings don't want to be on the farm. Maybe they do. Now you've got 3 people that you have to decide what's going to be fair and equitable. And that's the big thing to do right now. I think that's part of it is learn what your parents' plan is and make sure that fits into what your plan is.
Yeah, that's a huge step. Megan?
Absolutely, yes. So with health plans, a lot of the things, you're a little bit young, so I'm sure you're still in your parents' plans and everything. Stay on them as long as you can. But as soon as you can't, when you turn 26, a big thing that a lot of people say, well, I'm young, I'm healthy, I don't need to care, I don't need to worry about this. Accidents happen, whether it's we working at the farm, on the farm, animals, equipment, illnesses, if heaven forbid a cancer diagnosis, something you really don't want to have happen, and they usually come at the most
unreasonable times.
Exactly. And so that's a big thing that a lot of young people say, like, oh, I'm young, I'll get by. Even like with getting a high deductible health plan, you're again lowering your taxable income. You're creating that wealth that you're saving that money in that HSA that you can use for those emergencies, or you can save and invest that money while also helping you out come tax time as a young individual. And some of those options are really good to look into at those ages.
Absolutely. And I know that I'm involved in my Collegiate Farm Bureau, and one giant thing that we've been talking about is succession planning. And it feels maybe a little interesting to be talking about it. I'm only 18 and I'm not ready to take over the farm at all at this point in my time, but realizing that that is something, those conversations need to start happening way sooner than anyone could ever imagine, because an accident could happen and my parents could leave sooner than they're supposed to, or things like that. And just being prepared for what could happen next. And the plans do take a while to put into place. And then setting up goals was another thing that we've really talked about at Farm Bureau, is getting those goals and where we want to see our farm go. So if my mom can set up a 5-year goal and then a 10-year goal, and then I'm involved in that 15-year goal as I further jump into the farm and into the operation to see where that goes. Those conversations, they might be a little emotional or tough to have, but they're very important. And it's been great to be part of this conversation and see where it needs to go.
She might have a pretty good plan ahead of her.
Yeah,
so
we're just wondering if the farm doesn't fit. We got some work for you here.
So thank you to Mark Wagner. Again, look him up at ND Estate Services.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
John Haug, Financial Wealth Solutions. Look him up. I think these are conversations you need to have with everybody. Megan Hansen, North Dakota Farm Bureau. Whether they talk to you or their local Farm Bureau agent, they can find out about the health plans.
Absolutely. Contact your local NODAC agent.
Thank you. Keep the questions coming. Send them to our guests. And we return to talk to our farmer panel after 3 o'clock on the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Well, I figured this would be a fun way to start our afternoon, especially with our farmer panel. This was the most requested edition that we add to the Farm Show here at WDAY Radio. And thank you for spending the day with us. We greatly appreciate it. Addison, thanks for your homework. You were the guy that had to go through my list and pull down all of the audio clips.
So you sent me this list like a week and a half ago. Does anyone want to guess? Well, I think I said this earlier if people were paying attention. Does anyone want to guess when I actually got these songs ready, though?
3 a.m.
Yes.
We've met. I know how this deal works.
You know.
So this will be, this is going to be our most fun hour. I'm very excited to have guests joining us today. In addition, our assistant ag directors, Dawson Melkowski, sponsored by
Cass County Farm Bureau.
All right, and
Haley McLeod.
All right, glad to have both of you here. You both get to sit in on this hour because you said this was one of the things you were looking forward to.
Yes.
We are joined by our folks on the farmer panel today. We have Sarah Levis with GK Technology.
Hello.
Randy Melvin, would you care to introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Randy Melvin. Our family farms in western Cass County, about 40 miles west of Fargo. My wife and I, we farm. We have 4 kids, a senior in high school to a 5-year-old. And we also farm with my parents and my brother.
And Scott German is joining us via video and audio. So, Scott German, want to introduce yourself for us?
Hey, good afternoon, Scott German. Currently sit on the North Dakota Soybean Growers Council, and I farm with my dad and son down in southeast North Dakota, down by Oaks.
So I asked that everyone kind of introduce their, their operation. And so, Scott, for you, that, like you said, family farm, but what's on your operation? What are you raising in your crop rotation? Are you under irrigation? Anything like that?
Yeah, so we're primarily just corn and soybeans. We do have a little bit of irrigation, not much, and then we do run a 4,000 head confinement facility that finishes about 10 to 12,000 pigs a year.
Now, I'm going to ask that same question over here to Randy Melvin. What does your operation look like?
So our operation, we raise mainly corn and soybeans. It's strictly a grain farm. We've had wheat, rye over the years. We used to raise a lot of navy beans, pinto beans, black beans. We've kind of phased out of that. And we're going to try canola for the first time this year.
You laugh, Sarah.
You're going to be raising canola forevermore.
Understand. I just want to try on some tougher ground because it handles the salts and the pH.
Absolutely.
I'm glad that's why you answered it for us, because I was going to say, why did you decide to put some canola in? Besides, you're closer to a crush plant now.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're 20 miles from one crush plant and we're 35 miles from another, so just figured might as well try it in small acreage and see how it handles that ground.
So, Sarah, for you, what's your connection to all of this?
What is my connection to all of this? So I did farm for about 20 years in the Hillsborough area. During that time, I also had my own independent crop consulting business. I've worked in ag retail, a lot of different aspects. Currently, I work for GK Technology, which is a precision agriculture company. I sell software, and I also help farmers and individuals in the industry understand how to make good precision agriculture maps. Beyond that, I've also been very highly, I've been involved, I guess, in some ag policy issues over the years. I'm a huge advocate for good ag policy as it relates back to the agricultural producers in North Dakota. I really want to make sure we have a vibrant agriculture industry in our state.
I think that all of your perspectives and backgrounds matter here because we've got quite a rotation in crops. We have experiences, part of agribusiness, and so much more. And I'm hoping that Dawson and Haley want to make sure they jump in and ask questions again. Go ahead if you
Bridget,
got one.
would you like to share some of your background for those who are new to the show?
Oh, well, hey, I suppose I should. So I also grew up in a farm in South Central North Dakota where we were beef, dairy, and grain because apparently my parents were bad at making decisions, so we just did it all. And until the drought of '88 stopped that dairy business. And I went on because I knew that there wasn't going to be a place for me on the farm. I have brothers. And not that anybody told me that, I just knew it. So I went to NDSU and got a degree in ag education, which both Dawson and Haley are also ag education majors. And I was able to find internships in industry. One was working for what was Dow Chemical at the time in their agribusiness. and went on to a 25-year career working for them as a sales rep and a technical agronomist. Then in retirement, those on the live stream can see my air quotes about retirement. I now host Weather and Ag in Focus here on weekdays. I own Lilac Lane Media, where I do business consulting and social media work for agricultural companies. And I'm a business partner in the Ag Mafia. We host Agronomy on Ice, and we make appearances where we're asked to speak and do other things like that. So, yeah, I have a very different background than what you might have expected. You're pointing over there.
Yeah, I think it would be important to for
Haley?
Haley to share her background.
Go
and
right
I'll share
ahead.
My background after that.
Absolutely. So I come from a large family operation where we grow corn, soybeans, wheat, and then some other small grains, as well as raising cattle, sheep, pigs. And I personally had my own chicken flock while I was in high school, which I passed down to my sister now that I'm at college. And I'm a freshman at NDSU studying agricultural education.
Yeah.
Dawson comes from the far side of the river.
Far side. I actually have to refer to a different river, the Little Missouri. I grew up on a cattle ranch, largely Black Angus cattle with a little bit of Hereford in there. We run right next to the Little Missouri on the in the federal commons pastures over there, and then we also run right next to our house, and so rolling hills and a lot of rock, and we definitely like to talk about our cows, and we have some horses that we run as well. So
Okay. We have a lot of questions that have been sent in to me, and I'm hoping that we get through all of them, especially because I don't want to short anybody on their time. As we approach a commercial break, when we return, the first question I'm asking everybody, and Scott German, I'm going to start with you. That question will be, is it as doom and gloom for farmers as we hear in ag media and so forth? We're going to talk about that when we return to the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Okay, so just by those few notes, anybody want to guess what this tractor is? A tractor. What song this is?
Is it a John Deere?
Friends with Tractors. I'm glad I know a lot of friends with tractors because some of them joined me today for the WDAY Radio Farm Show. We have Randy Melvin, Sarah Levis, Scott German are joining us, and we're also joined by our assistant ag directors.
Sponsored by
Thank you.
Cass County Farm Bureau.
So we've got Dawson and Haley. Haley, we're going to give away some rodeo tickets.
Yeah, a
what do we
pair
got?
of rodeo tickets. We're going to give them away.
Okay.
So if you call in.
And when's the rodeo?
Saturday at 7:30 p.m. at the Fargo Dome.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Which caller do you want to be?
We'll do caller number 4.
Perfect. Caller number 4 is getting a pair of tickets to the rodeo. You got to pick them up here at the studio. And you got to do that before 5 o'clock on Friday to get your tickets. So if you're ready to win, Haley's got tickets for you.
Yes, so make sure to call in.
That's at least one set. Okay, Scott German, we wanted to ask you, we're going to start this question. So much of what we hear through ag media these days is that every farmer is going broke. They have no opportunities. Things are terrible. Is it true, or are there any bright spots in your operation that you can highlight for us?
First here.
Yep, you're there.
No, I don't think it's near as doom and gloom as what maybe some in the media want to portray it. Yes, there certainly are some challenges that we're facing here this year. You know, farmers, producers' working capital has maybe shrunk over the last couple of years, but by no means do I think it's anywhere near as doom and gloom as what maybe it's led to believe. There's been some marketing pricing opportunities that have surfaced here lately. You know, obviously with the war going on and increased energy costs, that's definitely going to not help the situation. But no, I don't think it's near as doom and gloom as what is being betrayed out there in the media.
When you think about your operation, is there a bright spot that you really want to focus on for growing season 2026?
Well, I think just with every farmer out there, there's always optimism every spring that, you know, we're going to have a good crop and prices are going to rebound. And at the end of the day, we'll be profitable. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this game that we play every year.
Profitability. This is not a volunteerism. We're here for profit. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, everybody certainly enjoy farming, but I also like to make money doing it as well, too. So
I can't complain either. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the situation we're in right now. There's opportunity and adversity. And when you look at how things aren't perfect right now, we got some challenges, but there's a lot of opportunities. I mean, you look at what we had for corn and bean prices back in November, December. Well, now we've come up, 40, 50 cents on corn, beans over $1. Okay, so it's maybe not the best prices, but it's still good prices compared to what they have been. So there's opportunity there. And I guess, there's things that we can do. Plus, the biggest thing about it is we're in chapter 3 of a 12-chapter book. There's a lot to be written yet.
That's a great analogy. I like that one. Sarah, you have your hands on ag every day.
I do. And I think one thing that's important to remember, throughout history, when you look at agriculture, there's always years where we've got challenging years. And then there's always years that are good years. And I think even on those years that it turns out to be really good, sometimes we don't always see those opportunities at planting time, right? You don't really realize just how good that year is going to be until you're at harvest and you're actually getting the crop sold. There's so much that can change. And that's true going into a spring when we've got some pretty challenging situations going forward. Out of adversity, well, you said that, out of adversity, there can be some great opportunities. And just because things look a little bit tough right now, don't get down on it too much. The other thing that I want to remind everybody is, first of all, it is a business. It's important to be making money. Don't go into the year setting yourself up for failure, because if you're planning on a failure, I guarantee you will. So go for it and do the best you can. And yeah, there's always an opportunity out there.
So for those of you who are shy, you're sending me email questions, ag@flagfamily.com, and I am totally okay with that. I'm happy to take those. For those who want to call, you can reach us at 701-293-9000. Lighthouse Commodities. Make sure that you can see us on our live stream every day, and that is, again, on Facebook, YouTube, and Acres TV. a question that I was sent this week that I'm going to ask to our farmer panel, and that is, does everybody have a drone, or are you just all hiring one these days? Randy, have you found use for one at your place?
I'm finding some opportunities where we can use one. I'm not going to buy one as of yet, but I have a nephew that owns one that I'm looking at working with him to try it on some stuff possibly this year. So that's, being a family member has one, that's why I'm not going to buy one yet. But in time, I wouldn't be surprised that more operations do have one.
What are some possibilities for that opportunity?
I'm looking at some of these smaller fields, being able to come in and apply, whether fungicide or herbicides. I just really feel that some of the coverage with drone in these tighter areas where it may be more difficult to get a ground rig or aerial application in, as far as the plane or something like that, that really is a nice area that fit for these to work.
Scott, how about you? You're in the Oaks, North Dakota area. What do you see for that potential?
Well, like Randy said, I think there's definitely a niche market for it. I guess we have been using one here in the last couple of years to maintain an open drain. It works just so handy to get in there, and you can cut your spray pattern down just to get in the bottom of a ditch, or not kill the grass on the sides of the bank for erosion purposes, or that troublesome area maybe next to a sensitive crop area, or a neighbor's farmstead or something where, yeah, they definitely have a niche market. I personally don't own one, but have access to company in town there that has one.
Sarah, this for you is a little bit different, and here's my reason why. I was listening to a podcast the other night, and they were talking about they're using basically like sprayer technology, the software, or they could possibly be doing this with the drone, where they're flying the fields and they're literally making almost a heat map of weed pressure, and then being able to do some variable rate work in that regard. Have you seen it? Do you have any experience with that from your perspective of something along those lines?
So when we're thinking about UAS for agricultural data collection purposes, there's a lot of opportunities that are going to be coming our direction. And at the same time, there gets to be some challenges. So the data that UAS is logging is extremely high resolution, very, very detailed. And that can be really exciting for things like weed identification. But at the same time, what's interesting is so many of our weeds, we're still not quite able to get the good identification out there that we need. Whoever can be the person to create that signature of light reflectance or whatever that is that's unique to that weed, that would positively identify the difference between water hemp and redwood pigweed. That's what we're going to need so that we can really get dialed into how we want to be doing specific applications with herbicides. We're not quite there yet. Now, I am definitely hearing of companies that are playing around with it, which is exciting. From a standpoint of being able to create, I make a lot of zones, soil sampling zones, and a lot of the times I'm using satellite imagery for that or yield data. Actually, drone data can almost be too detailed. Sometimes we end up picking up things like tire tracks in the field. Well, we don't want our zones to be describing the pathways of travel that we took in the field. We want to be able to figure out where the field produces more and where the field produces less. So there are times and places where resolution can get to be too big. The other piece of this puzzle is the actual data storage that comes with these data. These are large images. They take up a lot of space, and so there can be some challenges there. However, once we get to the point where we can get these data in, I think there's a lot of opportunities that we can use for these data. There are places where we're getting stand counts taken for corn. You can use that if you've got some down stands.
Down corn, yep.
And then from that, if you've got a reduced population, maybe you need to change your side dressing rates in season, and we can do that. So I think there's some really awesome opportunities coming. I'm really excited when we can get some better pest identification going in the field. I think that needs to be done almost on a per pest, per crop basis, and the research to make that happen is going to be pretty intense.
Addison just let me know that Jason H. was our ticket winner. So Jason is going to be going to the rodeo on Saturday. Not that Jason. that the Jason you and I would think
Yeah.
about is out of town. So somebody's getting tickets. That's awesome. We got
Yeah,
another
that
set
is
to give
awesome.
away.
Yes, we will give another set away.
We'll do that in our next segment. And before we go to our bottom of the hour news, I'm going to pose this question because it kind of follows right along with what we've been saying with drones and precision ag and the technologies that we're using. Frequently, I have listeners say, what part does AI play in agriculture on an actual working farm? And because there's all these great speculations of what it can do. And by the way, I am talking about artificial intelligence, not artificial insemination or active
Dang
ingredients
it.
and herbicides. Yeah, Dawson's like, could we please talk cows? I've been waiting for more cows. So, I think I want to start that with you, Randy. Are you looking at some AI applications, whether it's Claude building you some spreadsheets to doing something different?
With new technology, a lot of times I take a go slow approach with it. And there's certain things as far as you mentioned spreadsheets. We're looking at it a little bit, but I'm really careful to not rely on it because the one thing about technology is when you start relying on it continuously, you forget how to do it the way you did it previously. And that's one of the reasons why it's a tool to utilize, but don't become completely dependent on it because, you never know what's going to happen. Will it always be there? What happened? There's different things. So you want to make sure you keep your brain working and not rely on it completely.
I think that's an excellent point. So you got to remember the basics and what you're doing. Scott, are you seeing more use on your operation?
Yeah, I think we're just kind of getting into the infancy stage of what AI can, potentially do for farmers, with in-field sensors and different satellite imageries. And, when you take a look at what satellite imagery can do or drone imagery, when you start taking pictures of plants and fields on an, hourly basis, not a weekly basis, or just, I think we're just really starting to get at least in our farm, starting to get our head wrapped around what all capabilities AI will present, in the next several years. And we all know how fast AI is advancing. So things that we don't even think of today are probably going to be commonplace, 2, 3, 4 years down the road here. But like Randy said, it's a tool that we previously didn't have, but I think it's a good tool moving forward and possesses unlimited possibilities.
We're going to wait to see what it brings to us, and there's probably a lot. When we return, we want to give away another set of rodeo tickets, and we've got more questions for our farmer panel. We'll continue on with the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Do you know how many songs I used with the word tractor in them? All of them.
Like 5 in a row for sure.
That's how I found today's music. So there you go. Oh, all right. So we're back on the WDAY Radio Farm Show. Thank you to Mosaic Company, Landmark, Peterson Farm Seed, as well as Dynamic Cropping Systems for helping bring this show to you, and GK Technologies sitting in the room today. We are on our farmer panel. We are joined by Scott German from the Oaks area, Randy Melvin from Buffalo, Sarah Levis from Hillsborough, as we talk through what's really happening on the farm. We do have another giveaway. We got some more rodeo tickets, Haley. What you got?
We have another pair of rodeo tickets for the Friday rodeo at 7:30 p.m. at the Fargo Dome. So caller number 5 will be the lucky winner of these tickets. So you can call in at 701-293-9000, and caller number 5, you'll get to go to the Friday rodeo at 7:30.
Excellent. All right, so Addison's going to take caller number 5 to win rodeo tickets. Then I had another question emailed in to me that I'm going to pose to our farmer panel today. Do you think that farms rely too much on technology, such as drones or auto steer, that could be hacked or all out cause a failure? What do we think there? Who wants to jump in on that one first?
I definitely have something with that.
All right, feel free.
So let's talk about the Northern Lights, which are absolutely beautiful. But those solar storms actually wreak a lot of havoc with our GPS systems. And what's interesting is a lot of the planters that are out there today for sale, a lot of them don't have markers anymore. We took the markers off. It was an added cost if you ordered a planter with those markers, and so a lot of planters came without them. And I know last spring in particular there were definitely some planters out there that could not get a signal. They're driving in circles out in the field because they cannot.
That's happened twice.
It's happened a few times. And so it is interesting that there is that gap in our food system. I think it's very interesting.
And that's just one segment of it. I think there's a lot of other areas there that we can talk about. So, Randy, do you want to jump in before Scott?
No, I mean, I was just going to echo what Sarah said, because I was one of those farmers that did not having to use markers on my bingo card for 2024 spring planting. But it just, at snap of fingers, you lose everything technology-wise when those northern lights or those solar flares happen. And that kind of got me thinking, okay, what happens when we get a bigger solar flare? What's that going to do to our power grid? And you take everything as far as AI and everything down this conversation. If we get one of those solar flares that's bigger, that knocks everything out, I know it's a long-fetched thing happening, but it's something realistic that we have to take a look at, because, you're back to nothing for technology-wise.
Scott, do you have any comments you want to add into that about, is there too much technology to the farm?
Well, I don't know if there's too much, but I know we definitely rely on it probably more than what we should. But, like every producer out there, it's great when it works, and it makes us so much more efficient, and we can be so much more cost effective in what we do. But man, the minute it don't work, does it become a hammer throwing affair in shorter? I mean, to Sarah's comments last fall there when we were trying to put in some drain tile, and we had them northern lights a couple nights, and you were just absolutely dead in the water. You couldn't do anything. So yes, it's a great tool. I guess the jury's still out if we rely on it too much. It does make us, like I said, so much more efficient in just the productivity we can do in a day versus variable rate seeding and fertilizing and all the things that cut down input cost or make us more efficient on our bottom line. So it's here to stay, and I think as AI progresses, there's only going to be more technologies. The buzzword maybe now is autonomous tractors and all that kind of stuff. But I just think there's so much technology yet to come to the farm that it's something that's not going away for sure.
If I could just add one more thing to that, I think it's always important to utilize technology whenever we get the chance to do that, because it does make us so much more efficient. But at the same time, we have to remember how to do stuff, right? I can make tools all day long to help me be more efficient and faster at blending fertilizer. But you know what? I still have to be able to know how those numbers work. You still have to be able to jump in the tractor cab and actually drive the tractor yourself. And so it's really important to know how we can use technology to maximize our efficiency, but we still just have to know how to do it, so we do have that fallback.
I want to jump onto this for a moment in the fact that our friend Matt, that Sarah and I have worked with, he farms up at East Grand Forks, Minnesota, and he's got a tractor, and it is a retrofit. It is an already established tractor on his farm. It is not brand new, that he put the auto steer, more than auto steer, he put the autonomy package on it. And this was because it was a bit of a pilot project that they were doing with his local John Deere dealer. And he was skeptical. He asked all the right questions. He's like, what if this fails? I'm using it for a tillage tractor when I'm doing my fertilizer applications. What happens if somebody jumps out in front of this machine? Is it going to stop? He said, John Deere warned him, and he abided by it. You put your seatbelt on when you're in that tractor, because the sensitivity is a plastic bag blows within 5 feet of the front of that tractor. It is a dead stop. It'll just about put you through the windshield. But he also said, you know what? It's still a tractor. I don't have to use the autonomy. It is an option when I am shorthanded, when I got a guy out sick, whatever the case might be. I can use that with a grain cart, whatever the situation. But it's still a tractor that I can still use on my farm. I can get it and drive it because I like to drive equipment. So we have to remember that, right? What's the balance of what that looks like?
And you almost wonder if that's going to be the factor that makes successful farmers in the future, are the ones that actually back up what their technology that's going to be making us so much more efficient.
Oh, amen. Preach.
So, okay, we are in an area for a tremendous amount of livestock food production. We do it well, right? Whether it is with beet pulp coming out of the sugar beet plants, whether it's with DDGs, it's what we get from the ethanol plant, whatever we're getting from soybean crush for the meal, et cetera. And we have the opportunity in this state to expand our animal agriculture. I hate to ever give South Dakota props, but they're working us over on what they're able to do. And I think we've made some adjustments. Sarah, you're a little closer to the policy-wise. We've made some adjustments to make that better and a little more friendly to do in this state. Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely.
Okay. But I also think we are so set up when it comes to biosecurity, and we are shipping so much product out of state. I mean, Randy, for your operation, would that not be helpful to your ROI, being able to sell that to a livestock production?
It would be absolutely huge to have that opportunity. I mean, take a look at it. Some of these sow barns, there's 6,000 head. The offspring from that barn is north of 10,000 acres of corn and 10,000 acres of soybeans to supply the feed for that one barn for that year's offspring. And the opportunity we have in this state to increase animal agriculture through all aspects, especially the animal agriculture part, as a parent with 4 kids that might come back to farm, might not, if they want to come back, animal ag is the only way they're coming back. We can't afford to quadruple the size of our operation. So it's something that we're looking closely at, and I think it has to happen.
Scott German, you have hogs. And so for you, does it worry you at all that you would have extra people, a competition, if you will, because there would be more folks producing hogs, et cetera, and competition for that feed stuff? Does that bother you at all, or is that a positive for you?
Oh, it's 100% positive. I mean, when you look at just at our commodity prices, when I say commodity prices, look at our basis levels across our state compared to southern South Dakota, southern Minnesota, and Iowa. I mean, we're at what, $1.10, $1.15 under on beans and 70 cents under on corn. I mean, there's a reason down south there that their bases are always 20, 30 cents better on corn and 40, 50 cents better on beans, is because they have local markets. They have an outlet. They're not at the mercy of trade deals. They're not at the mercy of fuel surcharges, from the railroad. But even more to that is you look at drive down a 2-lane road in Iowa, and there's a town every 10, 15 miles because of animal agriculture, because you need the supporting businesses behind it. You need the veterinarians. You need the animal equipment stores you need, the truck drivers. It brings so much more to a rural community. So yeah, I mean, animal agriculture I've been an advocate for it for years and years, and it's great to see, we're getting a few dairies coming back into the state. There's a couple sow farms that are being looked at. So yeah, I mean, animal agriculture is an absolute win for agriculture in general, all the way across our state.
You guys, we've got so many great things to talk about. We've got some additional questions that are coming in. Nobody go anywhere. It is the WDAY Radio Farm Show, brought to us by Landmark Companies, GK Technology, Dynamic Cropping Systems, the Mosaic Company, and Peterson Farm Seed. And we will return because we got to get to the top of the hour, and then we've got one more to go till 5 o'clock. Lots of good things coming up. Oh, as this day rolls on, there are so many good questions and things to talk about. And here on our farmer panel at the WDAY Radio Farm Show, we've got a question from Greg. We also happen to know that it's Greg's happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Greg. Happy birthday to you. He's laughing so hard he can't even talk. What's your question?
Well, that was quite an introduction. Thanks, Bridget. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my question for the guests, and I want their honest opinion on this, since I'm a little late. You already switched to animal ag, but to back up to technology.
Okay.
Sarah brought up a lot of good points with the, basically the AI and all the basically stuff in the cloud. Essentially, is what it's going to be. What are their thoughts on AI data centers? I know I have some ideas too, but it's a necessary evil, I think, if we're going to go that route. if like these AI data centers, if we don't get these, how is that going to affect some of the technology that Sarah and some of the others are talking about?
I appreciate you giving your opinion on it first, by the way. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
No.
so Sarah, and we're also going to make sure that we bring in Scott German on that question.
It's a good question. So something interesting that's about GK technology that a lot of people don't realize, we actually have a petabyte of storage over in Halstead that stores our own data, which is satellite imagery and NAPE imagery from the FSA office, publicly available LiDAR data. It's all data that is publicly available. Anybody can go out and make that library themselves. We just have a lot of man hours invested into it and a data, basically our own little mini data center there that people can use to go and get imagery or data for making decisions. So what we have discovered, I guess, as a company, is that having that access and availability to data is critical. As we go forward and we use AI more and more into our operations, those AI tools that we use online, they have to have a place to live. Are there the right way and the wrong way of allowing data centers to come into our systems? Absolutely. Always having transparency and honesty with the communities where things are going to change is critically important. And I think there's some good ways that we can make that go. And so I do think if that is something that we want for technology, we're probably going to have to be diligent in letting them come in somehow. And we're going to have to work together as a community to make sure that we get them into our communities effectively.
I'm going to ask Scott German to chime in on that before I go to Randy Melvin with his answer too.
Yeah, so, as more, whether you're using Grok or ChatGPT, it don't even have to be farming based or agricultural based. As more and more of these technologies come online, we do need to have, Grok is worthless without an AI data center. And it's like anything. Data centers can be good when they're used for good things and bad when they're used for bad things. There's one going up, right by Ellendale. I can see it when I look out my front window at my house. Is it good or bad? Time will tell. But we do need, and I don't want to fall into the NIMBY scenario, not in my backyard, where we want to have these. We just don't want to have them, chewing on our power grid or raising our utility rates or what have you. You can make the argument against them. And I don't even want to call them a necessary evil. It's just part of the evolution of technology, whether it's through AI or what other, new technologies are coming. They're just something that we're going to have, and we're going to have them, across the country. You look at the billions and billions of data points that can be collected through AI when you start putting, in-field sensors that record, soil moisture, soil temp, hours of sunlight. There's just so many different data sets that can be made, and you need these AI centers or some kind of database collection that can quantify this information and then spit you something back out that you can use at the farm level.
Yeah, Bridget.
And I could keep going, but I'll turn it over to Randy, who's way smarter than I am.
Thanks, Scott. I don't know if I'll go that far, but when it comes to these data centers, I really think this is a great opportunity for the state. As long as they're permitted in the right location. And I go back in the 1980s, they're talking about North Dakota becoming the Buffalo Commons. Isn't it really kind of cool how far we've come with the opportunity with, job creation for rural North Dakota? And with the one not too far from Fargo, they're talking about, okay, it's going to help Fargo too, but just the opportunities we have for this state to grow and where we've come. And I guess I look at it is number one, I'd never want to be that NIMBY crowd. Yeah. And anything that's being talked about in your area, how do you work through it? And if you got issues with it, come in with a level head, talk about it. Most of these people building any of these sites on whatever aspect you want, they're going to want to talk to the people that have concerns and questions. If they don't, that reputation is going to get out. And I look at it from the standpoint is do we want to grow this state or do we want to take this back to the 1800s? It's kind of that way. You grow, adapt or die.
This is no different than when I vote. I vote not because, first of all, it is my right as a citizen that I get to vote. It is an honor for me to go and vote. But I also do it because I don't get to complain if I didn't go vote. I don't get to complain about what happened governmentally if I don't put my voice into it. I will attend these meetings. I will do my research because I, too, want to understand the pros and the cons so I can decide what my position is.
But I do think it's really important for anyone who wants to participate in any sort of conversation that you do come in with a level head. You know, Randy made a mention to that. Do good research. Figure out who you're getting your information from. At this point in time, I have seen different groups do some pretty effective jobs of disinformation. And so it's important that everybody gets good information processed through, really make sure you understand what's going on and come in with a level head, with a solution-minded attitude.
Yes. I will tell you that a huge thank you to all three of you for being willing to spend time today. I literally have been getting messages from people who have been listening and saying how much they enjoyed this. I think there's probably about another 10 questions we could ask and we could keep this conversation going. But nonetheless, we've answered what we can for the moment. There will be opportunities to do more of that. And I just can't say thanks enough. You guys took the time, especially if you drove in to be here today. We much appreciate you being part of the WDAY Radio Farm Show. We are going to wrap up this hour, but when we return, myself and Dawson and Haley are going to continue. We have one last guest. That's going to be Jeff Schneider. He's coming to us from the Moorhead Career Academy. We're going to talk welding when we return. Thank you so much for joining us today on the WDAY Radio Farm Show. It is our last hour with so much that's been going on today. We want to wrap it up in a very positive way. A big thank you to Landmark Companies, Mosaic Company, Peterson Farm Seeds, and Dynamic Cropping Systems. Also, we've had a very busy day for our assistant ag directors, Dawson and Haley. You guys doing all right? One more hour.
Of course, all thanks to Cass County Farm Bureau.
We've got a giveaway for this hour as well. What you got over there?
Yes, we do. We have a value pack of grinder heads. And if you are the third caller.
Okay, we're going to take caller number 3.
Then you win this $170 valued, sponsored by 3M grinder disc pack.
Got to call us on the phone line.
Yes, you can call us at 701-293-9000.
As we go into the spring season, as you're getting equipment ready, this is actually a really good situation
This
to
is
be
a
picking
really
up.
good deal, yeah. So the third caller.
Big thank you to 3M for making sure we had this available for today's show. I greatly appreciate it. And I like the fact that they gave us cool things.
Yeah,
to be able to give away
absolutely.
all
This is
day.
a fun giveaway, not your regular hat or T-shirt. Something different, useful.
I call this functional swag.
Yes.
I like that better. And because of the donation from 3M, that's how I wound up meeting our next guest. Jeff Schneider is with us. Jeff is the welding and machining teacher at Moorhead High School's Career Academy. So Jeff, okay, machining, welding, tell us a little bit about what you're doing over there.
So our entire CTE, Career and Technical Education program, is really about giving kids an awesome experience and getting them exposed to all kinds of different careers so they can make educational decisions, educated decisions, moving on with their education or careers in the future. So in machining and welding, the welding classes are pretty basic. You know, I've got 9th graders all the way through 12th graders, and they start out with TIG welding, and then they move on to MIG welding, and then they go on to stick welding. And we do some oxy-fuel cutting and some oxy-fuel brazing as well, and some plasma cutting. So that's what our intro classes are. Our advanced classes, they get to add some fabrication skills in there and build projects like go-karts, mini bikes, fire pits. We've had deer stands, end tables, coffee tables, furniture, you name it. It's a blast. It's a hoot.
I think I need to take a class. Holy smokes.
You are truly only limited by your imagination in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And the students, you're teaching in Moorhead, so more of an urban area, different from where both of us came from, very small schools, small sizes, very ag-based, rural North Dakota. And in Minnesota there, the kinds of students you're teaching, they're coming from the city, and those skills that they're taking out to them, really setting them up for the workforce and things like that. But it's just such a neat opportunity. And what kind of places are you preparing those students for?
So students, I'm not really preparing them for any one specific industry or even career for that matter. We'll have students that go right into manufacturing right out of high school. They might do an apprenticeship program, earn while you learn. They might go into the military and do one of the trades in the military. They might go to a place like Linus Welding or NDSCS or Alexandria Tech to learn more welding skills, get a degree, get more training, and go that way. Or they might just do it as a hobby. They might just tinker around in their garage. They might buy a Harbor Freight $150 welder and just build little things, But students go all over our area. They work for farmers. They work for big manufacturing companies. They work for little manufacturing companies. We've got some work-based learning students right now that are out working at 2 different manufacturers over in Moorhead. And I think we've got a couple more as well. I can't think of them right off the top of the head. But yeah, we try to just get them exposed so they can make a good choice that's going to fit them.
Very diverse outcomes for them. Holy smokes.
And you are taking students later today to a Skills USA competition, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
What does that competition entail? What are they actually doing when they get there?
So Skills USA is kind of like FFA, where FFA is very agriculture oriented.
You got 3 FFA alumni right here. We're happy to talk about it.
Right on. And we have FFA at Moorhead High School.
New addition recently.
New addition recently. Skills USA started way back, probably in the 50s would be my guess. I should probably know this, but I don't. We started Skills USA in 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. bringing students to power equipment repair contests. And then we added welding, and then we added automotive, and we've got welding sculpture, we've got welding, we did a welding fab contest, we do culinary, we do all kinds of different things. And Skills USA is really the trades and industry career and tech student organization. So FFA is more is 100% agricultural, but you do mechanical things. That,
We do.
You know, there's all kinds of different things. And Skills USA encompasses all of that. There's medical, there's manufacturing, there's transportation, there's business, there's design. They've got photography, culinary, oh my gosh, emergency medical responders. There's all kinds of different contests. And then there's, you know, extemporaneous speaking and quiz bowl and, you know, all kinds of business-oriented stuff too. So it's all-encompassing trades and industry student organization.
You told us on the break that there are 2 things that everything stems from that you always tell your students.
I do, and I got to give credit to an FFA alum / I think she was the director in Minnesota, Lavin Rada.
Uh-huh.
She told me that agriculture and mining are where everything come from. So it doesn't matter if you're doing forestry, that's agriculture, or you're digging up dirt to find ore for steel and production, but everything stems off of those 2 things.
They all come together every single time. I love talking about the welding. I don't know if you guys have had to do this yet. Have you taken your industrial welding class yet at NDSU for part of Ag Ed?
Not yet.
I have not yet.
I don't know who was more excited, my dad or anybody else in the room, because he's like, oh, what are you going to do? And this was the time where we had really just kind of a couple, 3 years into really like wire welding.
Yep.
And we got to do TIG.
Yep.
I think there was even MIG welding. I mean, we did all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
It was great. And, you know, who doesn't want a room of 30 students with oxyacetylene torches? What could go wrong?
Nothing ever. You can talk to all kinds of former students. They've never gotten burned.
No, we've
ever.
never screwed around with those things at all.
No.
We have more questions for Jeff if we have questions from listeners. And I know some of you have followed us as we've talked with Fargo and their career innovation centers. And this is one aspect of that we haven't chatted about when it comes to the welding and the machining. But if you'd like to bring some of those questions in, you absolutely can. And then we're going to talk about a donation that you've recently received. That's what tied us all together today with 3M.
Sure is.
We'll bring that back when we return in just a few minutes.
All right.
Well, as we start winding down our day, we're talking about welding. It's kind of like we went through the ABCs of agriculture and now we're at the W's.
Yeah, it kind of has been.
Our guest in studio is Jeff Schneider. He is the welding and machining teacher at the Moorhead High School Career Academy. Before we get to that, I want to say that we have a winner on our prize.
Yes, we do.
Gordon
won our head for our variety pack for the discs, the grinder discs.
Yes, and he can pick those up here at the studio any day, 8 to 5, because they're probably a great thing for his farm shop.
Yep.
Thank you to Mosaic Company, Peterson Farms, Seed, Landmark Companies, as well as Dynamic Cropping Systems for being our sponsors throughout our day today. And then, Haley, how'd you get here?
We, Dawson and I are assistant ag directors, and we were sponsored by the Cass County Farm Bureau today.
We much appreciate that. The whole reason we got Jeff here was because we have a common connection with 3M giving us some things. We managed to get that grinder headset that Dawson talked about from 3M, but now you are too. What did you get, Jeff?
I got some welding helmets donated. Yeah. So
how important is that in your classroom versus the regular process, you might say?
So the regular process of getting anything is obviously going through a purchase order system and then getting some bids, depending on how much money is going to be spent. But yeah, so anytime that a donation comes in, it's so much quicker and easier than going through a purchase order process.
Somebody might think that welding helmets, that seems like an easy thing, but to be perfectly honest, they've improved a lot over the years.
Yeah, so most of us people that have welded, we started with fixed shade helmets, which are just a big black screen, and the only time you can see anything is when you strike an arc. Newer helmets are automatically darkening. They are quick. You can set them to grind mode, so they're just like a lighter shade. You can use them for everything. They're amazing. And it's so important for students to be able to see what they're doing and not become claustrophobic in a dark helmet.
Speaking of those students, we have some listener questions for you, Jeff. Do you offer welding lessons to adults for those who want to take this up a little later on in life?
Interesting question, and the answer to that is we have offered community education classes through the Moorhead Community Education Program. We haven't for a while, and the main reason is we were trying to open up a huge career academy and build a high school. And so it's been quite chaotic over at Moorhead schools right now, but it is one of the things that I'd like to bring back again. So look for it in the Moorhead Community Education booklet or online.
Well, this maybe tags in together, because if someone's looking at a career change, is it ever too late to take up welding? And if it's not coming through you, maybe it's going over to Linus.
Sure.
If you want to talk about that transition.
So in the manufacturing industry, if you want to get into welding, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. You can do it through apprenticeships. You can, and some businesses and industries will train you. You can go through union apprenticeships. You can go through a place like Linus Welding Training or NDSCS or Alex Tech or any of the other 1-year and 2-year programs. So if you want to get into welding, it's a great way to start out. There's a lot of sponsorships as well. Some of the bigger industries in town will also sponsor your training and pay you to be trained. So
when you're doing welding, most of us think about just, flat black metal, right? But there's so many more specialties that go with it. Do you try to cover all of those different things when you're with students, or how in-depth can you get?
So with my intro class, I only get about 55-ish hours with my students.
Okay.
So, you're looking at a week and a couple of days worth of time. That's separated out, an hour and a half a day. So we don't go super in depth. We really weld on steel for the most part. And we do the basic processes, basic weld joints. We don't get into anything specialty until the advanced class. And that's where students have about 110 hours, 120 hours of welding time. And then they start getting into welding out of position, so not just flat on the table. They do some vertical and horizontal welding. A couple of kids do overhead welding or pipe welding. It's a lot more challenging to do that than it is to just weld flat on a table, that's for sure.
It is, and you're going to want to really invest in that personal protective equipment for overhead welding.
Agreed. Nothing better than having a good
like
beanie,
a ball
a
of
beanie.
slag,
Oh, yeah.
come right at you.
Yep.
Oh, that one stinks.
Jeff, how long have you been teaching?
I started teaching in 2006, so this will cap off 20 years in May.
Wow.
I know.
What has been like the most impactful part for you?
Oh, by far. I don't want to sit here and tug on heartstrings or anything, but when a student comes back after 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, whatever years, and they're like, I did this for a while, and then I did this for a while, and then you know what? I remember taking welding class, and I enjoyed it, and I switched careers, and I did some training. I went into it. Or I'll bring my kids on a tour of a facility here in town and be like, oh my gosh, it's one of my former students, and now they're a manager, supervisor, lead, whatever it happens to be in the welding or machining or manufacturing industry somewhere. And it's just so rewarding. And so many kids are thankful. They're like, I am so glad I took your class because it led me into an awesome career that I really enjoy. So,
machining. What are you covering in that aspect for your students?
So the machining class is a combination of machining and metalworking. So we do a little bit of mill work with mills. We work with lathes, and then we do some sheet metal work. We do some foundry, and we do a little bit of blacksmithing. So we just kind of do a little bit of everything. So
this morning I heard 3D printers on farms described as the new version of blacksmithing. How's that? Does that sit okay with you, or what do you think?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll tell you this. If blacksmiths had oxyacetylene torches 250, 300, 400, 500 years ago, they would use them.
Yes. And not just to go cut off rusted bolts.
Exactly. Exactly.
That is very fair. I think that when we think about how this applies, as we were talking earlier, Moorhead's a pretty urban area, but students are looking for a variety of skill sets. We have more folks that are interested in a variety of jobs, and sometimes those, personally speaking, I can't see enough of those trade skills happening because we don't have enough of those people. There's a massive tidal wave of retirements coming. Who's going to backfill them? And you're helping prep that next group.
The best we can do is expose them. They got to make their decisions, and so we want to give them the best experience they can have. Hopefully they enjoy it. Hopefully they learn some skills and hopefully apply them. But yeah, there's a huge shortage of skilled labor.
So I got a controversial question that your kids might be able to give you crap for if they listen to this. So do you have any farm kids that go to Moorhead?
Absolutely.
So who turns out to be the better welders, the farm kids or the kids who have never been exposed to it before?
Who came in with the bad habits?
Ooh, good question.
I will say that's not how Grandpa taught me, or that's not how my dad taught me to weld, or it'll be good enough. Those are some things that kids that have welded before will say. I will say some of the best, in fact, the best welder I've ever had, girl that had never welded before. She came in, she has the steadiest hands. Mm-hmm. She can manipulate a TIG torch like I have never seen in my life before. And I know she still works in the welding industry, making killer bucks right now. So
we always talked about that in college, that women were better welders, higher center of gravity, a bit more stable, and oftentimes came in without some of those preconceived notions about what was good and what was bad.
And fine motor skills.
Yes. So that makes a difference.
Attention to detail.
Yep.
They listen.
I wasn't in your class.
No comment.
I like where that's going. Nice. Jeff, if you've got the opportunity to talk to the public right now and just share with them about the academy and so forth, what are some things you want to make sure people know?
I want everybody to know that there are so many awesome opportunities for students in career and technical education. So it could be health sciences, it can be business and entrepreneurship, it can be the hospitality industry, it can be trades industry and agriculture. And for those of you parents that are out there that are listening to the show, or maybe kids that are listening to the show, sign up for your trades classes and your ag classes and your CTE classes, because that's how you figure out what you're going to do in the future. And academics is important, and I'm never going to downplay academics, but it's taking that academic knowledge and applying it to something that is going to be worthwhile in your career, in your future. And that's what our career and technical education classes do. And so push that with your students, that's, and your families and your friends and your nieces and your nephews and everybody else.
Like you said, some of these skills might just be things that you even do for fun later on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So why not take advantage?
Exposure to those skills are just so beneficial.
You don't know where that's going to take you, right?
Right.
Never miss an opportunity.
And really, like I said before, you want to make an educated decision for your career. Mm-hmm. It's expensive to change careers. And it's really expensive to go to a 2-year or 4-year school and not know what you want to do, and then realize your 4th year this isn't what I want to do, and you've got student loan debt, or you've paid a bunch of money. So figuring that stuff out in high school, even middle school, is important. So if you can talk to your kids, talk to your nieces, nephews, friends, whatever, like I said, push those career and tech ed classes. They're super, super important.
Are there ways that we can support the Career Academy?
Absolutely. And not just the Career Academy, but you can support any of your local. I mean, obviously this radio show goes all over the place.
We do.
And I mean, probably international because it's a podcast
We live
kind of thing
stream
too. Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
Yeah.
So support your local CTE programs. If you're in a tiny little community and you have one ag teacher that teaches economics and teaches welding and teaches power equipment and does hydraulics and pneumatics, if you've got stuff on the farm that might be obsolete that's still usable, you know, kids can make a log splitter out of an old hydraulic ram and some chunks of iron from a construction project.
Based on
And
economics,
engine.
we're keeping equipment longer. We
Right.
got to be able to service it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And learning how to do that stuff is super important. And if you don't have the means to donate things, that's fine too. Can you come in and talk to your local students about careers in your area? We have a ton of business and industry partners for the Career Academy that come in and talk to our students. They bring equipment in to show our students what they do. You know, even if it's an equipment dealer, there's more to it than just equipment. There's all the support roles.
Or even a phone number.
For me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm just kidding. You asking me for my digits? Fine. Just kidding.
At the end of the day, this gets more and more fun.
So.
Yeah, you get the resources and the
Yeah.
networking because those students saw someone in the classroom that impacted them.
Right. And it gives them a contact point, and it validates what we're doing in our schools too. So when an industry partner comes in and says, and they inspect some of my students' welds, and they're like, "Yeah, this weld doesn't look very good. What'd your teacher say about that?" And they're like, "He said that it wasn't very good either." You know. So just validation of what we're doing, and you know, a kid hears my voice all day, or not all day, but every day, but they don't hear an industry partner's voice, and there's something about a paycheck that kind of validates what we do.
Surprisingly enough.
I like your point of my grandpa said that this would have done, and then but the paycheck says otherwise. So interesting.
That is a huge point of it. Jeff Schneider, thank you for joining us today.
Absolutely.
We really
Anytime.
appreciate it. I know you are going to go load up some kids and drive to Minneapolis, so thank
We
you.
are. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The kids hopefully do well. So
We hope that they do as well.
all right.
All right, folks, we are in our last hour. When we return, Haley and Dawson and I are going to do a little recap of what'd you learn today. And we'll talk about that at the very tail end here for the WDAY Radio Farm Show. This is nice and smooth for the end of the day, Addison. What are you making fun of my choices for?
Well, okay. So what's the word I'm looking for here? A combination of the slow music and then watching you almost take yourself out on the microphone.
It's been a long day. I've just currently not only hit myself in the face with the mic, but I poked myself in the eye. And thank God Dawson and Haley are here to end this show because I'm falling apart at the seams.
And we are here thanks to Cass County Farm Bureau for sponsoring us, being the assistant ag directors for the day, celebrating National Ag Week.
This
Thank
has
you.
been a great week, a great day especially, and a huge thank you as well to Landmark Companies, Peterson Farm Seed, Dynamic Cropping Systems, and the Mosaic Company, because they made sure as supporting sponsors to see that this show would happen, especially things like our farmer panel. Again, having Jeff was just in talking about welding and classes he does over at Moorhead High. All right, big deep breath, gang. How'd it go today?
It was busy, chaotic, but super, super fun. It was awesome to see all the different interests in agriculture, or all the different pathways that we were able to expose on the radio today, to be able to bring them all in. And there were so many of them that said, I never get the chance to sit down and talk with the people in the same industry as them, or like they realized they were having conversations and they're like, well, this isn't something I normally do, and they invited each other for lunch or wanted to continue the conversation. So it was so fun to spark that conversation here and know that we got the ball rolling for more connection or more conversation within the industry.
If our guests had this much fun, imagine what our listeners are doing today too. and it was my whole goal for every hour is that we're at the end of the day in a farm show. We are sitting around in the beer garden or the concessions court, and we are just having these discussions based on our topics of interest. And I think it felt like that.
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah, I just really enjoyed getting to hear industry professionals talk technically about what they enjoy talking about and what they have spent years and years just being around and exposed to and learning about themselves. It was one of my favorite questions to ask is, what does the future look like?
Yeah.
Getting to hear about what they're excited for, what they're scared for, and how we're going to adjust for that is just so eye-opening. I thought that was just awesome.
This room was filled with experts in their field today.
Oh, absolutely.
From top to bottom.
Standing in their field?
Outstanding in their field. Although I made them come indoors for a minute. The bad jokes are just going to roll for the next 20 minutes.
You're losing my privileges.
Do not turn my microphone off, Addison.
I didn't hear a please in there.
Please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Haley, it might have to be just you and me for
Yeah.
this.
It might just be. But after a crazy day today, getting to experience the farm show on the radio, what a wonderful opportunity.
And you had the chance. This is how things go in business. You got to make decisions on the fly. Adjust, plan. You guys were in the thick of it all day long. So for other students, when I ask if they would do an internship here, and sometimes it's just for a day, what would you tell other students about doing this?
I would say that it's an amazing opportunity. The first time I did it was probably about a year ago. It was in the end of the spring of my senior year of high school. I had no clue what I was expecting coming in, and I was like, I'm just going on the radio. And then I realized it was conversations with professionals who cared about what they wanted to talk about and were on the radio for people listening. Like, I know when I came the first time, my mom listened while she was planting in the field, and she's like, that's not something I would have normally listened to in the field. So being able to, for those students to come in and have those conversations that they maybe don't normally have, and be able to reach out to their family members or to other people to show insight and light on the conversations that you do have here, because all of them are meaningful to the industry of agriculture.
Yeah, I think this fits in perfectly into the stuff that Haley and I are learning in college at NDSU, being future ag teachers, learning how to take the technical knowledge that industry professionals have and give it to students in order to expose them to a whole new world that they haven't listened to, or even community members that are busy learning about other things, and industry professionals in other categories, and just blending them all together, sharing knowledge.
I have been getting some messages from listeners, and they are making comments like, you kept me engaged all day. This was fun to listen to. Loved the fact that we had such a varied amount of people that were coming in. And really, I think the highlight for folks is just it's not the same thing that you heard, whether it was when you attended a farm show or you were here last fall in November. And even for the two of you, I mean, this was like a graduate class in agriculture.
It really was. We were all over the place hearing from professionals, taking notes and getting to make those connections ourselves. When we weren't in the studio, which was a couple of times, we were allowed to connect with those professionals right outside and introduce ourselves and just better prepare ourselves for the pathways we want to see ourselves going in the future.
Was there a certain segment that really stood out to you?
I think when we started our morning off with the farmer entrepreneurs, drone spraying and 3D printing is where we started our morning right away. And that was something it's new and upcoming, and a lot of people, it's a way that they diversified their farming operations. But for many people, they're skeptical about doing things like that. It's not the way it was done. And that's something that we need to change, or something we need to show light to, is that taking those new leaps, those new opportunities are going to change the way agriculture moves and the way that it can further go forward in the future. But the 3D printing, it just amazes me that we can make things out of plastic for literally anything we need.
And now it might not be plastic in the future.
Yeah, they were saying, I did not know that. I thought you could only print plastic. But that was so cool. But what about you, Dawson? What was one of your favorite sections from today?
I think Brian and Blake with the
Water and Land.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that was just so. I maybe it was just how personable they were, but I got an opportunity to talk with them in the hallway, and then we were just like, wow, I wish we could have recorded this whole conversation, because they just really took what they were really good at. They were talking about stuff that I've never been exposed to, like the tiling and the water conservation that we don't have to emphasize as much on the west side of the state, and bringing that information and breaking it down. I was just awestruck. And then they really took the time to make sure that I understood, and it's really the personability is something that I really want to bring into my classroom when after I graduate.
And I would say that all of those folks, they wanted to continue to make the connections. They want to, if you have, whether you're listening today, whether you are here in studio, if you want to talk further with that person who's an expert and or a resource, they all welcome it, right? That's part of what they want to do every day.
Yeah, they want to share the world of agriculture. They want to share their professionalism, all their knowledge that they have. They are here to share it, because agriculture is our way of life. It's where we get our food and our fuel, and they know that is something sacred to us, and we want to share that knowledge, bridge that gap in agriculture.
Every chance we get. When we return for just our last little bit, we're going to introduce a couple of upcoming promotions that we'll be doing here at WDAY Radio in anticipation of the rest of the year. We've probably got some more notes we can touch on in regards to the National Ag Week, and just simply we want to continue to get questions from listeners. I've received several comments from folks saying thank you. They really enjoyed the day. They've been listening the whole time, have been engaged. That's a tremendous compliment. Just the fact that our guests and you yourselves as our assistant ag directors today were able to meet the challenge of keeping everybody here for a day and learning.
And tolerating listening to us for 8 hours.
Yes. I don't know about you guys, but this went really fast.
This went
really
incredibly fast.
So, and of course, our prize winners are all going to have to come and get their things, but they'll be doing that later. Instead, we'll return to wrap things up in just a few minutes. And we're going to end it just like we began with the theme from Green Acres. And it's been a great day. Thank you for being a part of the WDAY Radio Farm Show. We have covered so many topics today. One that I always make sure to highlight when I am speaking to groups as well is talking about the rural mental health crisis that we face with farms. Okay, we can never overlook that situation. We talked about it today with HSAs in our financial wellness portion, that HSAs can indeed help cover when you need medications, if you need therapy, counseling, etc. And that's something that farmers, they can fund those HSAs. There is help available in a lot of unique situations. Know that farmers are 3.5 times more likely to die by suicide than the general population. And with the farm situation as stressful as it has been as of late, I think that's my message to people, is to make sure to check on their neighbors and notice the signs, whether it's depression, anxiety. Not everything leads to suicide, but we have to be extremely careful in what's going on with other people around us.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
to think about how, if you're thinking about that, to think about it, or to think about how that might affect your neighbors and your family, and it truly is a lose-lose situation for everyone.
When you ask someone how they're doing, make sure that you are listening, and you're listening to hear what they have to say. I have a farmer friend in Lethbridge, Alberta, and he advocates on behalf of rural mental health in Ottawa and across the country. And he's a farmer, and he said, the thing is, my farmer-to-farmer advice is to make sure that, number one, your first step, talk to your doctor, talk to someone around you, and then tell the truth. How often do we hear that joke about farmers went to the hospital, but I can't believe he came in. If a farmer came in and he actually took time or didn't even take time to clean up, probably get the crash cart, right? Because it's such a bad situation. And we have to make sure that we tell the truth to our doctors, and no matter if we farm or anybody else, if we're looking for help.
Absolutely.
Transparency is always the best policy.
And when you reach out, there's always someone out there who wants to be a part of giving you a hand up as well.
Of course.
So mental health still affects us on a very regular basis, and we want people to be aware of that, and just consider what's going on in others' worlds as well. Coming up for the rest of the spring season, if you will, there's going to be a couple of promotions, and I teased about this just a little bit. One of them is we're going to be doing a Flag the Farmer program here coming up in April and May. That will be myself and a couple of sponsors. What we're going to do is you will see us on the road one day, and we will have U.S. flags that we want to give to farms, whether they fly them in the shop, the yard. How often do you see a flag flying off a combine, grain cart?
Quite a bit around us, we do.
Yeah, and Dawson, you're nodding.
Because I don't see combines that often, but I still see them in farmyards whenever I pass by, and it's really cool to see that at times like this, and when sometimes it doesn't seem like the government supports farmers, like we still support them, and we got to be patriotic and be thankful for the country that we live in.
So I'll be traveling around with those sponsors. We're going to be looking for equipment in the field. We're going to be looking for those open shop doors. We want to stop and drop off flags for people for that support of flagging a farmer, and we'll be doing that here as we get into the months of April and May. Additionally, it is the International Year of the Woman Farmer. Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay, so that was designated by an international committee. All right, and we always have something to celebrate, right? We all know that May is Mental Health Month. We just had Colon Cancer Awareness Month in the month of March, etc. Well, it's the year of the International Woman Farmer. Across the globe, farms are run. 52% of the farms are run by women. Okay, so when you think about that, in a lot of other countries, especially, we have smaller farms run by women. Because they may be doing smaller subsistence farming. You may have the spouse of that operation who's working in other places. And so this is a celebration in their year. What we're going to do as we get into May is I'm going to be starting to take nominations of women farmers in our region who do an outstanding job, and we want to recognize them. Okay, we will be bringing them into the studio during our 1 to 2 o'clock show, Weather and Ag in Focus. We will be doing live interviews. We will be doing video interviews with them that we'll be putting out on our social media and just sharing their stories of what they do for their operations. So that will be our celebration through the summer months this year, celebrating the International Year of the Woman Farmer.
That is such a cool opportunity.
And here's the thing. You heard me say this earlier today. I don't care what your gender is. Just do your job. But I understand that this is, a year of celebration, and we're going to want to take part in that as well.
Yeah,
so we're looking forward to it. All right. So in our last few minutes, other things that you thought of today that you wanted to make sure to share with our listeners? It's been a lot.
There has been a lot. It's been all over. I mean, I want to give a big shout out to Cass County Farm Bureau for sponsoring Dawson and I to be here today. They really gave us a wonderful opportunity to spend the day here with Bridget at WDAY at this farm show. And everybody who's been listening, it's been, Dawson and I have definitely had fun. We'd love to be back again just for the regular show or the craziness of the farm show again.
And a big thank you to Bridget and all of the people here at the
absolutely.
Flag for being so hospitable to us and allowing us to have fun.
Addison and Michael made sure things were running very, very smoothly in the background. And I see him laugh.
Smooth is a generous word.
We got through it today. As you said, no one cried.
No one cried, and that's what's important to me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, too.
Not yet.
There's still time.
There is still time.
There is still time. Do remember that when you do really well and there's days I'm gone, guess who I call to fill in for me? So you just never know when the opportunity arises. You got to come back and do something unexpected. right?
Absolutely.
I think one thing that I'm taking away is to always be eager to learn and always to be writing things down. Maybe you never know when you're going to be able to use that knowledge that someone gave you at the WDAY Radio Farm Show.
Yeah, or you call them later.
Yeah.
And give a talk to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a reason why some of those segments are well listened to, and people say, I want them to come back.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to be able to do it again, all over again. So today has been fabulous. Thanks for taking the day off to come in, you guys. I much appreciate it. We are looking forward to going back to regular programming tomorrow because Jay Thomas will have his time slot back. So will the Coffee Club. I'll be on air for Weather and Ag in Focus from 1 to 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. If you missed anything today, go find it on our live streams, YouTube, Facebook, and Acres TV. That is for us at the WDAY Weather and Ag in Focus. And we get a chance to talk tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.
And a happy National Egg Week.
Thank you.